There's a guy named Sean Chiddick. He was a SEAL officer, and I remember he got my package. And it's funny, Sean Chiddick, I've never met him face to face, but this is, for me, I'm indebted to him. He helped push my package. Finally ended up getting accepted. I got my waiver to be able to come in. It's an age waiver, and an age waiver and eye waiver that I needed to get in to come into the military. I got all of that paperwork. I got my citizenship April 2001. May 2001, I leave and I join the Navy. I get into the platoon with all of the last Cro-Magnon men in the teams, the guys, the real knuckle draggers, the guy, the real break glass in a time of war. That's what I grew up in. Not to say that was a great image, but for me, that was part of the allure. That was part of the cool factor of being in the teams. Hooking and climbing, fast roping onto ships, carrying a machine gun, having the sledgehammer, being a breacher, doing all these different things, going to all these cool schools. It was like a playground for me. And then getting into, being into more of an upper echelon position, nothing wrong with that. And actually, I will say my best time that I had was being the SEA at Advanced Training Command. I loved that time. I loved doing all the operational stuff, but I loved being able to advocate for my people. Act of Valor, it was a sore spot for a lot of people. I remember our CEO, Mr. Chaby, he was like, hey, Warcom wants volunteers to come over and speak to these producers from Hollywood. They're going to make a project. It's going to be a project that's going to help with recruiting. Nobody wanted to do that at that time. It's like, no, I don't want to do that. I want to either operate or I want to go on instructor duty, the whole anonymity thing. And it got to the point where no one was volunteering, and we had just come back from deployment. And we had another all hands with the CEO, and he's like, hey, listen, you are going to be voluntold to go do this. And this is the Admiral was like, yeah, no, this is happening.
One of the things I've started is the previous guest gets to write the first question for the next guest.
Okay.
They know nothing about who's coming. It is literally just, when we get done today, I will ask you to write a question, not knowing who's going to be the next person to sit in the chair.
Okay.
But that's the start of the podcast is if
All
you
right.
want to go ahead and open it up and take a look at the question and then go from there.
Okay. This is interesting. This is, do you follow jiu-jitsu at all? Okay.
I'm a blue belt.
Okay, cool. So there's a guy named Gordon Ryan.
Mm-hmm.
So Gordon Ryan will go to competitions and he'll come with an envelope and he'll give it to the sportscasters and he'll be like, open that up after the match is done. And
That's the move
the move I'm going to do. So this is the move that this person decided that they were going to do. Okay, the question is, what would you do if you could have done a different career? That's a great question. There's so many different answers that I can go with that one. So I'll start off with just saying this. I didn't even realize that I was going to join the Navy and do what I was going to do. It was kind of almost like one of those things where, maybe this is a good thing to try to do. But I was a jack of all trades and master of none, living in New York City. And then we can get into background and all that type of stuff. Or if you want me to start explaining that, I can explain all of that if you'd like.
We're going to get there. Don't worry.
Okay, cool. But I've done so many different things and I've had so many awesome experiences. I think I'm one of those people, I'm like a glutton for punishment because I don't know what the hell it is that I want to do. Even though I'm out right now, I still don't know what the hell it is that I want to do. But if I didn't join the military, I think I probably would have been doing executive protection. I had a mentor. This guy, in my book, this guy's the greatest guy in the world. His name, well, I'll just say his name is Jex. Jex is, if you look in the dictionary for the word Ronin, you see a picture of Jex. This guy, I don't think he has kids, don't think he's ever going to get married, and he's constantly sharpening the sword. every single day. The guy's like a 3-gun shooter champion. The guy's a black belt in jiu-jitsu, black belt in judo, was a world champion kickboxer. He used to run all the security in all the clubs in Miami for years and years. And this guy, I was super enamored with this guy for years and years. My friend introduced me to him, and I thought, oh, this is it. You know, my background, you know, I'm a martial artist as well. And I ended up talking with him, and you ever meet those people where they're so influential and like they open up their mouth and they could say one word and you're like, oh my God, this is the guy. That was Jex for me. And so he led me down the path, and he told me that if you are going to decide you're going to do this, it's, you know, you got to either pay a lot of money out of pocket or you have to join special operations to get the training for free. Of course, obviously the drawback is you're going to be in the military. And let's bring that back a couple layers, because who says you're even going to make it through the selection process? So, but for me, in my mind, if I didn't join the military, it probably would have been executive protection or something like that. In New York, when I was living in New York City, I was doing the door at clubs. I was starting to get a little bit into the executive protection world, and it just seemed like a pathway that I would go down. I think a lot of that was just based off of always feeling that I needed to be a protector. And if friends of mine were in trouble, who was coming down, running down the street, you know, at that time I wore glasses and I looked like, you know, like Urkel a little bit and didn't, you know, wasn't very, very strong. But here, yeah, it was like, it was black or white. If my friend is in trouble, I'm going to go help. So I think that would have bled into me probably doing executive protection or some sort of like securities or something like that. So
when you met him and got the opportunity to really kind of engage with him, and you said something that I think for me is really important for this podcast, is that it's not necessarily the information that you're going to give today. Mm-hmm. Somebody's going to hear something and it's going to be that one word or that one story that's going to resonate with them.
Right.
And all of a sudden it's going to, in their mind or their ears, it's going to be like your voice just went to 10 because you're going to say it in a way that connects with them. Like you said, that person who can just draw you in the right way. And all of us meet those people in our lives.
Right.
And I could hear the same person talk. It's not going to hit the same way for me. But for you, when you got the opportunity to meet him and then going forward with him, did you ever just get to sit down and talk to him about what drove him to be so disciplined to the point of almost monkish?
It's funny. I've never, in as many years as I know him, I've never asked him that question. But I've had the opportunity to sit with him and just kind of pick his brain a little bit about things. And he's always been that person. I don't know whether or not if that was triggered by some sort of event when he was a child, like, you know, maybe in his upbringing, you know, with his family. I have no idea what it was, but all I know is that his purpose in life and around life is just to be a protector. And for me, he never really even had to say that much. It was just the aura and the presence around him. Like I'm getting chicken skin right now just talking about him, and it's not something weird, but it's just that's who he was as an individual to me. And I think a lot of that was just I was looking for that thing that was going to be what I needed to do, and that was the embodiment of everything that I thought that I needed to try to be or portray later on in my adult life. He's an amazing man. He's an amazing individual. When I've spoken to him in the past before, it's similar to what you were just saying to me before about politics. I hate talking about politics. I've actually lost friends because of the whole conversation on politics, especially when you work in a career for 20 years where you're part of the action arm of the government. You have to be apolitical. You can't really have I could say, oh yeah, I hate this. I don't like that. But you know what? Who's giving me my check? The government. Why did I go there? Just because I felt that it was the thing that I wanted to do. Do I have to like everything? No. But that's what I wanted to do. And that him, for me to ask him, like, well, what qualifies you, or what makes you feel that you're the best qualified individual or the best person for the job, it never ever came to that. To me, it was just like, this is the guy. This is what he does. This is what he wants to do. I'm not saying that that's the only thing he can do. The guy, he's an incredible entrepreneur, but watching what he did, how he did things, that it's clear to me that that guy knew exactly what it was that he was doing when he decided that this is the thing that I wanted to embark my life upon. So
when he came into your life, or you into his life, however you want to refer to it, what was the age difference between you and him?
This is a good one. So, and I've had many individuals like that. So Jex probably was maybe about 10 years older than me, or more, maybe more than that.
And how old were you at the time?
So at that time, when I first met him, was probably 1994. I think it was 1994. So what was that? 26, I think, at that time. Yeah. I was 26 in 1994. And this guy was, established. He ran all the security agencies. Well, not agencies, but he ran all the security for all the major clubs in Miami at that time. At that time, I was just barely out of, I used to do parties in New York. I used to do door at a lot of clubs, and I had a friend and we had like parties, very popular parties in the city, and I used to work at a lot of these different clubs in New York City. So seeing security and being around security, helping with security, doing security, that was it. And he easily could have done anything if he decided. If he wanted to go and drop into special operations, I'm sure he could have made it. He's just got that mindset where he can do anything. Yeah. So he was just one of many people that were older than me and who gave me a lot of influence and purpose. And, there's another story of another guy. And this guy, I give him a lot of the credit for me being able to have made it. Because when I went into the military, so most people, when they go in, they're anywhere between people that decide they're going to emancipate themselves from home at 17, guys that decide, oh yeah, this is the only thing that I want to do in my life. I've been wanting to do this since I'm a little kid. I didn't have that. That's not the way that I grew up. And I went in at 33 thinking that was what I was supposed to do. Sometimes I wish I didn't. I feel like I've always been behind the eight ball, and we can get into a little bit that whole conversation about being behind the eight ball. But yeah, at 33 was when I decided I wanted to go into the military. And so I think at that time, when I'm 33, Jex was already, and this is now we're talking about years later, Jex was, he's already going to be about 10 years older than me. He's in his 40s. I think right now he's got to be about maybe 60 something, and the guy still looks like a ninja. It's crazy. It's like, he's still sharp. He's still sharpening that sword every single day. And he's inspirational to me. Even now, he's still inspirational to me. Like when I call him, it's like, we all have our people that we revere, and of course, obviously growing up, like my dad, I revered my dad, it was ruled with the iron fist. But that guy, Jex, like I look at him as, of course, obviously I have a father, but that he's like, to me, that's a father figure. And that's somebody that I revere, and, yeah, I still respect who he is as an individual, what he's done in life, the effect that he's had in the community that he's been working in. And, he's just somebody that, I wanted to emulate a lot of what I saw in him. And I think that's kind of partially part of the reason why I ended up going into the military at that time, at that age. And also too, is just, I didn't really feel that there was something else that I wanted to do. I didn't know. And, we can get into it a little bit later, but I felt I don't want to say that I felt that choices were limited, but I felt that I was sort of funneling myself into a particular track. And I was like, you know what? I'm already kind of over there. Just go there and experiment and see what it is. Just like people, they go to college and they decide, okay, I'm going to go work in, JP Morgan,
right,
or I'm going to become a lawyer, or I'm going to work, for, maybe a nonprofit, or I'm going to get into politics, or whatever it is. That was just the track that I decided to go. I have friends, entrepreneurs, like I have so many different friends that are like millionaires, and have been millionaires for like a long time. And that's just what they ended up doing. And I just never ever entered my mind, oh, maybe I should be doing something else. So it always felt like that was what I was supposed to go do. So.
And let's take it all the way back. Let's get the full journey.
Mm-hmm.
You're from Trinidad, right?
Trinidad and Tobago.
What year were you born? How long did you live there? And what brought your family to the States?
So born in 1968. My dad, he was a chemical engineer. And this is actually kind of some of the cool stuff about my dad. My dad, he chemical engineer, he had his architectural engineering degree, mechanical engineering degree, electrical engineering degree. Our house that I was born in Trinidad, he made it from everything, like plumbing, electric, foundation, the whole entire thing. The house is still standing. He worked as a police officer back in the day. He worked in the motor pool, and then he ended up being an actual police officer. He got an opportunity to do some sort of a scholarship program where they were looking for engineers or people with like mechanical engineering experience. They were looking for people, and a friend of his who was living in America, he ended up sending him this message like, hey, here's this opportunity. Try to see if you can come over here. And my dad ended up going to America, I believe in 1972. Went to America, ended up securing the job. I was born, like I said, in 68. Came to visit, I believe, around 74. And then traveled back and forth between Trinidad and America. And then like after about 12 years old, we like permanently were in America. My dad, this is a funny thing about him. So West Indian upbringing, pretty rough. Like I'm sure you had, your dad was pretty hard. My dad was hard on us as well. But now take that where you're coming from another country, you come to America, and now my mother, she passed away when I was like 4 years old, 4 years old, right? So what does he feel that he needs to do? He feels, oh, I need to fill that vacuum. I've got to get somebody else as a mother figure to take care of the kids while I'm out working and doing whatever I'm doing. Marries my stepmother, number one stepmother, right? That doesn't go so well. Divorce, dating. My dad was a player.
Met your first stepmother here in the States?
No, he knew her from
Okay.
Trinidad. Brought her with us, the first time, blah, blah, blah. Divorces her, starts dating, doing his thing. We're traveling back and forth. Meets stepmother number 2. Okay, great. Meet this stepmother. Doesn't go well. Divorces her. Meets number 3. In between all of that, loads of girlfriends. By this time now, we're here in America. Loads of girlfriends. Divorces that one. Number 4. I'm like, yeah, I think I'm good. I don't think I need another stepmother. I think we're good. I think you're not very good at marriage. So I think you need to like.
Very much my way or the highway kind of.
That ship has sailed. I told him, and I was like, yeah, and I really don't need another stepmother. I'm like way old enough right now. I really don't need that anymore. So, he wasn't so hot with the marriages, but, there's definitely some qualities that I learned from him, and then there's other things that I learned that I don't want to be when it comes to, what I want to be as a man. But my dad, like I said, chemical engineer, did a lot of really cool things that I'm proud of, or I'm proud of his effect on the world today. He helped develop the tiles on the space shuttle, the original space shuttle.
Wow.
He helped develop the process that oil companies use to crack the oils to bleed out the impurities in the oil to get the highest grade that you can get. And this is actually a really cool one. He helped develop the original fuel cells, which turned into what we have for hybrid vehicles. Toyota bought like every single thing that my dad had some influence in the testing and evaluation of the fuel cells. So now, now we have hybrid vehicles, and my dad was part of that. And that's back in the, I believe that was the early 80s. And my dad was part of that. So, which was actually really cool. So
when your dad came here to the States, was it straight to New York and that's where he stayed, or did he move around the States before you settled here?
So he came to New Jersey, and that's where Engelhard is. Engelhard now turned into BASF, the company. And he settled in New Jersey, in Edison, New Jersey. And we moved back and forth. I think it was like between Edison and maybe Newark area, staying with some people when we would come, and then going back and forth. And then finally we ended up living in Edison, New Jersey. I went to Island Middle School in Island, New Jersey. And then I went to John F. Kennedy High School in Island, New Jersey. And all during that time, he was working for Engelhard, doing all those different projects that I was telling you that he was working on. So,
how did you like it moving here to the States?
When you're a young kid, you don't really know what you don't know. I definitely missed being in Trinidad, but I will tell you this, of course, being from the West Indies, you like the hot weather, you come to America, and in the West Indies, when we talk about people that move up to America, you say, oh yeah, that boy, he moved up to the cold. And I didn't like moving up to the cold, and moving up to the cold was cold, and then, my dad at that time, it was more all about him. My dad, so I was definitely an indentured servant to my dad. I had to know how to cook and clean and do everything, so I've known how to do that since I'm like 8 years old. So I'm very well domesticated, right? And one of the big things my dad was like, my duty was, aside from cleaning and doing whatever in house, my job was to shine his boots, he called them his rocking boots, his rocking boots that he would go out on his dates with to all these women. So that was my job. And if I didn't shine the shoes, I was getting a belt. So, I learned how to shine shoes very well. Never failed an inspection on my boots and shoes while I was in the Navy. But that's another thing. But yeah, so coming here from Trinidad, it's a completely different thing. One of the biggest things for me at that time was never really I don't really feel that I had good lasting relationships with people. As a young man coming from the West Indies, it was difficult. You have the culture gap between us and Americans. It's a completely different type of culture. My friends, all of them were wearing cool clothes, and I didn't get to wear the cool clothes because my dad didn't feel that was something that we needed to focus on. Excuse me. And then just also too, just learning how to deal with, I'm from the West Indies. I'm a minority. I'm coming here to America. I'm going to a school. Yes, there was Black Americans, but I'm different from them. I'm not even in the same group as them. So I'm I don't want to say I'm an anomaly. I'm just a separate entity, and I have to kind of learn how to mix in and be the chameleon in both of those different societies with those kids. And so that was difficult. But, it's just one of those things. Adaptability has to be something that you've got to be able to do. If you can't, then you're just not going to be able to survive. And so adapting to all of these different things, it was just all a learning process. But then on top of that, still having the pressure of the very strict upbringing that I was having with my dad. He ruled with the iron fist between my sister and I. And a lot of it was just because he didn't know any better. And we had to... we didn't know any better. That was life. That was life. So it's like, oh yeah, I didn't pick up this piece of lint off of the carpet. Oh man, I'm gonna get the belt. What it's unfortunate, but whatever. That was what it was. So a little bit of a, I don't want to call it a steep learning curve, but there definitely was a learning curve. You just talked about trajectory just now, almost, incremental trajectory. It was definitely one of these plateaus. It was a lot of that. It was a lot of that coming to America.
Your dad being very well educated, was he you mentioned just you and your sister, no other siblings?
Just my sister and I, yes. I have other sisters, and that's a whole other conversation.
Through all the different stepmoms?
Oh my God. And then other ones where he's like, oh yeah, you got a sister. I'm like, when I just visited my dad, just had his 90th birthday, right? He's like, oh yeah, you have this other sister. I'm like, when were you going to tell me about that? I was like, you know what? That information is completely useless to me. Thank you, but no thank you. So go ahead. Sorry.
That's okay. As far as you and your immediate sisters and your, I'll call it the developmental period, sure. Middle school, high school,
yes.
Coming towards being an adult, was your dad pushing education?
So that's a great question. My dad, his thoughts were, if I wasn't, or if my sister weren't focusing on education, we had to get out. So 18, if you're not, either going to college, or if you're not pursuing education, or if your grades are bad. Well, first off, my grades were terrible. So remember, like I just said, all those different degrees. I've got uncles, computer engineers, heart surgeons, brain surgeons, aunts that are the same, corporate leaders, developers. I've got all these other people in the family. My sister, super smart in school. She's going to be a separate conversation. But all of these people, and here I come, I've got all these different things inundating me. And I'm like, I don't know what the hell I'm doing. And I'm looking at my math homework, and it's like the damn Matrix. And I have no idea what I'm looking at. I don't understand it. I love things like English and history, math and science, not my strong suit. But it's crazy because I got a dad, that's his thing. He's a scientist.
It's part of your DNA.
It's supposed to be part of my DNA, but no, none of that, no osmosis of any of that information came to me. And my dad was not happy with my performance. D's, C's, D's, and F's. That was growing up, C's, D's, and F. I was terrible in school. My sister, though, hated the environment just as much as I probably did. And for me, I didn't necessarily hate it at that time, but my sister had a different relationship, especially with my mom. My sister is 4 years older than me. So she had the experience with my mom. Like when my mom died, I had no recollection, no anything that I can really say, oh yeah, this is something that I cherish. I don't know. So, but my sister does. My sister used that experience of, having such an oppressive lifestyle and, upbringing with my dad. She used the education as a way to be able to get out. And I remember when my sister got her applications, she applied to go to Barnard, and she went to Barnard in New York. And at that point in time, my sister was always my savior. My sister Adele, she's always been my savior. Whenever I got in trouble, she was the greatest negotiator ever. Like I've gotten out of so many beatings because my sister saved me. And, now she's getting ready to leave. And I'm like, oh, now it's just going to be me and him. And that's going to be even worse. But, when you, like I said, I used the word being a chameleon before. Having to kind of learn how to be a chameleon, even if my grades weren't doing well, as long as I looked like I'm putting the effort forward. And my dad was like, well, look, if you're not going to do well in school, start looking at work and start figuring out what it is that you are going to do, because you're going to have to pay your way, or you're going to have to do this and that and the other. So it was always like, okay, well, this is a punishment, but at the same time, it's opening up the door to freedom. And so my sister went away to go to college, and then I was stuck. And man, it was just another step that I wish I didn't have to have happen. But at the same time, it opened up the mindset, like, yes, she's gone, but you'll still be able to navigate and do whatever it is that you need to do. I wish that didn't have to happen. And I wish that the osmosis happened and I had all the smarts in the world. It just didn't work out that way for me. And I don't even want to say that it didn't work out that way. I didn't apply myself well enough. And I think if I would have applied myself more, and it's funny how hindsight is 2020. I've always had a thing about schooling, and man, I suck in school and I'm terrible at this and I'm terrible at that. But then when you see all the different things that you do in your career and you realize like, wow, like I'm in school right now, right? I'm doing a degree, and it's one of these degrees where it's like, oh yeah, you know, if you do this, you're only in school for this amount of time, you get your degree. I'm in the University of Charleston, West Virginia. I'm doing an organizational leadership degree. It's a degree that's very well tailored to military personnel. I got a 4.0, right? I'm still a 4.0 right now. I'm in my capstone course right now. I've got 2 more classes and I'm going to graduate. And I wish I would have applied myself like this before and gotten it done. But you know what? Then life might have been a completely different story. I might not have been here with you right now. So
very, very true.
Yeah.
You and I are a lot alike. My high school years were, you know, to me, if I got a D, that was a pass. Mm. And part of it was because I didn't have a real solid vision of my future.
Sure.
But a lot like what you're saying, my dad was first generation Italian, came here, you know, when he was a young boy. And he only knew one way to be a father, and that was stern, hard punishment.
Yep.
And it's my rules. You play the game my way.
Sure.
And so much of, especially my high school years, the motivation was to try to get back at him. But all I was doing was getting back at myself,
right,
by not applying myself, by not putting any effort into it.
Right.
So again, like you said, though, hindsight's 2020. And if you were to give me the option sitting here today to change anything in my past, I wouldn't, because I always tell people I love my life today.
Yep.
And if you go back and change anything in my past, I'm not where I'm at today.
So that's a great assessment that you just gave just now. And that's one of the things when people ask me about, like, oh, you know, well, wasn't it bad? Yeah, it was bad. But I mean, that's what my dad knew, you know, and he didn't have any other tools and he didn't have any other mentors giving him guidance on what to do. I mean, that's the way he was raised. So he just figured that was the best way for it, you know, to go down for us as kids. What I gained from that was, like you just said, you know, I didn't necessarily look at it as a way of getting back at him. I never ever felt that I wanted some sort of retribution to my dad. If anything, I always looked at it as, okay, this is X. I didn't like X, or I didn't get a good result from X. What can I take out of X and apply it for me in the future? Like, I mean, okay, so going through buds, right? I have 3 boys. So my oldest son, he came with my wife Kitty, came with my wife when I got my orders. And I think it was in 2003, he bit some kid in school. He's like 3 years old or whatever. He bit some kid in school. So it's 2001. It's in 2001 when this happened. And in all of, you know, my incredible knowledge or brain power, I figured, well, okay, I've been going through buds. This worked for me in buds. I'm going to do this to my kid. I go and I get him wet and sandy. Like, this is a 3-year-old kid. I was like, let me paint a picture, right? We live in Imperial Beach. We're at home. I have like the day off or something like this, or I had to go get him from school. So I'm walking with him from school and I'm explaining to him and all these different verbose terminology and this and that. Yeah, you know, can't do that. This, you have to be able to have another way of being able to express your frustrations, this and that and the other. We get all the way to the beach. And I was like, so all of this being said, now we're going to dole out the punishment. What is the punishment? You're going to go and you're going to get wet and sandy. What the hell is wet and sandy to a little kid? He's like, what do you mean? I was like, you're going to go into the ocean. Thank God it wasn't a bad day in terms of like surf. You're going to go into the ocean fully clothed, and then you're going to go and you're going to roll around in the sand, and then you're going to go back in the ocean, come back out, roll again. So I made him do this a number of cycles. And then you know how right now, like everyone is their own news agency and everyone's got their phone. There was this lady sitting there watching the whole thing go down, and she calls the cops. Oh my God. I almost got my son taken away from me. My wife, well, she wanted to kill me.
that was the conversation I wanted when you came home. I wanted to know what your wife said about that.
Oh, dude. Oh, it was not good. I mean, big, bad, tough guy and going through Navy SEAL. When you tell your wife, oh yeah, the cops almost took our son away and, we almost lost our kid. Yeah, that's not a good conversation to have. So, yeah. But I mean, so in all my wisdom, I thought, oh yeah, that was the best thing to do. And literally that was just a different version of my dad and what my dad had put on us. And then I was like, you know what? I can't do that. I didn't want to sit there and beat my kids. Did I ever beat my kids? 100%. That's what I knew, but I just didn't want to do what happened to me. Like, I mean, in today's, terminology, that would have been complete child abuse, the stuff that had happened to me. But again, I learned from it and I was like, okay, this is what you don't do. Now, not only just about what you don't do in terms of as a parent to a child, but as me as an individual thinking like, oh, is there another way that I could have learned not to do this as opposed to doing this and thinking like, oh yeah, this is my only thing. What could my dad have said to me that would make me not decide to do this action, which caused this effect? And so those are things that I gleaned from my experience as a kid growing up. And I just didn't want to perpetrate that on my kids. And so it's like, it went from, okay, every once in a while the belt to, how, as a dad, you get the look and you can do the look and your kids know like, oh, if dad gives that look, that's the end. And then it went to, okay, well, we don't want to do physical pain with an instrument. So I will give you physical pain that you will do for yourself. So you'll do exercise. And so I just exercise that crap out of my kids. And then now I have these monsters in my house. And it's like, okay.
6 years old in the front leaning rest position.
These kids were the best at burpees ever. The best at burpees and running and push-ups. I remember one time my son, I forget, my middle son, he did something. I don't remember what the hell it was. And I was like, I had a pull-up bar in my house and I told him to hang on the pull-up bar. And I was like, and if you fall off the pull-up bar, I'm going to beat you more. That dude stayed up on the pull-up bar, I kid you not, for like 15 minutes where I was like, holy crap, I can't do that. And I'm sitting there watching and I was like, don't fall on my motorcycle. I had like a stable of motorcycles in the garage. And I'm like, don't you fall on my motorcycle. And I'm like, holy crap. Like, I should have recorded this and sent it to like Guinness Book of World Records. But the thing is though, it's like, you learn, again, adaptability is a big thing. You learn how to adapt to scenarios. Now it's like, sometimes I feel like I'm a guidance counselor and sometimes I feel like, like I'm trying to be the world's greatest psychologist when I'm talking to my kids, but there's some days where, the devil's on the shoulder and he's like, get the belt. You know what I mean? But it's like, no, you can't get the belt. It's like, that doesn't, if anything, I don't want my kids growing up resenting me. I never resented my dad. I love my dad to death, but I know my sister didn't like him. And I know the relationship that they have is completely done, and it's never going to be repaired. And which is unfortunate, but I mean, she's made her peace with it. And, and it's funny because my dad is so stuck in his ways. He won't fix or help repair the situation. He'll never apologize and be like, oh, well, I could have been a better, father or whatever. And it sucks, but I don't want to be in that position where I'm thinking about this later on in life. How could I have made my relationship better with my kids? Was this the best way for them to see me at my potential? I don't want them to see me in some sort of a bad light. I don't want them to see like the home dynamic to be like, oh yeah, this is normal. This is the way that it should be. I don't want my kids to have that. So that's definitely one thing that if there was something I wish I could definitely change, I wish that the way that we were raised as kids, I wish it was better. And I wish we had, like, the relationship that I have in my house with my kids. I love my relationship that I have with my kids. All of my boys are great young men. I've got 3 boys, and they're all great young men. What's great is when you go out and you see people and they're like, oh, so-and-so, so Kobe, Koa, and Colin, right? Oh, Kobe, he's so sweet. He's so great. And I'm like, damn, I wish that would translate to, hey, clean your room or, whatever. But when they're out, there's never going to be a time where I have to ever question anything about what those boys are doing. There's never a time where I have to ever question about those boys not sticking up for their friends. There's never a question about me worrying about whether or not if the boys are going to be making decisions which they'll go and regret later on in life. If you're going to get into a fight, great. Have a good reason to get into a fight. I always tell them, and they always think it's a joke. I was like, keep it in your pants unless you're ready to become me. You know what I mean? And so and they're like, oh, absolutely not. I don't want anything to do with kids right now, which is great. So then and then on top of that, the boys are all church boys. They all go to church, but they're great in everything that they do. My oldest son, he's a Coronado Beach lifeguard for the last 8 years. He's presently doing his EMT certification, going to go on to do his paramedic, and then he's going to go to the fire academy.
Very cool.
Which is awesome. My middle son, he's a D1 rugby player over at St. Mary's up in Moraga. He's 210 pounds and eats everything out of the house. And then my youngest son, he's going to be 16 in March. And he's a 4-time world champion in jiu-jitsu. And he's a straight A student in school. And I couldn't be more blessed. My wife and I, we couldn't be more blessed with that. It's a complete opposite from what I grew up with.
The odd thing I'll say, and it's not a curse.
Yeah.
But you learned how you didn't want to parent from your father. We've all made mistakes as parents. There are things with my children that if they're listening to this episode, I am sorry from the bottom of my heart. The decisions and the things that I said, did, and I wish that I could go back and change that.
Sure.
I can't. I can only go forward. And like you're saying with your father, I apologize every chance I can.
Sure.
But the flip side to that is you raised 3 young men who are strong, independent, well-behaved. And the problem is they've adapted this maturity at a young age to where they're confident in making their own decisions. Unfortunately, it now butts up with your rules.
Yeah.
And now that's where you have to start realizing, okay, I can't keep hammering them.
Yeah.
I've got to let them start making their own decisions. If they want to have their room a mess, I don't have to sleep in it.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But that's hard as a parent.
Yeah.
To kind of turn that off and go, all right, make your own decisions.
Yeah.
My bumpers are going to start getting wider and wider because you're going to have to make your own life decisions.
Yeah. No, and that point exactly, it's like, when you're growing up and it's my way or the highway, or these are my rules. This is the way that you will live in my house. Well, first off, it was very difficult for me to live in like complete like pandemonium like that. Like I can't have every single piece of clothing that I own just laying around on the floor and you're sitting there doing the the search for one sock. I don't want to do that. But on the grand scheme of things is these guys, they have a house that they live in. They've got food, not necessarily unlimited food, but they've got food anytime that they want to eat. They have a shelter. They have a place to come back to and reset. And, I'm happy and I'm proud to be able to offer that to them. If they can't clean up their room, I can make suggestions. I can come in and make them feel bad by like, hey, I'm going to help you, and start making or cleaning up the room to the point as to where they're like, no, I'll do it. And then once you start doing that, like playing the tricks, but I don't want to do tricks like that. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, my oldest son, he's got an amazing girlfriend that he's with right now, right? She's actually going for her master's in cognitive speech therapy, right? So her mother's a cognitive speech therapist. And so the way that I look at her, and she's great, right? She's here and she's like, hey, you need to come up. So I think that's why he's feeling the impetus to like, oh, I need to kind of like up my game, getting a paramedic, going to the fire academy. Service industry, that's him. He wanted to go to the military. He had asthma, tried to see about getting a waiver, but the Navy was the Navy did a lot of weird stuff over the last like 10 years. Wasn't able to confidently secure something as a legacy child of a former Navy SEAL. Not very difficult to be able to get a waiver or whatever to get in, especially if you have something like asthma. If you don't have the asthma since you're like 12 years old, but you got to fill out form 797.6B. Oh, well, you filled out A, you forgot to fill out B. Come on, man. Life's not that crazy. It's not that critical. So he's doing service in another way, still giving back. Great. Do you, that's the way he's going to end up going. I'm thinking from a completely other viewpoint. He's got this girlfriend who's here, and is this what he wants her to see? Like that aspect. And I'm sitting there worrying about stuff that's, it's completely inconsequential to me. Why am I worrying about that? Why does it matter? If she likes him for him, great. Be as messy as you want to be. Do your thing. I'm not going to tell you anything. You know what I mean? So, but as long as you're still able to come home, we have a great relationship, and I don't have to ever come to the decision, something that I heard many times from my dad: if you don't do X, I'm going to disown you. Oh my God, that was the biggest thing. Lording over my head. My dad lorded that over my head for years, where I was like, oh my God, I don't want to lose my family name. No, it's never going to be that. So for me, like, I'm just happy with what's going on with them.
At this point in time in my life, I would definitely say that as a young man, and this is across the board, a very total generalization. A young man needs a woman that's above him, because we don't mature as quickly as women do.
Right.
And you really having somebody who's above you. And this is not, you can still be equals and they can be above you. What I'm saying is somebody that motivates you to be the best person you can be.
Right.
A young man needs that.
Yeah, absolutely. And not only just someone who is a motivator, but then also to someone that has high moral value, who has high self-esteem for themselves and what they're envisioning in terms of their future. And then on top of that too, is goal-oriented and is like, hey, this is where I'm going. If you want to be with me, we need to be on the same page. And I think that's what he has with her. And she's actually really cool. She's funny. And, it's like he had another girlfriend. Great. Girl was great. Actually, it was, I'm not even going to talk about that one. But that's all I care about, And if he's going to have girlfriends, great. Just as long as they're good. Just as long as he had one girlfriend, wow, it was really questionable. And I was like, yeah, that's not going to work. You can't. That was where I was like, yeah, you can't live here if you're going to date that one. That was the only one where I ever said, I basically was like, yeah, I did my dad on him. Like, yeah, you can't live here if you're going to date that girl. But yeah, I'm glad. Every other girlfriend that he's had before, after that, it's been good.
Not to make a generalization, but you can fall back on and go, I was a team guy. I know what's going to end up with that relationship. I've seen it.
Yeah. So it's 100%. It's a true statement, but the way that I grew up and just my thinking, like I never drank, never did drugs, never was out in the bars, never was chasing women. I never did any of that type of stuff. So that wasn't really an influence for me. And then I'd had so much life experience before I even got into the Navy. Like at that time, okay, so growing up in New York, living in New York City and, in my young 20s and going out to the clubs and this and that. Yeah.
And still didn't drink?
Never. Didn't drink. I sang in a punk rock band, a straight edge punk rock band. I I used to go to like, sometimes I used to go to like reggae clubs, of course, from the West Indies I'll bring in and stuff like that, and dance halls and stuff. And I never, ever smoked weed. It was funny because I would go there and people would be smoking.
You didn't need to smoke it. You're just around
literally,
it.
I'm like, I'm doing that in the club. I'm just getting secondhand, but it wasn't like I was intentionally going there. I was going there for the thing, but I mean, never, ever did any drugs. Never smoked. I remember I came to San Diego. Guys are all dipping. They all have these big things, you know, and after you watch Predator and you see Jesse Ventura with the big thing and spitting on the ground, I'm like, oh, that's kind of cool. When you try it, or when I tried it, and I'm like,
the headache.
No, thank you. No desire. Never did anything like steroids or any of that type of stuff. That's just not my life. I was always a straight edge guy. Never was. Even now, like rarely, if ever, drink. Like rarely. It's got to be a very rare occasion. I've got, what's the term a friend of mine calls it? Skunky beer. I've got skunky beer in my fridge. I've got these skunky beers that have been there, I kid you not, probably well over a year and a half. They're never going to get drank. They're going to have to get cracked open and poured down the drain. Never going to get drank. I'm not going to drink them. I've got these, like soju. Yeah, I went on one of my deployments to Pacific Theater, went to Korea. I love Korea. Korea is amazing. Got some soju. It's not something that calls to me like, oh, I need to go into the fridge and I gotta go get a soju, or I gotta go get a beer, or I gotta drink this whiskey. Oh, God, shots. Oh. All right, so let me get into this. Coming into the military, told you, my mentor was like, hey, if you're gonna go in, go in, but of course, obviously, the drawback is, that you're gonna be in the military. Cool, right? Coming from Trinidad and Tobago, former Commonwealth of England, tried being a New York City fireman in 1998, was in New York City when the World Trade Center got bombed.
The first time?
The first time I was working as again, telling you about jack of all trades. I was the assistant office building manager of the building that was the PBA building, where the PBA actually was. And bomb goes off. We hear everything. Everyone's pandemonium, blah, blah, blah. Okay, cool. Never thinking anything about it. Just like, oh, damn, that building just got bombed, right? 1998 comes around. I decide my Thai boxing career, because I was a, semi-professional Thai boxer. I had a great fight with this guy, Alex Gong, rest in peace, in 1997. It was for the national title. Didn't go my way. I helped establish the first Thai boxing school with this teacher, Ajahn Phil Nurse, in New York City. Me and another guy named Nestor Marte. We helped establish the first official official Thai boxing school in New York City, rather. And this was like in 1992. 1998, I'd had a number of fights in England, in Thailand, in America, trained all over the world, trained in Thailand multiple times, taught I don't know how many classes, so many classes, and had this fight, and I was hoping to be the standard bearer for the school in terms of like get a real championship, whatever. It didn't end up happening. So led me to...
In the early 90s or that period, is there decent money in being a professional Thai boxer if you win?
There was zero money. So it was like the only way to make anything out of that was becoming a complete journeyman. You got to leave, you got to go, and you got to travel the international circuit. Only countries that were really doing Thai boxing at that time at a high level were, of course, Thailand, where it's from, France, Holland, and England was kind of like fledgling. Still kind of like there because there was some my teacher's from England originally. He's from Barbados, but lived in England, in northern England, in Bury and Manchester area. And those are the only places that were really doing. Italy, not really so much. Germany, not really so much. Australia, not so much. Nowhere else really was as concentrated, like, let's say, like a place like France or Holland. Those two places, absolutely. You could go and be on the international circuit in Europe and whatever, and you could probably make money. Maybe not loads of money, not like Chuck Norris money or Bill Superfoot Wallace money, but you can make money at that time. Living in America, not so much. There was zero Thai boxing. I remember some of the first Thai boxing shows that I did in New York City. There's a lot of the greats, like there's a guy named Matt Serra, well-known, well-respected. He has a UFC Unfiltered. I was doing Thai boxing shows with him. They were still doing jiu-jitsu in a boxing ring. Like, I mean, they didn't even have the octagon really at that time. So he's sitting there doing jiu-jitsu matches in a boxing ring, literally right after, like, let's say I had a Thai boxing match. So that's the way it was back then. So having this big match, and this was actually cool. It was on ESPN2. Fought this guy. This guy was world-renowned, well-known, the pinnacle of American Thai boxing at the time. Fought him, and the fight was a very, very exciting fight. And 5th round, last minute of the fight, I got a TKO with leg kicks. So I lost by TKO with leg kicks. A lot of circumstances with that fight. I'm not going to make any excuses. First international, like major international fight, which would have led to a championship for the North American title. But losing 23 pounds in 20 days for a fight, training overseas, and then coming over, not being able to eat, and then weighing in the day of the fight and not allowing yourself to be able to eat doesn't necessarily help you, in your cause. I'm not going to use that as any sort of an excuse. Alex Gong won on that day. We tried to get a rematch, and we talked to his coach, talked to him directly, literally right after the fight. Yeah. We'll do it. Never end up being able to make that happen. For whatever reasons it was. Okay, cool. Well, I started getting disenchanted with the whole idea of Thai boxing. And then remembering that I started, or I went to selection at 33, that's 5 years before. So here I am, I'm 28 as a Thai boxer, thinking, oh yeah, maybe is this going to be a career? There is no career at 28 as a Thai boxer. It's like, how long do I really think I can do that? Could I? Yeah, I mean, absolutely, you could do it. But it just didn't really make any sense. Am I really going to uproot my life and go and just be a journeyman and make peanuts? And what happens if I break my leg in Europe somewhere and, whatever? Okay. Fast forward, I'm talking to Jex, the Ronin, right? I tell him, he knows that I'm doing executive protection, where I'm starting to get introduced to doing more executive protection. And I see what he does all the time. I really was enamored with it. And I go down to Miami one day, and I'm watching him control a room, control a crowd. It's completely packed out, in Miami, one of the hottest clubs in Miami. And I'm his shadow, and I'm watching everything that he's doing. And then we have this conversation about, what are you going to do, AJ? And I'm like, I don't know, Jex, I'm kind of like, I don't know what it is that I'm supposed to do, but I feel that it's got to do something with, maybe security, executive protection. He's like, okay, cool. And then he tells me, I think that's a good idea, but I think you should set your goals a little bit higher than just being, a guy in the Army or a guy in the Marine Corps or a guy in the Navy. You have some skills you might be able to impart on whatever service it is. You're highly trained. You have that mindset where you can take information, process it, and then be able to do a particular sequence or outputs from that information that you have. He's like, maybe you should go into special operations. So I was like, okay, cool. I start thinking, you know what? Is life really that critical for me here right now? Don't have a wife, don't have kids. I've been traveling around and doing all this different stuff in terms of training and everything. Why don't I just start a new chapter? I decided I was going to go and leave America, and I was going to go to England. And I have family in England. So I have family in England, family in America, family in the West Indies. I said, I'm going to go to England and try to see if I can go to the British Para Regiment. That was my original plan. And why? Because at that point in time, I was like, okay, he told me about special operations. And he was like, yeah, you should think about like the SAS or whatever. And I'm like, okay, the SAS, that sounds amazing. The Iranian embassy siege, that was only just a few years before. huge acclaim to the SAS, shadow organization, super ninjas from England, not even fast rope, rappelling into a building, shooting terrorists, doing all of this incredible stuff. And I was like, wow, that's what I want to do. I got every book on SAS, SBS. I read so much. I knew all of the history, reading about them and their desert, all the desert campaigns that they'd done since World War II. And I was like, yeah, that's it. That's what I'm going to end up doing. Then I had an epiphany one day. I was like, okay, what happens if I go and it doesn't work out? And then how long is this going to go? Or how long is it going to take for me to be able to go from point A to point X? And so I just had a thought, and I was like, am I really going to leave? And I'm not even telling you everything. Professional Muay Thai fighter at this time. And it's completely incongruent to that whole entire career, being a professional Muay Thai fighter and doing the door at clubs. I was a professional model. I was Tommy Hilfiger campaign, Levi's Dockers. I mean, major campaigns. Tommy Hilfiger for years and years was one of my main clients. Levi's Dockers, TV commercials, ads, everything for years and years. I was a very well-established male model in New York at the time, doing all the shows in London, Milan, Paris, New York City, magazines, tons of magazines, billboards, advertisements. This was actually kind of funny. I kind of just peeling it back a little bit. I told you my sister was really great in school. I was terrible in school. And I remember one day, this was just after Tommy Hilfiger campaign, worldwide campaign. It's me, blah, blah, blah. And it's literally just me on this billboard. And its billboards are everywhere all over the world. And I remember I came back to my school and I had my math teacher who I didn't like. I hated this guy.
So this is while you were in high school?
This is why, no. This is just after I graduated from high school. Mr. Attardi. Mr. Attardi, he drove a Fiat X19. I think that's what it was. With the convertible top. He wore the penny loafers with no socks, chinos, polo with the little pastel colored, kind of like Diesel, a little bit grayed hair. Used to wear like, the glasses, like the readers, but he had like good looking, charismatic guy. Wow, I hated him so much. And Mr. Attardi was like, oh, why can't you be like your sister? And my sister actually hated him, and I didn't know that she hated him too. And she just couldn't stand his smug attitude or whatever, but she only just dealt with it just to get out of the class. And I remember I came back to the school just because, you want to sometimes come back to your roots. I come back to the school. I say, hey, Mr. Attardi, how you doing? Oh, blah, blah, blah. Oh, wow. I saw your billboard over at the train station. I was like, imagine that. The guy and this is in front of the whole class. The guy that did so terribly in your class is now stacking chips in the bank. I got billboards all over the world. And what are you doing? You're still teaching math. And I just said that. I was like, Mr. Attardi, thank you so much for motivating me to do more. Not that I did anything. Going in front of a camera and getting your picture taken and then luckily getting it plastered on some billboard is not real work. That's not real work. That's luck. It's time and space came together. You were allowed to be there and do that. That's not real work. It's not going to last forever. But it was cool. I felt like I had a little comeuppance and I came there and I was able to do that. But fast forwarding, going back.
For somebody operating in that environment, and you obviously, like I said, you're getting notoriety, what would be the natural trajectory in that field? Did you have any mentors in that field who, all right, you ride this train for a little while, you've got the looks, you've got the physique, but what would be next if you were to stay in that vein?
I wish I did. Zero. I mean, again, it was, I fell into it, but it was one of those things where it was like, there was a person, you get discovered, right? Someone discovered me, a person named Douglas, he discovered me and he was like, oh, blah, blah, blah. Here, come do this fashion show. And first you're like, do I want to go to this fashion show? What's happening here? But then you do it, you get the experience, you meet other people that are aspiring to do the same sort of thing as well. And then he's like, hey, go talk to this person. He works at a model agency. I'll go and I talk to that person at a model agency. Now the booker's starting to try to give you work. Great, awesome. Oh, hey, we need you to go to Milan for 4 months. Cool, I'll go to Milan for 4 months. Go there, do some photos, do the fashion shows, live in Milan, live internationally for a little bit. For me, it was like, I loved my life in my 20s. I loved my life. I just did whatever the hell it was that I wanted to do. I had nothing tying me back. But what you just said there just now, I wish I would have had somebody that was a mentor, who could have guided me into what was going to be next. But what do you really tell someone, from the modeling field? It's like, okay, well, what do you want to do? Do you want to be a creative? Do you want to maybe transition that into going into acting or whatever it is? I didn't really have that, and I wish that I did. Everything just kind of is like, my booker hated me because I would do all the work, and then I tell him, hey, I'm out. What do you mean you're out? Yeah, I'm going to go to Thailand, and I'm going to be in Thailand for the next 3 months training. He's like, well, there's all this work. I'm like, yeah, I know. It'll be there when I get back. And my booker, God bless his soul, Will, I don't know why he put up with me. I mean, I did well, and whenever he needed me to come back to go do some work, I was like, hey, but this is what I need for my own mental clarity. I need to be able to go away. And this is never going away in terms of what I want to do. I will be in Thailand. When I get back, I will work for you. But it's only just during this time, I'm going to go to Thailand and I'm going to go to train. And I would do that all the time. And, and he was like, all right, that's what you want to do. Yep. And the same thing, Paris, if I had to go to Paris, oh, we have this booking. I was like, hey, can we figure out the schedule so I can go train? Everything was all built off of me being able to go train and do whatever it is I want to do. Again, completely incongruent with being a model, being a professional Muay Thai fighter or semi-professional Muay Thai fighter. Completely incongruent. Anyways, I wish I would have had that, but, just, again, same thing. Maybe if I would have had that, this exchange wouldn't be happening. So I'm glad in a way that things went the way that they did, but at the same time, having a little bit of guidance would have been nice.
We're going to get into it. You still ended up in a movie.
Yeah, yes. I've been fortunate to be in a couple projects.
So you look, couple things. You looked at the New York City Fire Department.
Yep.
That didn't obviously work out.
Because I wasn't an American citizen.
Okay.
So as a green card holder, you can't get a federal job, or at least I don't know if the rules have changed, but you couldn't get a federal job at that time. So what did I need to do? So 1998, they were like, yeah, you can't be a fireman. That sucked because I was like, I totally wanted to be a New York City fireman. And transitioning from the idea like, well, why would I go to England and possibly throw everything away, especially from...
Were you going to have to go through a citizenship process in England?
Because I was a Commonwealth status citizen of England because of my Trinidad and Tobago citizenship. And it would have been, I said to myself, I was like, why would I give everything away? All the money, all the success, everything that I've been able to accomplish has been here in the United States. Why would I give all of that up and go to England to uncertainty? And nothing is ever certain. You can try to set yourself up for success, but nothing is ever certain. But that epiphany told me, like, what happens if you go there and something happens, like you break your leg or, it just doesn't end up working out. I was like, there's no point in me going over there. And then now I'm going to have to uproot everything. Not that I had a lot, but it just didn't make any sense to me. And so that's when I started, exploring about going into the military and seeing what was available to me, what resonated with me. And I started making my decision tree process, and it ended up being the Navy. And the reason why it ended up being the Navy, was it was the fastest route or the fastest track to be able to get to the special operations pipeline. Literally, you pick you go to boot camp, you go to A school. Your A school is the shortest school that you can get to selection. And a lot of guys, that's what they did. They didn't care what the school was, just as long as it was short enough as to where you can get ready to go into selection. I didn't want to go to a school for like 4 or 5 months. I wanted a 5-week-long school, which is what I got. I think it was QMA, Quartermaster A school. Went to QMA school and then checked in.
What year did you go in the Navy?
So in September of 2001. So I joined the Navy. Citizenship, paperwork, 1998, put in my paperwork for citizenship. I get my citizenship in April of 2001. It took that long to process the paperwork. 1 year before that, I had surgery. I was prepping myself. I was telling you about influential people. The other influential person was a guy named Vadim Kazatsky. This guy, between Jex, Vadim Kazatsky, and another person, Stu Smith. Those are the three people. And then, no, I have to say four. And then my Thai boxing teacher, Ajay James. Between those four, those are the four people that I will give all the credit in terms of me being able to be prepared. One more person, Jack Walston, rest in peace. He was a former SEAL as well. Those five people are the people that helped me get prepared and ready to become a Navy SEAL. Stu Smith, with all of his workout programs that he had already had. Jack Walston, he had these things called a SEAL PT course that he used to do in New York City. And he used to do like these corporate beatdown sessions. And I don't understand why people that are rich decide that they want some angry man to yell at them and beat them down. But that's what they want to do. And, if that's what they feel is what they need to, breathe or be able to get out the frustration of the corporate landscape, great, good for them. And that's what they needed at that time. But man, he was angry. He was an angry man. Vadim Kazatsky, he was one of the students at the Thai boxing school that we helped create. My teacher, John Phil Nurse, says, hey, Vadim he's from Russia originally. He was on the Russian national swimming team as a kid. He ran the Marathon des Sables, across the Sahara Desert. He's an ultra marathoner, ran the Gobi Desert, did like these equestrian events across those deserts as well. The guy is a triathlete. He's incredible. And this guy, just like Jex, he's at least 10 years older than me. And so he was like, hey, why don't you talk to Vadim? I didn't know how to swim. So he's like, yeah, why don't you talk to Vadim? He might be able to give you some help in terms of like swimming and this and that. And I'm like, okay, cool. I start talking with him. He hears what it is that I want to do. He's like, oh yeah, I'll totally help you. And I'm like no questions asked. And it was no money exchange. This was me and Paul Pantani getting in shape with each other to go and do something that you're not going to do, but I'm going to go do, right? That's what Vadim did. He volunteered his time. He volunteered all the effort and the pain that we went through for my whole process over 3 years of preparing myself to get ready. And it wasn't because it was 3 years to prepare to get ready. It was because 3 years I had to wait for my citizenship. There was nothing else I could do, right? So 3 years wasn't all training. The 3 years was putting in my paperwork for citizenship, doing my research about which military service that I wanted to end up going into, and then whittling down that whole process and being like, okay, this is what I want to do. Vadim and I get the Stu Smith book, the 12 weeks to Bud's workout or whatever it was. I think that's the name. Vadim and we start looking at this book and we start making a schedule, start making a plan about like, hey, let's do this. Okay, cool. Vadim, if I did 100 push-ups, this 45-year-old man or whatever he was, he's at least 10 years older than me. If I did 100 push-ups, Vadim did 103. If I did 15 pull-ups, Vadim did 19. If I ran, let's say a 9-minute mile and a half, Vadim did an 8:30. And it was like that the whole entire time. Swimming, I couldn't swim to save my life. And Vadim got me to the point as to where I think on my test, it was like an 8:48 or whatever it was. And I never would have had that push or that drive to be able to go and do what I did if I didn't have him. And I mean, literally every single workout that I did, Vadim pushed me every single workout. So like I give that guy, almost more credit than everybody else. Yes, Stu Smith, I used his book. And then I also was able to fortunately secure a letter of recommendation from him for, because I had to get an age waiver. But Vadim literally did every single workout, every single pool session, every single pull-up session, all of the stuff that we did. And then on top of that, we were still training Thai boxing in the evening, which was great. So it's like I already had my reserve was already fairly high. And that only just got incrementally higher just from getting the strength component now with Stu's stuff. And this is a guy who was, I believe, working at JP Morgan. That guy was a millionaire, a mega millionaire. That guy didn't need to do any of the stuff that I was doing, but he was just so motivating. He really pushed me to be the best, and so that's, and that's an amazing quality, because I'm sure he must have been the most awesome boss to have working in the corporate space, because that guy was going to be in the trenches with you, doing every single thing that you're doing. He understands the track. He understands the hardships, and he's doing everything. And so Vadim and I, we had a lot of really great conversations. But I mean, that guy, he did everything. He didn't need to do it, but he did. May of 2000, I get laser surgery after conferring with Vadim. I get laser surgery in my eyes. I had to get PRK because I had 20/70 in this eye, 2400 in this eye. So pretty skewed. Fortunately, I was able to have the surgery, or I was elected, or I had the ability to be able to have the surgery. Some people can't have the surgeries. Had the surgery and had to wait a year in recovery, and then had to have the eyes tested, and then I'd have to have that, the findings of that test be able to be part of my med record so that I could go to the Navy when I eventually ended up getting the waiver. So during all of that time, getting, letters of recommendation from senators, congressmen, active duty and retired Navy SEALs, doing the SEAL PST 13 times with a SEAL reservist captain, getting letters of recommendation and going in training with Stu Smith at his facility in Maryland, doing all of this stuff, culminating into me finally being able to get a package, literally that was like the size of this book, and coming in and be like, throwing it on the recruiter's desk and saying to the recruiter, like, hey, this is what I want to do. I don't want to do anything else. Don't try and pitch me on any other kind of thing. I'm already old. I need a waiver. Here's all of this stuff. And this is what I want to do. And so, it was funny going into the recruiter's office, because the recruiter's like, well, I can't really snow you because it sounds like you know a lot of people. And, fortunately, there was a guy, and I give credit to him. There's a guy named Sean Chittick. He was a SEAL officer. And I remember he got my package. And it's funny, Sean Chittick, I've never met him face to face. I've been in contact with him for years and years. We talk to each other, sometimes via text message. We're on a Signal group together. And I have never physically met the man. But this is, for me, like I'm indebted to him. He helped push my package. Finally ended up getting accepted. I got my waiver to be able to come in. It's an age waiver, and an age waiver and eye waiver that I needed to get in to come into the military. Joined the Navy. I got all of that paperwork. I got my citizenship April 2001. May 2001, I leave and I join the Navy, right?
I'm going to pause you real quick.
Sure.
Two things I'd like to know. What was your dad's take on you deciding to join the military? And then it sounds like you're really close with your sister. What was your sister's take on it?
So, great questions. Remember, I told you before, I always felt, or I don't know if I actually really enunciated this. I always felt inadequate when it came to my dad, because I feel on some level I let him down by not being able to manifest the education component within me to be able to do better, or in what would be better in his eyes. So I always felt that I'd not done enough to gain approval. And it was funny, because when you start getting these realizations as a young man, like, oh, maybe there is some sort of approval here, with the Thai boxing, my dad coming and seeing me at fights, and my dad cheering for me, and, and I win. And, it's never, how, okay, you know how there's some fathers, the kids go and they play sports and they're the greatest fan ever, or they're maybe the assistant coach, or that's not my dad. My dad was never that person, right? So having him come and see my events, that was awesome for me, but it never was like what I envisioned kids whose families like, oh, my dad pushed me to go do this. And my dad has been here my whole entire career. My dad, for me, I think, you know, me going and becoming doing the martial arts, it was kind of like, well, what the hell else is he going to do? You know what I mean? It wasn't really like, oh yeah, he's focused. He's going to do this and he's going to go here. In my mind, I'm building it up to be something maybe it even wasn't. I don't know. But that's in my mind. I always felt like, okay, I hadn't done enough. I hadn't met his approval as of yet. My dad would come.
To you, I would say you felt your dad looked at it like you're just screwing around.
Exactly. I felt completely inadequate. I always felt inadequate with my dad. And then, you know, I tell my dad, so that was one of the things too. My dad always threatened if I wasn't doing well enough, oh yeah, I'm going to bring you to boot camp. Well, here it is. Now I'm going to boot camp on my own. You didn't even have to send me. And I think maybe at first he probably was a little bit thrown off by it, but then who knows? Maybe he thought that was probably, you know, maybe the best thing because it's going to get me off of the streets. Not that there was ever any worry about that. It's going to get me off of the streets. Okay. So
it's something stable.
Exactly. So his son, you know, the weirdo kid who's, you know, kind of looks like Steve Urkel and, you know, didn't have like the cool friends or any of that stuff. He didn't have to think about like, okay, well, he's going and doing this skateboarding thing. He's going to like punk rock shows. Is he going to start doing drugs? Am I going to have to? He never had to worry about any of that type of stuff. I mean,
that's right. You mentioned the punk rock thing. I forgot about that.
Oh yeah. My dad never had to really worry about any of that. And now when I tell him, hey, I'm going to join the military, I had a cousin who was in the military, but nobody else in our family, you know, especially from the West Indies. I told you my dad was a cop, but he wasn't like a cop forever. He was working in the motor pool and then he was, you know, doing like repair and then he became like a cop. But he wasn't really like, you know, like Starsky and Hutch or doing anything like that, right? I think he probably felt that, okay, maybe this is what it is that he needs to do. He wasn't doing so hot in school. Okay, cool. He wants to go and join the military. Great. Perfect. I don't have to worry about it. Great. So I think maybe there was a level of acceptance in terms of that, in terms of him knowing that, okay, well, he's already disciplined. I'm not going to have to worry about him. He's going to have a stability. He's going to have a job where he can go in and maybe do bigger and better or whatever. But even his experience with what the hell the military was, I don't think he knew what really the military was or what they did or career paths that you could go into the military. I didn't even really know what it was. And then my sister, I never really asked her what her thoughts were. But I think for her, it was like, okay, yeah, that's just my brother's adventure. You know, she was supportive, but I think she didn't really even have the opportunity to really talk with me about it just because it was like, this was my decision. Like, I mean, okay, like when I decide I'm going to go do the Thai boxing thing and, you know, and fighting all over the place and blah, 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 you know, she heard like, you know, when we would talk, you know, with each other every so often, like, oh yeah, I did this, I did that. Okay, cool, great, awesome. I think maybe I told her, yeah, I'm thinking about joining the military. And she said, oh, great. But it was just one of those things. Yeah, this is just another one of these harebrained ideas my brother's going to go end up doing. And I don't think she ever really paid that much attention to it. And then when I left and it was like comms blackout for everybody, I think people were like, oh, he really left. He's gone. Okay, cool. I graduate boot camp in July of 2001. Go to QMA school, late July 2001. Go to QMA school. It's like 5 or 6 weeks or whatever it was. Graduate from that September 7th, 2001. I'm supposed to get married September 11th, 2001. I leave Illinois because QMA school was in Illinois, right over there by Great Lakes. I go down to Miami where I'm supposed to meet my wife. my soon-to-be wife, and I have two of my friends from England come. Both of them are going to be my best men, right? Family, everybody's supposed to come down to Miami September 11th for the wedding, and wake up September 11th on the morning. This is, of course, obviously you do your little like, hey, let's go to the bar. Let's do like the bachelor thing. Cool. And went there. My friend Mark and my friend Nigel, we went and we did our stuff. We had other friends that were living down there at the time. So we had a little, I don't know what the hell you're supposed to do. My whole marriage was kind of like weird. I was like, hey, I said this to my wife. I was like, hey, you want to get married? That's all I said. She's like, yeah. And I was like, all right, cool. That was it. There was no like.
You're a diehard romantic, aren't you?
I'm an amazing romantic. Yeah, it's so literally, I kid you not, it was like that. But these guys come, we do our thing. September 11th comes, get these phone calls, frantic phone calls in the morning. And I'm recovering from having gone into the shock of not being a normal person anymore, going to boot camp, then A school, having all these rules and all these expectations and this and that and the other. And then the stress of like, oh man, if I fail this school, I'll lose my paperwork to be able to go to SEAL, selection. Get these phone calls the morning of the 11th. Turn on the TV. I'm still wiping the cold out my eye. Turn on the TV. It's like this live broadcast on the news. And like, okay, what is this? A plane just crashed into World Trade Center. I'm like, what are you talking about? And so where I lived in New York City, I lived in, so it's kind of like Soho, NoHo, the border of North Houston Street and south of Houston Street. I lived on LaGuardia Place between Bleecker and Houston. So Washington, you familiar with the city? Okay, Washington Square Park. If you walk down LaGuardia Place, NYU's here, going in towards Soho, I lived on top of a place called Bruno Bakery, right there between Bleecker and Houston Street. The Blue Note was right around the corner, NYU, all of that stuff. Soho's literally right down there. From my fire escape, where I used to live, the World Trade Center is right there. So that's my vantage point for almost as long as I lived in New York City. I lived on that block for probably a good like 8+ years. I lived there. And in my mind, I'm like, that's the place that I've seen every single night. That's the place me and my friends, we were catcalling girls, at nighttime, but, we always look to the right and be like, oh, that's so beautiful. We're catcalling people, girls, guys, yelling at people, throwing eggs at people, doing all this stuff from that fire escape for so many years. So many amazing memories were made on that fire escape. And always as a standpoint, it's there. It's never going away. World Trade Center gets crashed into with this plane. So that's what I'm thinking. I'm like, okay, this is crazy. I'm dreaming. Change the channel. Same thing. Change the channel. Same thing. I'm like, Twilight Zone, what is happening? Next plane hits. And then you're just like, this is crazy. And I'm about to step into an entire world that I didn't think was what it was going to be. Imagine in the late 90s, there wasn't really a major conflict that was happening. Yeah, you had the shock and awe campaign in the early 90s, Schwarzkopf, that was cool, but and then you had Navy SEALs, the movie, come out and stuff. You hear a little bit about stuff in Somalia, but that was more about like Delta Force and this and that. It wasn't really about Navy SEALs. All you ever saw was that movie Navy SEALs with Charlie Sheen. So you think that that's what life is. And maybe you read the Richard Marchenko books, which I thought was what the Navy SEAL teams was going to end up being. And September 11th happens. World Trade Center gets demolished, and I'm checking into selection 10 days later. 10 days later from September 11th, I check into BUD/S.
You ever feel like your body just isn't keeping up like it used to? We all know that life doesn't slow down, and sometimes the grind catches up. Lower energy, lagging focus, or a dip in motivation. Human Performance TRT understands the need to regain your edge. As a veteran and first responder-owned company, they're not just another telehealth provider. They take a full spectrum approach to your health, crafting personalized plans that go beyond hormones. There's no locked-in subscriptions, no hassles. Everything is delivered directly to your door, so you can stay focused on what really matters. Also, if you're already on a hormone replacement program, you can switch over seamlessly with recent blood work. There's no extra tests required if your labs are under 6 months old. So are you ready to optimize your health? Visit hptrt.com and see what personalized care looks like. And don't forget to use the promo code TDP for 10% off your program.
Who knew? It's funny. There's a lot of people, they join the military and they think, oh yeah, I want to do this. I want to do that. I want to serve under conflict. Do you really want to serve under conflict? Do you really understand or know what that means? Okay, cool. Go serve under conflict. But people are trying to recreate something that's not recreatable. It's the aperture has to open up and allow for that to happen. I had no idea that September 11th was going to happen. I had no idea that literally as soon as I get in, I'm going to be stepping into that vacuum. I have no idea that was going to end up happening. I have BUDS instructors who had never gone to combat. And I'd had two platoons combat deployments before they'd ever gotten their first deployment. And these are guys that went into the Navy before me. And it's weird coming into that space and then almost having an entire career that, was kinetic, but came into it and learned a lot from it. But wow, what a way to start things off by coming into that particular moment in time. It was a complete random anomaly, but just like with everything else, why the hell did I decide to become a Thai boxer? How was it that I was, this male model, professional model who got campaigns and did all these things? It's just all building on the chapters of the book of you. And, again, amazing experience, but it's weird the anomalies that can be built off of just random events.
So the question, do you guys still go through with the wedding on September 11th?
Yeah. So of course, obviously nobody could fly planes to come into Miami. So that whole thing got scrapped. September 12th, got married on the roof of my wife's friend's house with like 7 people. September 13th, we went in front of the magistrate in Miami and got the official paperwork saying that we could, be married, and then finished, the rest of like the honeymoon or whatever while I was down there in Miami. And then on the 21st, took my plane, came over to San Diego and checked in to BUDS. Crazy.
Going back to going into basic training.
Yes.
Once you're in that, was there ever any time where you went, whoa, what decision did I make doing this?
It's the funniest thing about boot camp. Navy boot camp is not hard. But for some people, it's the hardest thing that they've ever done in their lives. And they've never had any sort of like a signifying event.
Well, yeah, you're a grandpa, basically, when you were going.
Yeah. So what was some of the terminology that was graced upon me while I was in it? Old balls, grandpa, dad, all of that stuff. Those were all my my nicknames guys were giving me when I'd come in. But yeah, I mean, my RDC, the chief who's in charge of my division, that guy was maybe 1 year older than me. And again, he's a guy, 18 years old, didn't have anything else to do with his life. Besides, he's going to join the Navy. That just wasn't me. I never done that. His LPO, that guy, same thing. He was probably like my age. So when I get into boot camp, now I'm coming from being a martial artist since I'm like 14 years old. So I'm used to hard work. I'm used to getting my ass kicked. I'm used to getting yelled at. I'm like, these guys ain't going to do worse than what my dad did to me. My dad beat the crap out of me. I'm not, who cares if someone yells at you? I'm not going to get my feelings hurt if somebody yelled at me. It's funny watching people break down by people yelling at them. And I'm like, what? That was nothing. Why are you yelling? First off, why are you yelling? Second of all, why are you stressing out about this guy yelling? You obviously didn't do something right, so fix yourself, right? It never fazed me being in boot camp. It never fazed me. I remember there was one beat down that we were having. They used to have this thing, oh yeah, we're going to make it rain in here. And we're in our, I forget what they call it, the space where the recruits all live. And so what they used to do is they used to push all the beds to the walls, fairly large space. And it's like over like 200 something people inside it. And they just start doing like some exercise and beating us down. And I mean, I'm not even kidding. Not even like a lot of exercise. The guys that were trying to go to selection or trying to go to buds, it was maybe about 5 or 6 of us in that division. We were like, oh, finally, thank God we get to do something where we get like, a little bit of a sweat, but it never ended up being to, the amount that we needed from what we were already training. Remember, when I told you when I was training with Vadim, we were killing ourselves. That Stu Smith workout was no joke. We were killing ourselves. So the little paltry amount of sit-ups and push-ups that you're making me do inside of this space and people are crying and throwing up, I'm like, oh, God, this is whack. The worst part about it, there was this one beatdown that we got. They made it rain, and it's like the condensation is coming off of the ceiling. The floor is completely slippery. People are slipping and falling and all this. And then they were like, all right, James, you think they're better than this, right? And I was like, Booyah, Chief, blah, 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 whatever his name. Chief Eichner, I think there was, no, not Eichner. It was somebody else. I forget his name. I was like, Hooyah, Chief. And he's like, yeah, all right, well, we're going to do something really hard now. I'm like, oh, man, here we go. I'm like, yes, finally. All right, everyone put your noses against your rack. I'm like, what do you mean? So it's like literally. and we had to stand there. Wow, I was so mad. Guys were crying. Guys were literally crying just from having their noses there. And I mean, so I'm really kind of trivializing this. We were there for hours. You couldn't move your nose off it. If you moved your nose off of it, the people that moved their noses off ended up getting beat down and doing all of this and that and the other. And I almost felt like I should have done it just to get more exercise in. And I remember the chief comes up to me and he's like this. He's like this is my face. Yeah, James, what do you think of that? And I was like, permission to speak, freely. He's like, yeah. I was like, yeah, this is pretty fucking stupid. I said to him, and he had to pardon my French, I don't really curse, but that's what I said at that time. And he was like, he had to turn away.
I just don't keep him laughing.
He was about to break character real bad. Him and his LPO. And it was hilarious what things actually break people, seeing that what things actually break people. I was like, okay, well, I mean, this is not selection. This is not buds, but this is pretty good. This doesn't bother me at all. And then remember having done, all the fight training, getting my ass kicked. My last fight, I think I told you about this one, the one where we fought. I had to lose 23 pounds in 20 days. That was no fun at all. That was the worst I've ever felt in my life. But I was like, if I can do that, I can definitely go to selection. Completely different worlds, but I can use that information that I already have stored in my head and apply that to the situation where it's like, okay, calming effect. Okay, I've been here before. Life sucks. Yes, this is tough. Can I handle what I'm going to deal with over the next amount of time? Yes, I was able to do that. But I mean, just seeing what broke other people for me, that was incredible. It was incredible to see. Those data points are things that I just, give me more. Put that back in the data bank. That's what I'm going to be referring to all the time. I'm never going to be that person. I'm never going to be that guy who's crying over somebody yelling at them. What the hell is that? To me, that was never. It was never going to be that for me. So,
and I've since heard that today, if you go in on a contract, while you're in boot camp, you're almost segmented off and getting additional training and in preparation to go to buds. But when you went through, and I go to the flip side, I've had Travis Lively on, and he was talking about where him and another guy who were going, they would go into the bathroom at night when lights out just to get some extra PT in.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's a completely different animal right now. Think of it as being like an NFL combine. When we were So being grandpa, like you just said, being grandpa, I mean, there was no real information that was out there. I mean, everything was still email. Like the internet was barely a thing at that time. So everything was still email. So how the hell do I get my information? I remember, I think it was getfitnow.com was where I had to get my book, my Stu Smith book. And it was like, oh yeah, look at this link. Hit the link, doing the whole thing with the internet, trying to like activate. There was no immediacy to anything. So everything, there was major lag in everything. And I get that book and I start doing all my training. But I mean, like, there was no information overload. I couldn't just be like, yo, let me get on YouTube and find. There was no such thing. There was like, you had nothing. I had nobody in my area aside for Vadim Kazatsky, and he's not trying to be a Navy SEAL. He's just helping me. I had nobody in my immediate area that I could just be like, hey, let's meet up today. There was that SEAL reservist captain. He used to do a SEAL PST every third Sunday of the month. He would do it at the Merchant Marine Academy in Long Island, right? But
was that the official PST or just like a training PST?
No. It was an official SEAL PST that if you did, so this guy, Captain Bissett, he used to run a thing called the SEAL RDAC, Recruit District Assistance Council. And what that program did was it took young hopefuls who decided that they wanted to go into the military, and he would give them, as a SEAL captain, a reservist SEAL captain, he would give them a letter of recommendation, which held a lot of weight. If you got that letter of recommendation from him, you're pretty much almost guaranteed like, oh yeah, 100% I'm going to probably end up getting in. And he had actually a pretty good record of successful graduates from the program who had gotten his letter of recommendation. So I got that letter of recommendation from him. I got one from Stu, like I said before. But aside from that, he lived up in Connecticut. I live in New York City. I didn't have a car to go drive up to New York City. Or I did, but it just didn't make sense. What am I going to do? Go up there and go hang out for like a couple hours and then drive back home? Let me just do all my training here. But I didn't have, other people that I could share, except for Vadim. And Vadim and I, we did everything together. But there wasn't that immediacy of information or that, if I need to get something, there wasn't that. They didn't have any of that. So being able to just pull things together and be able to do what I did. I was fortunate, very fortunate to be able to do that. But again, the information just wasn't there. There was nothing there. So Stu was all I really knew. And then going up and doing those SEAL PSTs every once in a while, you hear from other guys that are trying to go through it at the same time, but they all lived far away. You know what I mean? And then when you're talking with them, you're getting a little bit about information, but there was no like, oh, well, you've got to do this. You've got to pass these numbers, or like, here's, all the other information you would get would be something like maybe you go to the library and you get a book on the guys in Vietnam, but it wasn't telling you about like, oh yeah, this is how you ace the SEAL PSC. There was only one source of information for that, Stu's book. That was the only source of information. If I wanted to know how to ace the SEAL PSC, there was only one. Now there's millions of people that are doing that type of thing. You know what I mean? So
what's crazy is the number of people making it through has not gone up with as much as there is information available.
And that's that intangible of the brain, because one of the great things that I've heard, and I believe I heard that from Captain Bissett as well as I heard that from Stu Smith, SEAL training, SEAL selection, BUDS is 90% mental and 10% physical. Everybody can be fit. Everybody can be strong. Everybody can do all the pull-ups. Everybody can run, swim, do all of that type of stuff. But do you have the mental fortitude to be able to make it through a selection process that is meant to get rid of you? And a lot of people, that is the intangible that they haven't tested. They haven't worked. They haven't perfected. Not to say that you can ever perfect anything like that, but that's the one thing. You can do all the physical training in the world, but if you're not stable, if you're not strong, yeah, you're not going to make it. So it's cool to see, the baseline populations that always end up making it through, guys who are wrestlers. I don't understand why guys that play field hockey have such a high rate of being able to make it through. But those guys, I mean, they're whacking each other with a stick. You're running all day long, maybe getting hit with the ball, being tackled. Maybe that's, but you would think, okay, well, if those guys can do it, I guess a football player can do it. No, not a high rate of football players that make it through. There are guys that have played football that have made it through, but they're not in the same category as, like, let's say, water polo players, wrestlers, or field hockey players, or at least back in the day when I was going through, those were the three populations. Guaranteed, you did that, you probably were going to make it through.
Those are sports, though, that give you a different cardio engine.
Oh, man. 100%.
You know, not taking anything away from guys who played football.
Yeah.
Wrestlers, water polo.
Yeah.
You know, and then I didn't even think about it, but like field hockey, soccer, that constant movement.
Yep. We had soccer players, but again, what does that have to do with running with a boat on your head? It doesn't. What does that have to do with, you know, doing thousands and thousands of push-ups and sit-ups and squats and pull-ups? None of those sports. You are never going to do thousands of anything in one day in any of those sports. You'll do maybe 100, couple hundred, maybe you'll have a hard practice, but the overindulgence of all those other, you know, aspects, like let's say push-ups, calisthenics, you never had that as a thing in any of those other sports. But what you did have was that mental grind, the mental grind of constantly pushing yourself to do more, constantly having that input coming from your coach, whether or not if it's good, bad, or indifferent. You constantly have that going. And, you know, if you're taking those lessons and if you're imparting them well into you and are able to internalize that and then be able to create your outcome, yeah, I mean, that's what you're going to end up getting. But case in point, we've had so many guys while I was going through training and selection, Olympians, D1 athletes, you know, marathoners, ultra marathoners, all these other people who you think, oh, this guy's a shoo-in. There's no ways. And you don't know really what the thing is. So you can have all the information in the world, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to be able to utilize that information to become successful. Yeah. So I think it probably is still fairly consistent in terms of learning the information, we're doing the training and getting everything done, to the ratio. I think is most likely probably still the same, you know, with maybe slight variance. So
you said you didn't know how to swim prior to starting that training. Taking Stu Smith's information, did you straight go to just the combat stroke, or did you learn that when you went to Buds?
So Vadim, the guy I told you that I trained with, again, he was a triathlete. He swam on the Russian national swimming team. He had to teach me from baseline zero, literally almost drowning myself every single time I'm getting into the pool with him. Could not swim to save my life, and he figured the only stroke that really made a difference, aside from learning a combat side stroke, was learning how to do freestyle. And so that's all we ever did. We just worked on freestyle, developing technique in the pool. And by no means am I a good swimmer, but to swim well enough to be able to pass the tests or the test wickets, yeah, absolutely. I finally was able to get it. But I mean, it was one of those things. I mean, I'm from an island. You figure, being from an island, I should know how to swim. Had no clue how to swim. I could probably have drowned myself very well, but had no idea how to swim back in the day. So learning how to swim was a huge undertaking. And that was within, let's say, because I did Stu's workout for 36 weeks in a row. It's a 12-week workout. I ended up doing it for 36 weeks. First 12 weeks, it's like, okay. It's like the way that I look at it is, is entry level, starting to get my feet wet, understand what it is that I need to be able to do in terms of pushing my body and getting myself to a standard, having transitioned to that to the, okay, now I understand what is required, and let's try to see if we can perfect that and get the numbers and reach the goals that we need to reach, especially because for the waiver process, here's where we go. And that's where, I'm looking at, perfecting it or, being advanced. So entry level, getting to advance. And then for me, the third phase of that, the last 12 weeks was maintenance and being able to keep that advanced status and be able to replicate that in testing wherever or whenever that was going to end up being. First 12 weeks, it took maybe, I want to say it took all of the 12 weeks just to learn how to do freestyle. Couldn't make that happen at all. Finally ended up getting it. Finally ended up being good enough. The second phase of it, getting the advanced phase, I started getting better numbers, but then going and doing that screening test with the SEAL captain, the reservist captain, Captain Bissett, numbers were there. I could out push up everybody. I did, on my final numbers, when I ended up doing my PST, I did my age in pull-ups, 33 pull-ups. You know what I mean? And this is an old guy, and I did my age in pull-ups. Push-ups, 115 push-ups, 115 sit-ups. My swim finally ended up being like an 848. My run was like a 902 or whatever. Those are decent numbers at that time. That's what I needed to get my waiver. Right now, I think I'm not going to, I'm not going to play down my numbers, but guys are so much faster. Guys are so much better. Again, but these are guys that have had a background in that. Like, let's say guys that were swimming all their lives. I didn't know how to swim, but I did well enough as to where I can score on this test and get there. And for me, doing that thing for 36 weeks in a row, that was just, it was entry level, advanced, maintenance. That whole process, if I didn't do that, or if I hadn't done that, no, the swimming would never have come. Going from this being an anchor in the water to being semi-planed to being planed and being able to swim well enough to pass, it takes work, and it's all about technique. I bet you if I go into the water right now, first of all, I'm going to probably drown myself because I swim, but not that much. But, it would take time for me to regain all of the technique that I developed during that time, but I could probably do it a lot faster than what I did before. But man, it's it's all a process. It's what is the word, the optimal word, where if you don't do anything, you lose it. What's that word?
Proficiency.
Not proficiency. We can use proficiency, but that's not the word that I'm looking for. But it's one of the. Oh God, I hate it.
It's right there.
It was right there. A matrix. I hate when that happens. But anyways, it's just one of those. It's I need to leave this thought alone because it's going to bother me the rest of the time. Anyways, but
it's going to come to you when
it's going to come to me. I'm going to be like, hey, Paul, I'm going to call you back and be like that. Yeah. But no, it's just one of those things where for me, like, if I didn't have that process, what I went through, it would have never manifested in itself into what it is today.
Had you done an open water swims before going to buds?
Oh, bro, let me tell you. So I'm first 12 weeks, right? Barely know how to swim, barely. Vadim's got me. And then, so my pathway, I told you I did the SEAL PT course with Jack Walston. There was absolutely no swimming with Jack Walston. So here we go. I finally get my first set of fins, and Baywatch was really popular at the time. I get a rescue can. And this is one of the things Stu Smith recommended. Hey, if you're going to do any ocean water swims, get a rescue can. So I've got the full-size Baywatch rescue can, right? I remember I go up to, I forget the name of the beach in New York. I forget the name of the beach. But anyways, I go to the beach, and I go with my then girlfriend, and we have our son, young kid. He's like, this is 1999. Yeah, 1999. Just barely had started, doing anything. Go to this beach. It might have been Jones Beach, I think it was. It's raining. I'm like, all right, let me get a shelter, a little Kelty shelter thing that you could put up on the beach. It's raining, 6 foot sea state, never been in the ocean. I mean, I've been in the ocean, but literally put your feet in and come out. Never been in there to try to swim. I go, I'm like, yeah, I've been doing Stu Smith's program. I'm running in a pool. I've been doing Stu Smith's program. I could do this easy. I go in, bah! I'm just getting destroyed by the waves. almost drown, come out, throw up like from all the seawater that I'm drinking. I barely make it out. And then I get scared and I'm like, oh, I don't know what I'm doing. Am I going to get sucked out into the middle of the ocean? Thank God for my rescue can. Thank God for having fins. Let me go back. Smashed up on the beach. The lifeguard comes out and it's the captain of the lifeguards. And he's like, what the hell are you doing? I'm swimming. He's like, yeah, I can see you swimming. Do you see the beach? There's nobody else on the beach. Now you're making me come out of the tower in the rain. Out here, you got your girl sitting in this shelter. The wind is blowing, the sand is going on everything, and nobody's out here. There's no lifeguards out here because it's for a reason. This is not safe. Don't be in the water. And then he's like, why are you in the water doing this right now? I'm going to be a Navy SEAL. What a stupid thing to say to anybody. I'm going to be a Navy SEAL. He laughs in my face and he's like, you're going to be a Navy SEAL? I'm like, yeah, at least I'm going to try, And he's like, okay, well, I like that you're trying hard. He's like, this is what you need to do. You need to come back on a day when it's not 6 foot and you've never swam in the ocean before like this and you're almost about to die. Come back on another day, check in with me at the tower. Let me know that you're going to go out and go do this swim so I can make sure that I have somebody there. Excuse me. I have somebody out and then you can go do your thing. I checked in with him every single time over the next year, checking in. So I'm doing run, swim, runs, right? And this was one of the things that you had to do in Stu's program. And eventually, so it was like a 3-mile run down the beach, get into the ocean, swim 2 miles, and then run back 3 miles. And the way that I set it up is like I went down further and then ran down so that when I ended up on the last bit of the run, I'd end up right back at the tower. So I started, a mile further away. And I remember finally going out and where it was like check in with the captain. And then I start doing my run. And then in the summertime, people are seeing me, beach bod with my Baywatch can and my fins and my hands. And I'm getting in the water and I'm actually doing it. And it's like, it's looking good, right? And then I finished the runs, getting stronger, building on all of that stuff. But I mean, that wasn't happening before, man. Like I literally I killed myself. So, for about the first 2 or 3 ocean swims, I'd never swam in the ocean before. And so listen to how naive I was. Finally graduating and doing all of that stuff. I'm out surfing in Coronado. So I'm really fast forwarding now. I'm out surfing in Coronado. And this is 2022. I had no idea that right there in Coronado, right there by North Island and the Coronado Beach, I had no idea that was a breeding ground for great white sharks. The whole entire time. You hear certain stories like, oh yeah, sharks, this, never really ever paid attention to it. I'm out on my paddleboard. I surf a paddleboard. I used to race paddleboards, right? I'm out. There's an 8-foot juvenile great white shark. And I'm just like, never knew. Had no idea that this was there. Did I ever even think once about in New York about sharks? Never once ever thought about it. It was a complete afterthought years later. Like, oh, I could have gotten eaten by sharks. Never once ever thought about it. It was only just about doing the thing. It never was about any of the extraneous things that would pull me away from having the confidence of being able to try or attempt. Never ever was about that. And it's hilarious to me that, like, I don't understand why I got stressed out in 2022 about getting eaten by a shark when I'm going to almost drown myself in front of the captain of the lifeguards in Jones Beach. So
because you were older and you knew.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, well, I'd like to think I knew something, but I don't think I knew much. So
going into the Navy and thus buds, you mentioned all the years of martial arts and kickboxing. Did you go in, and I'll put it in air quotes, healthy, as far as, was there any lagging or nagging injuries or anything that you were kind of maybe in the back of your head or anything like that over you?
It's so funny because after doing a full entire career of being in the military, ankle surgery, 2 knee surgeries, a hip surgery, I had never had an injury during my time, especially with Thai boxing. I started with Taekwondo. Then I went to Okinawan Goju-Ryu. I went to Filipino stick and knife. I went to Indonesian pencak silat. I went to capoeira. And then I started a little bit of jiu-jitsu, did some boxing. Then I went to Thai boxing. All those different martial arts. Never suffered any injuries, even with all the years of Thai boxing. And of course, Thai boxing is particularly brutal. And the school that we were in, my teacher, they never had shin guards. We used to do sparring without shin guards. Never really going really full bore, but tempering our shins for years and years and years and years. And I appreciated that now, but that's not the way that you train. Training methodology has completely changed. But I never had any injuries. I could push up, sit up, pull up, run. I could do everything, jump, squats. One of the times when I was training for a fight, I had to jump rope. So, you jump rope and, sometimes you spice it up a little bit on the last, like, let's say 30 seconds. You do double jumps, right? Okay. My teacher says, all right, AJ, we're going to jump rope. Cool. Jumping rope. It's like, I'm thinking, oh yeah, I'm going to jump rope for like 5 or 10 minutes. Nope. Go. So it's 30 minutes. Still jumping rope. Okay. All right, whatever. I'm jumping rope. That's what I'm doing. Okay. 45 minutes. Still going. Hour. Still going. Hour and a half. Still going. If you hit your feet on the rope and it messes up the rhythm of the rope, starting over. Okay. Cool. Hour 45. All right, AJ, now we're going to do double jumps for the next 5 minutes. So, and I'm like, what do you mean we're going to do double jumps? And I don't have like one of those little thin ropes. We had surgical tubing. So it was a little bit heavier to make us a little bit stronger. And that was like, that was the rope of choice in Thailand. You would jump with these, clear surgical tubing ropes. And that was the rope that I'm jumping with. He's like, no, we're doing double jumps for 5 minutes. I have my watch set, or I have the timer set. Here we go. If you hit your feet, we're starting the time over again. And so it's like, okay. So I'm like, and the rope is heavy. It's hard. So now you got to figure out, okay, do I try to go at a really fast pace, or do I try to slow it down just a little bit so I can time the jumps and be able to jump? So again, all of this stuff, all of that is just strategy. All of that is just strategy, and like how to parcel out energy output with coordination of your feet and your timing of being able to hit the ground, jump, get your 2 jumps in the air, land back so that you don't hit your feet, so that you don't have to start the time all over again. All of that is a big, huge coordination drill, right? I'm like, okay, this is going to suck, but I think I can do it. So 5 minutes, make it. Okay, cool. Got a 2-minute break, doing it again. So we're finishing it out. We're finishing that 15 minutes. We're finishing it again with 5-minute intervals of double jumps. And man, that sucked. It was really bad, but it was like one of those things. It was like, okay, well, what's the real purpose? What's the real intent? Is anyone else doing this? Is anyone else pushing themselves as hard? Is anyone else jumping for 2 hours straight with a surgical tubing rope and then doing double jumps for like 5 minutes? Not just one time, but 3 times in a row. And just pushing the boundaries of whatever you can reach. And that was definitely one of the great things that I took away from that. But when you're in the middle of doing it, you're not happy. You're absolutely not happy at all. So,
kicked off buds. Any issues get through the first time? No, I'm assuming you got through that without injury, no problems.
So, check in, like I said, 10 days after September 11th, started with buds class 239. 239 kicks off, and Hell Week is in January of 2002. It's the worst weather in San Diego history in like 60 something years. It was average temperature was like 30 something degrees, snow, sleet, rain, hail. Again, we're in San Diego and this is what we're getting. Snow, sleet, rain, hail every single day, 10-foot plus surf, and average wind, I think it was like 25 knots every single day. And it's just, there's a term of endearment. The God switch got turned on. Somebody flipped on the God switch. God is just like killing, taking names, and everybody's quitting. Guys are quitting left and right in that class. And I didn't want to quit. And then on Wednesday, I believe it was, I ended up getting SIPE, swimmer-induced pulmonary edema. It's like an advanced form of pneumonia. I'm sure you've heard about guys getting it. And I get pulled from my class. And so now, and this is where the rubber really met the road. I'd done all of this training. I'd had so much success in getting the letters of recommendation, getting good numbers with, my SEAL PSTs. And here it is now. When I went into the military, and this is what I told my wife, I'm like, hey, there's no plan B. I'm going to make it. I'm absolutely going to make this. I never said it was going to be easy, but I said, I'm absolutely going to make this. And here it is, Wednesday of Hell Week, I get pulled and I get rolled, and I literally fell right off of the precipice, and I'm falling and I'm spiraling down. And
mentally, you mean?
Oh my God. It was bad. It was bad. So, and this is so just to illustrate kind of like how bad it was for me, I had that fight in 1997 with that guy, Alex Gong, rest in peace, who I talked about. I lost that fight. For me, that was almost cataclysmic for me. I went down such a bad, it was a black hole that I went into. I was so depressed, and it was very difficult for me to recover. And I never fully ever had that passion to fight any longer. And then that's when the realization, like, okay, is this really what you're going to do for the rest of your life? Can you do this for the rest of your life? And so that's what I experienced then. I fail, or I get rolled from my class. And I'm revisiting those same thoughts and those same feelings. And I'm like, there's no way I'm going to be able to make it. And I remember I'm sitting there in my room. So SIPE, it does some pretty crazy things to the body. Your body basically, imagine you're a sponge and your body just absorbs all the liquid and can't expel any fluids. And that's what my body looked like. And I literally looked like the Michelin Man. My head was 2 times the size. My hands, my whole entire body was hydro-absorbed with fluid. Everything hurt, couldn't bend my fingers. I really was in dire straits. They got me on antibiotics. They got me on all this stuff. And I'm sitting in my room, recovering on these meds after they pulled me, and I'm wallowing in sorrow. And I remember they said, hey, we can call your wife and we can have her come up here to see you. And so she comes with my son. He's like 3 years old at the time. And she goes to come into the room. The door's not closed. It's unlocked, but, open. Pushes the door open. My son comes in, sees me. I look like the Michelin Man, and he runs out screaming, that's not my dad. That's not my dad. I'm already on the spiral down. Now my own son doesn't want to see me because I look like some disfigured, whatever. And I'm like, start crying, this and that. I'm just completely just out of it. And I remember my wife, she tells him to go stand outside, and she comes back into the room, and she looks at me, and I'm like, I don't know what I'm going to do. And, I told you, there's no plan B. And, and she's like, bah, and just blasts me in the face as hard as she can. And it's one of those ones where it's like, whoop, reset, complete reset. And I'm like this, and like, it's one of those ones where you get hit, so you stop crying, but you should probably be crying. And you're like, you're doing one of those. And my wife is like, I don't know who this guy is who's sitting here wallowing in sorrow right now in front of me. But this isn't the guy who gave up successful life in the civilian world before, doing whatever he was doing. This isn't the guy that nearly drowned himself on Jones Beach, trying to reach this ideal that he'd been pushing so hard for. This isn't the guy that just gave up everything to come and go into the military with no real baseline for any of this stuff, but decided he wanted to do it because he wanted to give back to the country that gave everything to him. This is not that guy. This is not the guy that told me that there's absolutely no plan B and that you're going to make it through no matter what. And she says, I don't like this guy. And this guy is not allowed to come back to the house. And until you are not this guy anymore, you're not allowed to come home. And she just leaves.
Your wife a senior chief?
No, she might as well have been. She was like, but it was exactly the reset that I needed. She leaves. And then I'm like, well, I do like my house. I do like going back to my house. I like my wife. I like my kids, or my kid at that time. And she's 100% right. And this image, because in her mind, I've always been this other thing. I've always been this very highly confident, capable person. And now I'm this completely bad representation of nothing. And I'm like, you know what? I can't do this. I can't do this to her. Not only to her, but I can't do this to myself. Where's my self-esteem? And then that was the reset. That was the only reset that I needed. And next Hell Week comes up. It's in April of 2002. Absolutely crushed it. For me, like I was super stressed. I was like, oh, there's no way. I can't fall asleep. I can't do anything. It's like 136 hours of continuous evolution or whatever it is in going through Hell Week. And then you get 4 hours of scheduled rest, right? It's not 4 hours in a row and not every day. It's just 4 total hours over 136. And I didn't sleep once during that time. I probably was hallucinating or whatever, but I didn't sleep once during that time just because I was like, no, I can't allow myself to go to sleep. I don't know why I thought that was a good strategy, but that's what I employed. I was like, never, I'm not going to allow myself to go to sleep. I'm going to stay awake the whole entire time. I'm going to be totally present. I'm going to be, I'm going to be compass. I'm going to do everything to make it through on my own power and not have SIPE happen to me again. And fortunate for me, I was able to make it through in April 2002, my second Hell Week.
For somebody who's listening and is hoping to go to BUD/S, how do you prevent SIPE?
You can't.
Oh, okay.
Literally, you cannot.
Okay.
It's
so you were just figuratively saying in your head, I can't let that happen again.
Exactly. So it's just a thing. I think a lot of it has to do with the water conditions, and then also too with whether or not it's just like being susceptible to getting sick.
Got it.
Like if I'm sick here, and I start like coughing or whatever, you might get sick. Maybe you won't. It just depends on your constitution and, how well your body adapts to anomalies coming in and presenting challenges for it. SIPE, you can't really do anything about it. And just like viral gastrointestinitis, VGE, you can't do anything about it. You'll have an outbreak of VGE. And even if it's like, I could wash my hands as much as I want. I can go to the bathroom and, of course, some people say, oh yeah, well, it's because you went to the bathroom, you took a piss or you took a crap and you didn't wash your hands and you touched the toilet and this and that and the other. And then those microbes or whatever, or those particles or whatever end up getting on you. You could do all of that stuff and you're going to end up getting sick. Honestly, it's the luck of the draw with each individual. I just happened to get SIPE. It sucked. It's scary because you don't ever really think about you're mortal. You never think, oh, my mortality rate, I could literally almost die. It's an advanced form of pneumonia. People die all the time with comorbidities and this and that and the other. You don't ever think about that for yourself, but literally it's one of those things where you can easily die. Guys have died from SIPE. Anyways, I got lucky. I was able to get through it, second Hell Week. And then because I didn't go to sleep that whole week, the next week is supposed to be, we call it Hydro Hell Week, which is Hydro Reconnaissance Charts. It's a legacy thing that, they used to do for the beach landings, checking the gradient of the ocean, this and that and the other, to see whether or not a landing craft could come on there. And we used to do these, charts where we'd have the whole group post Hell Week. We'd go out there. It'd be like a fairly easy thing. Excuse me. You had your lead line. with a certain amount of twine on it, wherever that, the length of the thing was. That's how you'd be able to map out the bottom of the ocean. And for me, I didn't sleep during that at all because I don't know why. Again, because of the education component, which had always been a stressor for me, I thought it needed to be at a particular standard. And when I would watch these guys, my other classmates, hand in trash, and I mean literal trash, I'm thinking it had to be like Da Vinci. And these guys are literally putting in Sesame Street. And I'm like, wow, that looks like trash. And then I look at mine and I'm like ripping it up and starting over and going again and trying to make it perfect. And this, and so what am I doing? I'm sabotaging myself. I'm not eating. I'm not getting enough sleep. I'm not putting in enough hydration, which I needed to. And all I did was just start sapping the reserves even more. And I just come from doing that for 136 hours. Why am I doing it more? Maybe it's less stressful in terms of like physical output, but it's just as bad because the mental aspect is just as bad for me. And I'm doing this to myself. So last 4 mile time run, when we're now starting to get back into testable evolutions, because by that time, that week is about enough time for guys to be able to get back into the swing of things. Last 4 mile time run, I was always, again, as an older guy coming into the program, there's definitely people that are a lot faster than me, stronger, whatever, better swimmers. But I was always in the top of the middle pack on any of the runs, on any of the swims. When it came to like calisthenics and push-ups, I was high, very high tier. Last 4 mile time run, it's me and another guy fighting for absolute dead last place. Never had ever been in that position before in my life, fighting for absolute dead last place. And I remember at the turnaround point, the BUDS instructor is like, just quit now. You're never going to make the time. It's like 17 something. And I'm not going to make the split. And I'm like, there's no way. After all of this, I'm not going to allow myself to get, kicked out of the program. Somehow I'm able to kick a little bit further, a little bit harder. Not that it's like literally, it felt like I was going backwards and everything else was going forwards. And I'm pushing myself as hard as I can. Run, get across the line, 8 seconds past the time. So I failed the run. And literally I'm like, fall over, heat exhaustion. My core body temperature is 104.9. 105 is heat stroke. And I remember instructor Pranger, Max Pranger, the guy was special. He was a great dude, but everyone used to make fun of him just because he was a special guy. He was hilarious. I don't think he knew that he was funny, but he was hilarious in some of the things that he would say. And I remember I'm out. I'm completely like overheating. And I remember he tells somebody to get him one of those 5-gallon jugs of water. And he opens it up and he starts pouring it on my head. And I remember in my fog, I go, Instructor Branger, why are you pouring water on my head when the ocean's literally right there and you could just put me in the ocean? And then so he drags me out into the ocean and he's still pouring the water on my head. And I'm like, what? But, I'm not thinking about that. But, he wanted to cool my body down as quickly as possible. I just felt it might have been a little bit more efficient if you just put me in the ocean. But I think it was one of those things where he's like, okay, I don't want to drown this guy either because there was nothing I could do. I couldn't swim or any of that stuff. He ended up bringing me into BUDS Medical. I have heat exhaustion. They're trying to control my temperature. I get 3 IVs. Then it's 4 IVs there. Then they transfer me over to Balboa Medical Center. I get another 3 IVs. Finally, my core body temperatures comes back down again. And then now it's like, now you're done. Now they're going to have to decide whether or not if you're going to stay in the program or you're not going to stay in the program. And I didn't go back to where I was when my wife had to slap me. But I'm like, yeah, this is nothing that I can really do. maybe I might get another role or whatever it is, but I really can't do anything about this one here right now, because if it's my temperature gauge, my internal temperature gauge is no good.
I would imagine you're beating yourself up a little bit more with this one, because you could look back and go, this is self-induced.
Never thought of it that way. Because I thought that was just the way that it was supposed to be.
Got it.
I never ever thought that this is self-induced. I thought that there was always like, I have to be able to replicate a particular standard. What that standard was, though, was the standard in my head, because I'd never had a standard that I saw that I needed to be able to try to replicate, but I'm watching everybody else. And again, we're talking about so many different types or, types of people that are in there, and all of them are able to have certain different capabilities. And I have my own capability, but all these other guys have other capability ranges. So there's no real standard saying, oh yeah, you need to do this. And or if there was one, I never really paid attention to it. And so I didn't really beat myself up that way. What I did, though, was at that point in time, I was like, I can't really do anything about it. What I did end up doing, though, was while I was waiting and in limbo, I almost quit during first phase, because I couldn't, I could do all of the push-ups, but, as it turns out with people at that point in time, some people can really float in the water. I float on the bottom of the pool. You know what I mean? And so I never was good at floating. So we're doing drown proofing, where you have your hands and your feet tied, and, you jump into the pool and you're supposed to swim, or float or whatever. And there's a particular stroke that you're supposed to do. So you sit there and it's 5 minutes of just floating. Then you have to do 100 meters. Then you have to come back to the side of the pool. You have to retrieve your mask. Somebody's here with your mask. They throw it down in the thing. Float, float, float. Identify where the mask is. Take your breath. Go down. Kick, 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 kick. Open your mouth. Bite the mask with your teeth. Come back up to the surface. And then you have to just stay there for however many times that they see you take a breath, and see whether or not if you can stay calm and focused. And then they'll help pull you out, right? And
how freaky is that mentally, to have your hands and feet restrained and thrown in the water?
Never had done it before in my life. Didn't even know about it in terms of all the training and preparation. I knew that there was a combat side stroke. I knew that there was this thing that I was going to end up doing. Didn't realize that your hands and your feet are tied. Wow. What a mental drain that one is. I remember when the first time I tried to do it, I literally almost drowned myself. They had to pull me up out of the water, and I'm like throwing up all this water and everything. They're like, okay, listen, this and that, you got to do this. So when I'm doing the kick, what I was actually doing, I don't even understand how I was making it happen, but I was scooping more than I was actually kicking more. So I was scooping myself down in the water as opposed to floating myself up onto the surface, which was, didn't even understand that concept, and never could get it. And I never was able to do it. So fast forward, have that heat exhaustion. I'm like, well, if it's not meant to be, it's not meant to be. But while I'm here is what I'm going to end up doing. I'm going to learn how to do this drown proofing drill. And so I went to the pool and I was like, whatever. It's like either you're going to make it, or you're not going to make it. So I'm going to just make this fun. And then that's what I ended up doing. I used to go to the pool. There was a couple of others that ended up getting rolled. And I would just make it a fun evolution. Didn't have my hands or my feet tied, but I just started to try to get myself comfortable and figure out, what am I going to do? Am I going to sit there and scoop myself down to the bottom? Or how am I going to learn how to be able to get to the surface? There was one guy that we had, Rico. The guy couldn't get himself underwater, which was freakish to me. The guy could never get himself underwater, and he almost failed because he couldn't get himself underwater, right? But like, that guy had literally didn't even have to kick his legs. He would just be like, he could be smoking a cigarette, hanging out, eating a sandwich. Nothing would ever faze him that way. And I remember once I started to finally get comfortable with the technique, for some guys it's kick, breathe, slightly go back under the water. Kick, breathe. For me, that wasn't working, because when I would go up and I would get my breath, the weight of my body would just pull me back underwater. So I had to constantly keep kicking. So I finally got the endurance, and I just basically was doing like a slow circle the whole entire time. Kick, 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 breathe. Kick, 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 breathe. And I'm going around in a little tiny circle so that when we had to go do the 100, I've already, developed the endurance. I can swim forever like this. You read the stories about the guys in Vietnam who were tied and escaped and then jumped into the water and swimming a mile or two. I'm like, all right, here we go. I got to swim a mile. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make this evolution. So like by that time, finally, I ended up getting it where it was, I took the adversity of not possibly making it through again. And I was like, okay, here's an opportunity for me to be able to learn and become better from this. And I'm not going to sit here and get depressed. I'm not going to get upset. I'm not going to do what I did and be embarrassed or embarrass myself like I did, with my wife before. I'm going to try and improve my position. And that's what I ended up doing. It was good. It was actually a good learning point to be able to try to get better at something. And then on top of that too, I went and I was like, okay, well, I already had my scuba license. I was like, let me get a refresher, and I'm going to go and get another scuba certification, or I'm going to refresh my scuba certification because I am going to get through this evolution. I'm going to pass this, and then I'm going to go to second phase. So I just reshaped the way that I was thinking about everything. And, fortunately I was able to make it through.
Coming out of that borderline heat exhaustion in this period where you were practicing and recertifying in your scuba, had you been officially rolled, or were you in limbo waiting to hear what their decision was going to be?
So that first hell week, I got officially rolled from 239 to 240. Graduated 240's hell week, made it through with that. And then I got the double roll. I got a double roll from 240 post hell week because of that run with the heat exhaustion. Now I'm classing up with class 242. Post hell week, I don't have to do hell week again. And from there, everything, I sailed on through all the way.
Coming out of it all, SQT and everything, did you want to go back to the East Coast, having grown up on the East Coast, or were you hoping to get a West Coast team, or did it matter to you?
So East Coast teams had absolutely no interest. And the reason why was having lived in New York. Yeah, Virginia is not New York, but one thing that I wanted to get away from was East Coast winter. East Coast winter is brutal. I mean, it's not like the Midwest where it's really cold, but East Coast winter is brutal. And I just was like, I'm not really interested. Like I heard stories of the guys on the East Coast when they got to go do time swims and the water is full of ice. Not interested. Didn't want to do that. And probably the water was maybe warm and it was just on the surface, and you're going to be wearing rubber anyways, but there was absolutely no interest. And then also too, I mean, how could you say no to San Diego? San Diego's incredible. It's beautiful. And then there's just so much in San Diego or in California in general. It just felt like this was the place I was going to be. I don't know if it's forever home, but definitely it felt like California was going to be the way that it was going to end up being. And then also too, it's like, okay, I've been to the West Coast before, to LA, but I'd never really spent any time on the West Coast. And I was like, you know what? I've done the East Coast. Lived in New York for a long time, lived in New Jersey. I'm from the West Indies. I've been on the Eastern Hemisphere of the planet. Let me come over here onto the Western Hemisphere and see what that is.
Which team did you get to first?
SEAL Team 5. All my team time was at SEAL Team 5, which fortunate for me. 5 is my favorite number. And graduated from SQT. Here was my team assignments, either East Coast. Nope. I said, don't even talk about it. Or go to SEAL Team 5 and SEAL Team 5. And I was like, yes, absolutely go to SEAL Team 5. And all my deployments, I did 5 deployments with SEAL Team 5. So favorite number, I get to SEAL Team 5. I do 5 deployments with SEAL Team 5. So I was fortunate to be able to be there, West Coast.
Something you said, and I've never asked somebody who's been a SEAL this question. Is the history of the SEAL teams part of the teaching process? Like you mentioned, the Vietnam era SEALs who, basically ran to the beach and then swam a mile. Mm-hmm. Is the history of the team something that is indoctrinated and ingrained in you while you're going through BUDS and all the training? Yeah,
I want to say, well, unfortunately, since I'm not a student that's going through training, legacy was huge when we were going through. Going through training. I told you about the Hydro Reconnaissance Hell Week. That was a huge legacy thing. I mean, that was one of our things that's etched in history, going back all the way to World War II, when guys were blowing up the what are those things with
not the limpet mines, but the barricades?
Yeah, the barricades.
Yeah.
There's another word which I can't really say.
Again, one of those things we'll remember.
Yeah, there's an actual word, but it's frowned upon to hear the name that way it is right now. But we'll just call it. It's a bollard that has I-beams in it, and that was meant to foul any landing craft amphibious vehicles from coming onto the beach. So World War II, that was frogmen, back there, the scouts and raiders, underwater demolition teams. That was their job. Those guys, they're long storied of doing things like that, coming and clearing beaches, especially for in World War II, doing all of that. That was part of the history of the SEAL teams forever. So doing the Hydro Reconnaissance charts, learning about jungle warfare in Vietnam, and learning about how, the SEALs carried the Stoner machine gun, or I think eventually they ended up going to the 60 machine gun. All of these legacy things, were amazing. We had, at that time, which was one of the coolest things I was fortunate to be able to take part in, because they ended up closing it and getting rid of it, is we had a dive tower where you would jump in. It's a 50-foot cylinder, and you have to dive and do an underwater breath hold 50 feet to the bottom, go into the bell, which is a freak out as it is anyways, because you're like, how am I not drowning under here? But it's physics, the way that works. Air is going to end up getting trapped under there. You don't know that that's real, but that's what it is. And you go under there and you hang out in the bell, take your thing, and then you come up and you do your FSA, free swimmer ascent, going back up to the top. All of that stuff was all legacy things, and we were able to, take part in everything that, the former frogmen had already set in place. I mean, when we were doing any of our land warfare, it was built off of techniques from basically jungle. We barely had any sort of like desert experience, or any sort of like experience where what we do now in Iraq, Afghanistan, and any of the other conflict areas that we've been to, none of that stuff had been, created or etched in stone at that point. I mean, mobility, we didn't really have any mobility. I mean, the movie Navy SEALs came out, that's, those guys are like SEAL Team 6, and, they jump out of everything and they blah, blah, blah. That was fantasy. The Marchenko books, all of that stuff was fantasy. But the stuff that we had in training, I mean, the information wasn't really even there at that time. So everything was always going to be built off of that legacy items that, people had already gone through and done. And so that's what we got. That's what we had. It's cool to see the evolution of things, and it's cool to see how things have progressed or changed. But yeah, back then, again, it's just similar to me with the internet and learning how to swim and doing whatever. There wasn't a ton of information. It was still creating it. Everything was being created.
When you went in, were you thinking one enlistment, I'll reevaluate, or were you thinking a career?
So just to kind of put things into perspective, I think a lot of people think, oh yeah, this is something I wanted to do forever. No, it wasn't. Like, I have some friends, since they were a little kid, they saw Navy SEALs, or they saw the old Frogman movie, The Frogmen, and I didn't know any of those things. I didn't know any of that stuff before. I mean, like I said, I read the Richard Marchenko books, and that was in the late 90s, just before I got into the Navy. But anything before that, it was all about like the British SAS and learning about international, but I didn't really know about American special operations. When I came in and I got my paperwork and everything, I said, okay, yeah, I'm going to do as we term of endearment, in the unlikely event that I make it through selection. That's people always say that. In the unlikely event that I make it through selection, I will do 10 years. That's what I said. I'm going to do 10 years. And then at that 10-year mark, I will reset and I will recalibrate and see whether or not if that's what I want to do.
But wouldn't 10 years put you kind of in the middle of an enlistment?
Exactly. So remember, when you join the Navy in boot camp, you sign on for I think it's like 4 to 5 years or whatever it is, right? Another 4 years could theoretically be 2 more deployments or another deployment and then shore duty afterwards. So that would encompass that 10-year period, right? So that's what I thought. Normally you got to do at least a minimum of 2 deployments and then 1 rotation of shore duty. And then you're probably going to end up being, okay, you're done if you want to be done. So that's why I gauged it at 10 years. And then also too, I wanted to try to see if I could, at that point, we had just started getting CRSBs, combat related special something, blah, blah, blah. Basically reenlistment bonus, combat related special bonuses. We just had started getting those, or at least that's what in my head, that's what we had just started getting those. I think they were given before, just not at the amount of money that we were getting. And that's, GWAT, huge pots of money was going into the military at that time. And 10 years, I'm like, okay, I can do 10 years. As long as I make it through selection, I can do 10 years. And we'll see what happens after. I do my first deployment, combat-related deployment. Second deployment, another combat-related deployment. Third deployment, another combat-related deployment. I'm riding high. I'm loving my time. Doing it.
Did you get through 3 deployments in your first enlistment?
No, I reenlisted, I think, on my second deployment, I reenlisted. And I'm like, okay, yeah, this is cool. I like this. And then remember going in 33, I'm like, ooh, what am I qualified to do? Don't have a degree, don't have anything. That 10-year mark is like, okay, this is the point where it's like, okay, either you stay or you go. Having now 2 kids and a wife and living in San Diego and didn't really have myself set up for success in terms of like degree options. What am I going to end up doing? Am I going to do executive protection? And that's what I thought I was going to do. My real goal when I came into the military. So here it is. Boot camp A school. The reason why I went to the quartermaster A school, which is, the individual that plots the charts for the ships, on the course of wherever the ship's going to end up going. So I was going to eventually end up either, if I didn't make it through selection, I was going to fall back. I had my dive qualification. Now I know how to plot a course on charts for, on anything that I'm looking at. I'm going to go back to Trinidad and I'm going to become a dive master and I'm going to run diving courses. That's what I was thinking in my head. I don't know, that that's what it was going to be, but that would be my fallback plan, right?
But at least there was a little bit of thought to what you could, because I know you said in the beginning, I was looking for an A school that was the shortest in duration.
Yep.
But there was also at least that component of, okay, I'm going to select this. And if I don't make it through selection, I can at least fall back on this knowledge base.
Exactly. And the reason why I think I went to that was just because I didn't envision myself to be in a photography's mate. It's funny because, I'm living in a world where photography is a huge part of it, before when I was doing the whole modeling thing. But I just didn't think that I didn't have the bandwidth to learn, all of the different nuances with photography. Just never felt that that's what I wanted to end up doing. But diving, I love diving. I thought it was cool. And, if I learn how to dive and I've already got my certification, I was an advanced diver at the time before I came into the Navy. And then I'm like, yeah, this would be easy. If I didn't make it through, I know how to plot charts and I could go back home to Trinidad, find all the best dive locations and run the best dive shop in Trinidad.
How are you an advanced diver before going in the Navy but couldn't swim? Or was that in between, doing all that?
Knowing how to dive and swimming is 2 completely different things. You have a buoyancy.
So you had the basics of swimming.
No. Diving underwater has nothing to do with swimming above surface. nothing to do with it at all. You have a buoyancy compensator. You've got fins that are propelling you through the water. If you feel like you're drowning, add a little bit more air into your buoyancy. That has nothing to do with swimming.
Got it.
Diving, swimming is not swimming.
Okay.
That's propelling you through the water. That is not swimming at all. Swimming is a different animal, right? But that's a good one. But yeah, it's that's what I thought. Oh yeah, I like diving. I think it's cool. I would love to go back home to Trinidad, find all the best dive spots and learn where all the best dive spots are, make a dive business and, whatever. And I figured that was, if there was going to be something I could do, because I didn't feel that I was qualified to do anything else. And it's not like, I'm giving up on myself, but I never thought about, okay, I need to go back to school. I need to broaden my horizons. I need to expand my capabilities and my other options by being able to, get myself educated. I never thought about it. So
once you got to a team and you now learned of all of the jobs within a team, what was your goal? So
remember, I came into the military and I felt like I had something to give back with all my martial arts experience. And that executive protection. So the 10 years is like, okay, I can maybe get some training on executive protection. You have the background of being a Navy SEAL, that would help in terms of being able to get into that career field. And then, with my martial arts experience, maybe I might be able to help, in terms of, being an instructor and learning, what the Navy offers. I figured that might be a good pathway for me. But that's an ancillary duty. That wasn't necessarily a primary duty.
I'm talking like breacher, sniper.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So when I came in, though, had no idea. Like, again, I came in thinking, well, yeah, I'm only going to do a certain amount of time just because I want to further my career being in executive protection. So when I graduate SQT in April 2003, my chief, this guy, Tommy Crimmins, amazing individual, says, hey, AJ, what is it that you want to do? And I'm like, I have no idea. And he's like, well, what do you like? I mean, I like lots of stuff. He's like, you like motors? I don't really know much about motors. He's like, okay, you like cars? I'm like, yeah, I love cars. Do you like, do you like braking stuff? I'm like, yeah, I love braking stuff. And he's like, okay, you're going to be in first lieutenant. So first lieutenant, all the boats, all the motors, anything to do with vehicles, any of the shipboarding tools, any of the breaching tools, all of that stuff was all encompassed under, first lieutenant. I think even at that time, no, air had its own thing, but we had everything else. So all the cool stuff that I wanted to do, I love shipboarding. That was great. I love breaking stuff. I love using the quickie saw. I loved using the chainsaw. I had my own sledgehammer. I had mine. There was other ones, but mine was John Henry. I had the John Henry sledgehammer, and I always carried that on every single op. So for me, it's like, yeah, I have the coolest job, and at that time, I wasn't even a breacher at that time, but I was running the department, for first lieutenant, which had all those different tools. I loved that. I loved being a first lieutenant guy. But I think a lot of it was just because I didn't really know what I could or what I was capable of doing. There were things that resonated with me. Could I have, maybe pushed myself a little bit harder and gone to comms school? Maybe. Could I have, tried to become a sniper? Yeah, absolutely. Never entered my mind to ever think about being a sniper. Never entered my mind about going to comms. And I think a lot of that is just because I didn't really have the information. And even if the information was there, I guess you could say in some way I could possibly have shortchanged my capabilities while I was there. But I was very singularly focused. I wanted to only do a certain amount of time. Then I was going to get out because executive protection. That's what I was thinking the whole entire time. Fighting in executive protection, martial arts executive protection. That's all I thought about. I never thought about anything else. I have friends who have nearly almost every single qualification in NSW. I marvel at those guys. I don't understand how they have all that bandwidth to absorb all that information. I think a lot of that would just be like, well, what's my shelf life here in this program? Am I really going to be able to stay in that long where I can take on all those schools? I was like, you know what? Let me just go into my little niche right here and get good at that. So driving, I'm like B.A. Baracus. I love driving. I could drive everything, There was a guy, just kind of fast forwarding a little bit. So we did my very first deployment. It was all initially the first 3 months was all executive protection. We were protecting the vice president of Iraq. We got to go to a bunch of executive protection schools, which was great. Check that box, right? And I was like, oh, this is perfect. Exactly what I wanted to do. And then we got to go to a lot of these amazing vehicle schools. So we did the Rod Hall off-road Hummer training. Then we did ITI. And all of that was like executive protection driving and then high-speed driving on a track. I loved it. It was amazing. We did this other one, TEAS, Tactical Explosive Entry School. We did their executive protection course. We did their driving on their skid pad that they had, learning how to smash cars, doing all of that stuff. I was in heaven. I loved it. And then it's like, okay, cool. We do all of that. And then, maybe like, let's say the next week we go and we're doing like, breaching. I'm not a breacher, but yeah, give me that sledgehammer so I can break stuff. So all of these things, I was like, I'm in heaven. I love this. This is where I want to go. This is my department. This is what I want to do. Pole dives, I'm the guy like hooking the pole, when we're doing our, go plats to the oil platforms where we're learning how to climb the oil platforms, or when we're doing maritime interdiction operations and I'm the guy swinging the pole up and hooking onto the ships. Oh, I thought that was the coolest thing ever. So for me, that's what I wanted to go do. But other guys, they challenged themselves and they went to other courses, and had other jobs. But, everyone has their place. Everyone has their job that they're meant to do, and it's not a knock if I decided I'm not going to do every single school. It's just, well, this is what I like. This is what I want to do. And this is just what my mind was telling me. This is where we need to go. So
taking it to then the nth degree, a young kid growing up, not really driven by the military, coming into the military very late late for your age, taking it all the way to an actual combat. You're in combat, deployed now, and first action, whatever you want to refer to it as. How did that impact you inside you, head space? What was that like for you?
2005, first deployment going in. Like I said, we started doing executive protection, vice president of Iraq. It still wasn't real, even though I'm in Iraq. And this was funny. We arrive at Baghdad International Airport. My LPO, this guy, Kevin Kent, hilarious, a guy, larger than life individual. And I remember he got all the new guys souped up like, oh man, we're going to get off the plane. It's going to be pandemonium. I'd never been on a deployment before. We're on a C-17. We land in Iraq. I have no idea what I'm going to experience when I land on the ground there. They open up the cargo door. Bullets are going to be flying. This is what I'm thinking in my head. Oh yeah, it's going to be the Wild West when we get there. And this is what you're hearing. These guys just came back from a deployment. I'm seeing pictures of their Humvees with skulls of, antelope or whatever it is. And I'm like, oh, this is going to be just like the Marchenko books. It's going to be crazy when we get there. And I remember they're like, yeah, get your guns, get your body armor on, helmet on, open up the door. It's 8,000 degrees in Iraq. And I'm like, oh my God, the sights, the smells, everything. Open up the door's coming down. We're like getting ready to, get off. And then it's dudes in Hawaiian shirts. Hey, with leis. Welcome to Iraq. I'm like, come on, man. But again, that's just, you don't know about the bubble. Right. You don't know that, oh, there's a complete ring, or at least I didn't know. Maybe some of the other guys did. I didn't know that there's this layer of protection that's around the military base where nothing is happening, nothing's getting in. Where we ended up going over to the embassy and basically living in one of the palaces, or not really a palace, the compounds, presidential compound, the vice president of Iraq.
Very nice accommodations.
Oh, for real. I mean, we had internet, like dial-up internet, but we had internet. I could walk through a gate from our compound, through a gate into and go over into the embassy and eat at the embassy dining hall. Blackwaters coming in with their little birds landing, just over there. I'm seeing all these contractors. People are acting like we are in New York City hanging out. And I'm just like, this is really, it's surreal. It's completely surreal because you hear all the different stories about guys getting in gunfights. I'm in the green zone. What the hell is the green zone? That's not reality when you're in the green zone. There's no mortars coming in and blowing stuff up like you hear in other countries about things happening. I'm in a paradise within a hellscape. And I'm like, all right, cool, here we go. And for 3 months, we're sitting there guarding this guy who's the vice president of Iraq, who, not for nothing, when you think presidents, you think, oh yeah, well, this guy's going to be super dialed in. He's going to go to work every day. That guy, wake up in the morning, nah, I'm going to stay home. And he would not go to work. And you're like, you are the vice president of the country. What do you mean you're not going to go to work? And so there was many days where it was like that. And you get kind of disenchanted, with the whole entire thing. I never got mad. And I never was like, this sucks. Never was like that. I'm on my first deployment. It's a combat deployment. I am in a combat area. I remember going outside of the green zone and going and driving Route Irish, IDs all the time happening there. It never really set into my head. It's like, okay, we could possibly get IED'd. Never really ever stood in my head because it hadn't happened to me. It happened to everybody else, but it didn't happen to me. So it never really was one of those things where I was completely fearful. But then one day I remember there was someone actually shot at us while we were driving in the convoy with the vice president. And everything that we'd done in training immediately kick off. Now, whether or not if that actually really happened, we were really in danger, I don't know. All I know, it was turbo. We were out of there and we did everything everything short of running people over, literally running people over, blocking screen patterns with the vehicles, anytime we went through any intersections, block the intersection, just like Secret Service. And, but again, it was one of those things where it's this is happening. It's for real right now. We have one of the most important people on the planet in this convoy with us. We cannot fail our mission. And it was just it was never even an afterthought. It was instantly react. It was cool. Just like you said, it was textbook. We get back home, check the vehicles, make sure everything is okay. And for me, at that point, that very first time, and again, this is not a gunfight. This is not going into harm's way like some of the guys, rest in peace, that have died. But for me, that excitement, that exhilaration, that feeling that I got from that, I was hooked, completely hooked.
Couple directions I want to go.
Sure.
First off, taking your martial arts background and experience, what was the training like when you first got into the SEAL teams?
Martial arts training? So it's funny because the SEAL teams didn't really have a really good focus, and there wasn't a lot of resonance with what were the programs at the time. There was, and this is not to take a knock at anything, there was all sorts of different stuff that was introduced. I think they might have had some Tang Soo Do, Korean martial arts. I think they did some, Hapkido, maybe, again, another Korean martial art. They had a program called SCARS at one point, which, again, it was a guy that had done martial arts and decided he's going to help develop a program. It was, it was cool. It had its capabilities. It also definitely had its limitations. Then there was a gentleman named Dwayne Dieter who had a program called CQD, Close Quarter Defense. CQD was the standard from 1992 until 1998. Now, he'd already, I think, had been doing that, instituting it with federal agencies and local law enforcement in the Maryland area where he's from. Developed a huge reputation. It was what Development Group and a lot of other agencies, in the military were utilizing, special operations units. 1998, DevGru decided that they wanted to go into another direction. And then that's when CQD came into we have to call it vanilla soft, into the regular SEAL teams. So from 1998 until 2010, that was the signifying program that all special operations in the military, in the Navy, Naval Special Warfare, SEALs and SWIC, we all trained under CQD. The great thing about that program, it was, jiu-jitsu, pretty standard. You know how to do an armbar. You learn how to do, a kimura. You learn how to do an omoplata. You learn how to do a rear naked strangle. You know how to do Americana. There's certain moves where you'll end up getting to learn. And the idea is to have that baseline information and be able to employ it whenever it is that you need. CQD was very similar, again, not to call it like what I was just talking about just now, but they developed a series of gross motor movements. And then also too, they had a pretty good methodology of level of force control. My skill versus my adversary's skill versus the environment that's around us. And then also too, having a mandate that CQD was built off of, you are an operator first. You're not a martial artist first. You're an operator first. You're supposed to employ your rifle and your pistol. That's your job. Anything else outside of that is to help you be able to get back to employing your rifle and your pistol. So they developed a martial art strictly based off of those principles. I particularly liked it. I thought it was good. A lot of really good information. Some of the stuff that we ended up doing, though, was a little bit, people took a little bit of umbrage with it. And it's like, what does this have to do with anything? But, just like with anything, you don't necessarily have to see what the light is at the end of the tunnel. It's the process of being able to get you to that end of that tunnel. I liked what we learned, but there was some grumblings, and that came from Development Group about the program. And Development Group obviously has a lot of influence with the regular SEAL teams. Hey, we need to develop a program, or a program should be developed that, keeps the core skills of being operators first and gunfighters first. Definitely one of the big things with normal jiu-jitsu and being an operator, when you've got potentially up to 65 pounds of gear that's on you right now, going on your back and deciding you're going to play spider guard is not going to work in your favor. When I've got let's say I have a quickie saw or a sledgehammer on my back, and I'm already wearing body armor, which is already making me flat and not allowing me to become concave. Or if I have on, I'm the 60 gunner, am I really, or the Mark 48 machine gunner or Mark 46 machine gunner, am I really trying to go on my back and pull somebody on my back in my closed guard? Am I really trying to do that? Does that really make sense? No, not at all. So CQD, one of their big things, their big tenets was, it's a 360-720 environment. Keep all of your threats in front of you, and then never go to your back. If you do go to your back, fight as quickly as you can to get off of that, whether that means you're poking somebody in the eye, whether that means you're using your pistol and muzzle striking an individual to get them off of you, whether you're using your hands in a pisiform strike, using the the strongest bone, your ulnar bone in your hand, but never using your fist. Why don't you use your fist? Because if you break your hand, you might not be able to shoot your gun or be able to grab or do anything, when the time is needed. So everything was built off of staying off of your back, staying on your feet, keeping your base stable so that you don't get easily dislodged or maybe have to fall to the ground. If you do fall to the ground, how quickly can you get back up to your feet again? And then again, as I said before, keep everything in front of you, use your hands, but your primary weapon systems are what you want to employ. I thought that was gold. And that's what we ended up having until 2010, until influence was a bit too strong, and there was a mandate that was put out by the admiral, and he said, hey, we are going to cease and desist from utilizing this program, and we are going to develop a new program within NSW. Here I am, I don't want to say that I was a highly trained martial artist, but I definitely was a well-trained martial artist, and this is where I was like, okay, here is where I can add some value, because I had already, had a reputation of, with the Thai boxing and stuff like that.
And you stayed with it?
Oh, of course. Yeah. That's one, still always wanted to be lethal. Two, it was a great workout. And three, it's something I was very comfortable with. Why would I give that up? There's no point. And there was guys that were boxers. There was guys that was wrestlers. And we always used to end up there used to be a fight club. And so it's like, here we go. Now I'm getting to do something that I'm very familiar with. And I'm a value add to this endeavor that they're asking us to be able to set off on. I, myself and 6 other guys, we helped develop the NSW Combatives program, and the baseline of that was, boxing, Muay Thai, Jiu-Jitsu, wrestling. Judo is, you could say that's part of it as well, but Judo and Jiu-Jitsu, Judo is the big brother of Jiu-Jitsu. So I call that part and parcel. And then edge weapons, Filipino stick and knife fighting and edge weapons and improvised weapons. So those 5 qualities, those five line items there, that was like the original concept of developing the program. And I felt definitely very fortunate to be asked to do that. Well, first off, I asked after my 3rd deployment, I was like, yeah, I need to take a break. It's back-to-back deployments, workups. We're already at about 300 days a year just in workup before you even go on a deployment. Deployment can be anywhere from 6 months to 9 months, depending. I think my 2nd deployment was like 8 or almost 9 months. And my first platoon that I was in, it ended up getting disbanded. I got pushed into another platoon. We ended up augmenting with SEAL Team 7. A platoon from SEAL Team 5 augmented with SEAL Team 7. And then that's why my rotation was so quick, back to back. Well, back to back. I was like, yeah, I need to be able to, give back to my wife. And now my 2nd son, who was born in 2000, my 3rd son rather, in 2009, I was like, yeah, I need to be able to give back to the family. Didn't happen. That didn't happen. Wasn't able to give back, but helped develop this program. And, I felt fortunate to be able to be in that position. I screened I screened 70 different vendors across the Southern California region. They ended up picking this one, and the reason why we ended up picking this one vendor was they were the only one out of all the other vendors that said, hey, we understand what it is that you want to do. Keeping a lot of the tenets from CQD. We kept those as part of the baseline of what we wanted to do with the program, but we wanted to institute these other things. I had already been doing knees and elbows with the CQD. I didn't try to take away from it. I wanted to augment it. And I remember I was like, this is easily added to this program, but Mr. Dieter, he wanted to keep the sanctity of his program. And, I have no problem with that. I just, I think that other people were just like, no, we need to progress. Okay, cool. We were able to get this company. They said, and this is, I'll never forget. Well, we can do what it is that we do, but we can't really do it unless we try it with what you guys wear. And so you see there's a lot of programs that are out there. Very few actually do it with kit, or now it's part of, people are doing it now. But back then, very few people were trying to do it with your kit on, with a long gun, with a sledgehammer in your back, with body armor on, with your helmet, with your night vision on. Nobody was doing that before. And so these guys were like, hey, we need to be able to utilize your stuff. We need to take what we do and try to apply it to this. And remember, we'd started doing our initial training with them. They came back like 2 days later. Yeah. And he's like, I remember the guy was like, hey, all this stuff that we do right now, none of that stuff works. So this is what we're going to do. And that's how we developed the program, which kept with the tenets that we wanted to keep. Never going on our back unnecessarily if we don't need to, how to get up off of the ground as quickly as we possibly could, and keeping all of our threats in front of us and being able to break and disengage from whoever it is on the ground to be able to get back to our primary weapon system, including kickboxing, wrestling, jiu-jitsu, edge weapons, impact weapons, unorthodox weapons, Muay Thai, keeping all those things together. And what's great is that program that we helped develop is still the baseline of the program that's still in existence right now. And it's just, everything evolves, things change, things get added on, which are value adds. And that's what the program is right now. It's still good. As a matter of fact, they have the instructor program that's happening right now over on the base. But, fortunate to have been part of the legacy of that, in its inception.
The other thing I want to touch on is you had a unique journey into the military where you actually looked at going British Special Forces first. Mm-hmm. Did you ever in your time get the opportunity to work in conjunction with SAS?
So not so much formally, like, so SAS,
train with them, just be able to close that circle and interact with them.
SAS is like tier 1, of course, obviously. We had opportunity on, so this is actually pretty interesting. When we have our training facility in Nyland, California, right? And little do I know that sometimes the SAS comes and uses our desert training facility to go and do training for themselves with their off-road vehicles, which I thought was pretty cool. But, they were the shadowy guys that had their own part of the compound. We never really got to interact or see them or speak with them or anything. But on my 4th deployment to Yemen, I was able to end up meeting some guys from the SAS and from SBS. And we didn't get to operate with them, but being able to link up with those guys and meet and talk, they actually came to our compound, which was actually pretty cool. We were in Yemen, we were in Aden, all the way down where the USS Cole was. And we had some guys come over to our compound and hang out with us and, trade information, but never really got to operate or do anything.
What powers you through your day? If you're like me, coffee's at the top of that list. So take your coffee to a new level with Trident Coffee, a veteran-owned brand that's redefining your coffee experience. Cold brew experts, their instant cold brew is a game changer. And though they roast their beans to excel as a cold brew, trust me, their coffee tastes just as amazing hot. Trident Coffee is also committed to your wellness, with ingredients like organic mushrooms, adaptogens, and nootropics to help boost your focus and support your immunity. It's made for those who enjoy good coffee and value quality and health. Whether you're looking for that perfect, refreshing cold brew or a smooth cup of hot coffee to fuel your day, Trident Coffee has you covered. Head over to tridentcoffee.com and use the promo code TDP15 for 15% off your order.
It's funny because right now I sometimes I do work as a 1099 contractor with this company, Tomahawk, and we give instruction to special response teams and SWAT teams across the country in CQC, close quarter combat. And you would think that, this is going to be all Navy SEALs or special forces. No, it's Navy SEALs, it's special forces, it's Delta, it's DevGru, it's SAS, it's SBS, it's all these different, data points of information being able to come in and teach a particularly focused sort of curriculum for these groups, which is actually pretty cool. It's pretty awesome. And these guys are, the guys from SAS and SBS, it's funny because pretty much to a man, they're all just larger than life personalities, a lot of these guys. And it's actually really cool and it's refreshing to be able to work with them. But did I ever get to really operate with them? No. Did I see them on my first deployment when I was in Iraq doing executive protection? 100%. Did I, say hi to them in the chow hall? Yeah. When we were in my third deployment, which was one of my most fun deployments, we were up in Rutba, but we went to this other place called QRF, Kiara Air Base. And we were a recce platoon with Kawasaki side-by-sides, literally just like golf carts that we spray painted, and we added, I think we added some IR lights and maybe a different exhaust. And now that's a tactical vehicle. No, made absolutely no sense at all, but that's a tactical vehicle. Got to see SAS, SBS, DevGru Delta, got to see all those guys while we were up there. And it was actually kind of cool being able to kind of interact with those guys. Cause I'm sure they knew that we weren't like the cool guys, but they knew that we were something, but I'm sure they knew that we weren't, DevGru or Delta. But we had an incident one time. So this is where it's actually, you get to do the real good interactions. We're out on one of our patrols. And so we were the first people to institute using the Kawasaki side-by-sides on the 47s and loading them up on the 47s and going out and having them drop us off like, far away. We would do like 300K, 300 kilometers away and then patrol back on, whatever our course was that we were going to end up doing, whatever our objectives were that we were going to try and fulfill. And I remember one time we roll out from the base. We didn't take the helos on this one. It was only going to be like 100 and something K that we were going to do. Roll out the base. There used to be a tactic that, insurgents were employing where they would go and they would meet in the middle of a flock of sheep and they would discuss their, whatever, what do farmers do? What do shepherds do? They go and they interact, with each other, sometimes hang out with the sheep. But the tip was, well, these insurgents are going and pretending that they're shepherds and they're going and hanging out on this, flocks of sheep and they're discussing the things. I mean, who knows if that really was the thing or not. Anyway, we're rolling out and I remember come out from the base. We're doing, radio checks back to headquarters, finally starting to get on pace. And we come up over this rise. I'm lead vehicle. And I've got my navigator and he, he's right next to me. And I look out into the distance. I'm like, hey, Sean, I was like, doesn't that look like guys, congregating in the middle of sheep? And he's like, yeah. I was like, I think we need to call it in. We need to go investigate these guys, right? So, okay, cool. Perfect. We're going to roll up on these guys. Who knows what's going to end up happening? Start getting a little bit closer. Get a little closer. I'm like, nah, that's a bunch of little kids. I don't think these guys are insurgents. Let's, we'll wave off on that one. So we wave off. We reset because we had gone off course. So what we were doing, gone off course, we decide, okay, we're going to reset. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all Kawasaki side-by-sides, all like this. We're all kind of like sitting there looking back and forth, talking to each other. We're like, yeah, that would have been cool. Roll up these dudes in the middle of these sheep. And here comes this bongo truck. This bongo truck is coming towards us. And you get to know about like what the insurgency or supposedly what the insurgency looks like. And it's, everybody's mind, it's the guy in the black robe with the face covered, Mujahideen, right? Here is a bongo truck with a Mujahideen driver and a guy in the back of the bed who looks like a Mujahideen guy. And we're like, it's happening. I'm getting chicken skin right now. Everyone sees it and everyone's just like, guns up. And we're following this truck. And we're just itching, waiting for these guys. And fearless, absolutely fearless, these dudes. And sometimes I wish it would be kind of cool to do like an exchange. Like, hey, do you remember that time when you rolled by our group and you guys were staring at us, what were you thinking? I would love to just pick these guys' brains. And these guys are staring at us fearlessly, and we're like, ooh, we need to get them.
What proximity?
Oh, I mean, like this wall here, right there where the other curtain is. So not, it's, within 10
30 yards.
Less.
Max.
No.
I mean,
like,
not 30 feet.
10 yards, maybe 10 yards away. And we're like, oh, this is happening right now. So we get the AOIC, he calls it in. He says, hey, we're going to do a vehicle interdiction. Now, mind you, a vehicle interdiction
with side-by-sides.
Side-by-sides. Okay, so think Mad Max, right?
You got ramming capabilities.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, get rammed, maybe get rammed, right? So we're calling it in, finally get approval to go. These guys are a little bit away, but we're still keeping eyes on them. The village where they had just come from, we start taking effective fire. Not like maybe like a couple rounds going overhead. Jesus bullets are hitting all around us, like impacting in the ground around us, hearing them whizzing over us. We're hearing the cracks. We're like, break left. Okay, so the tactic at the time was you always try to make an oblique angle because it's harder to hit something at an oblique. Those guys are a little bit further away. The guy in the back pulls out a PKM. So now we have intersecting fields of effective fire hitting us on both sides. Jesus bullets everywhere, like holy crap. Okay, we broke left, now we're breaking right. And I saw this guy and I love this guy to death. I'm not gonna say his name, but everyone will know, if people are listening to this. DF is our LPO at the time. He's a larger than life personality. And he's like, serpentine. And I'm like, serpentine? We didn't learn serpentine. Cars movie, we learned serpentine. So we start doing serpentine. And everybody knew at that point, it's like, okay, that's what we're supposed to do. Don't know what the hell serpentine was supposed to do, but instead of just breaking left and then breaking right, now we're just continuously breaking left and right, hence the serpentine. But that was the word that came up, brevity in commands, right? Then he says wagon wheel. What the hell is a wagon wheel? We didn't learn any of that. I was like, what the hell is a wagon wheel? He's like, wagon wheel. Bing. Wagon wheel, circle the wagons. We circle the wagons. We make this crazy ninja cloud of smoke all around us. You can't see us. We're making, the vehicles are just like, and we're hearing snaps. This, I don't know how we didn't, one, crash into each other. Two, I don't understand how we didn't get hit by anything, but I guess the smoke screen actually really worked. And then my navigator's like, punch out of the smoke. We say, hey, punching out of the smoke. Poof, punch out of the smoke. The greatest thing about the Kawasaki side-by-sides at that time is your speed over security. 65 miles an hour, Baja, just jumping, different shocks, like I said, exhaust, whatever. We're going really fast. We get about 2,000 meters away. We circle up. Everybody's got their guns out. Now, mind you, when that ended up happening, did guys get some shots off on the Mujahideen guys? Yeah, absolutely. Did my navigator shoot his law at their truck? Yeah, I think he did end up shooting the law, but I think he ended up breaking it. And I was like, well, I wasn't even paying attention. I didn't even realize. So you asked just now before about the what it's like and what the experience was like. It was one of those things where it's like, I need to react and I need to do this right now. I didn't even remember. I had to hear that from him the other day about him actually shooting a rocket.
Tunnel vision.
Yeah, but tunnel vision, but not so much where it was like completely myopic. I had a little bit of aperture, but I didn't remember about that thing. And then once I heard it, I was like, oh, I remember that. But that's not what I was thinking for years and years. But I mean, it was pandemonium, but it was controlled pandemonium. Get about 2,000 meters out, circle up, guns out, ready for anything. We're trying to get air. Air is red because a dust storm was coming in, so we couldn't get anything. But we're on high ground, so anything coming to us, we'll see it a million miles away. And then also too, speed is our advantage, especially with those side-by-sides. And we were pros at driving those side-by-sides already by now, while, having been in the environment for a little bit. And man, it sucked because we weren't able to go and affect anything, because am I really gonna, when we see those guys go to another town, are we really going to try and Mad Max it with 5 Kawasaki side-by-sides, 9 operators and an interpreter, go into a town and try and go and strong arm and get these guys? Not going to happen. So air is red, can't get any air to come up and help us. Not going to happen. QRF, what are we going to get for QRF? Did we really need QRF at that point in time? Maybe not, but we called for QRF while all of that stuff was happening. QRF shows up 2 hours later. That's not really QRF. You know what I mean? And the base was not
kind of quick.
Yeah. The base is only just right there, but it's not really fast enough. But the one thing that came from that, especially after we stopped, circled up the wagons, you know, everybody took a breath, took a wrap off, looked. I think we had like one round had impacted one of the vehicles, but did we get a little bit of notoriety from that? Oh, 100%. We had tier 1 elements, all the tier 1 elements came to our compound and were asking us questions, and were asking us like, how'd you set up your vehicles? You know, and like, we don't know what the hell it's like. I mean, we got told, oh yeah, do this, blah, blah, blah. But when you're out there and doing the thing on your own, you're going to develop your own things. You know, like I made this, like bungee was my friend. I made these cool bungee attachment systems onto the, to the side-by-sides. You know, we had the netting or whatever, but like, I mean, we had everything rigged, and I had developed this system, like this really, it's just, I'd girth hitch a lot of stuff and it would strap it to the vehicle. It wasn't coming off. Proof of concept was we were going and doing a shakeout patrol with our vehicles, and I'd already had this thing developed, and we're going through this wadi and doing all this stuff. And I say, hey, I want to try to see if I can make it up this particular ascent right here. I send everybody the other way. I'm with my navigator. I say, hey, you guys take off, go left over there, go up, and then meet us up on the top. We're going to try and do this thing here to see whether or not if we could. And you, of course, obviously you try slow before you start using speed, you know, to try and just power up through it. And I remember go up, and it was like, oh, the front started tipping. I was like, whoop, off of the gas, roll back down, no drama. And now I'm like, okay, maybe a little bit more speed. Maybe I might be able to make it. Go up, and then like almost at the top, and then it does one of these, and I'm like, oh snap, I'm not gonna be able to recover. And we did one of these where it was just like, this is the top. It was like, we did one of those and just landed back on the ground, and everyone's like laughing, this and that and the other, but nothing fell out of the vehicle. Zero, nothing. So I was like, okay, yeah, I know that I can't approach an angle like this, even though it looked like I might have been able to do it. But one thing that's a plus for me is I know that the bungee system that I helped put on all the cars is going to save everything, and nothing's going to come out of the car unless these guys just yard sale their own stuff. If they have their stuff tied down with the stuff that I helped, yeah, it was golden. So yeah, but it was it was interesting. It was interesting to, you know, be there during that time. It's like, again, it's like, it was very surreal. It was very surreal. So coming out of that and then going onto shore duty, yeah, I wanted to be able to give something back. And it's, you know, just, I'm glad I had the opportunity to have all those different experiences.
You and I are the same age. Well, you actually got a year on me. I was born in 69.
Okay.
You've already mentioned the Marcinko books. We all read those. Yeah. I don't know anybody, definitely from your era, who didn't read them. Mm-hmm. You've mentioned the Navy SEAL movie. Yep. Everybody's seen that movie. And as much fun as it gets made of, it's still a movie that everybody's watched.
Yeah.
The other thing for you is you got to be part of Act of Valor, the movie. Mm-hmm. What was that experience like? Were you voluntold? Did you get to volunteer for it?
Act of Valor is, it was a sore spot for a lot of people. One, because the secrecy of the teams. But it's funny how people talk about the secrecy of the teams when there's so many books that were already out at that time. Navy SEAL movie, this and that and the other. TV shows, 2, 3, 4. And on Discovery Channel, the Swick documentary on Discovery Channel as well. There's already so much notoriety. And it seems like it's only the Navy SEAL teams that are doing that. But there was a deficit. People needed, they needed more bodies to be able to come into the program. come back off of that third deployment, the recce deployment that I was telling you about. I remember our CO, Mr. Chaby, he was like, hey, Warcom wants volunteers to come over and speak to these producers from Hollywood. They're going to make a project. It's going to be a project that's going to help with recruiting. Nobody wanted to do that at that time. It's like, no, I don't want to do that. I want to either operate or I want to go on instructor duty, the whole anonymity thing. And it was very much against the whole code of the SEAL teams to have people decide, oh yeah, I'm going to go and, volunteer to go and speak, to these people and go make a project, regardless of what the effect would end up being. And then it got to the point where no one was volunteering and we had just come back from deployment. And then we had another all hands with the CEO and he's like, hey, listen, you are going to be voluntold to go do this. And this is the Admiral was like, yeah, no, this is happening. Admiral Pybus was the Admiral at the time. And I don't know if you've ever met him. Great guy, great warrior, great leader. Guy was, I don't remember him smiling that much ever. So he was very serious. He was serious as cancer. And I remember went over to Warcom when we had to go and meet with these people. And so he said to SEAL Team 5, because we had just come back from deployment, guys were going to be doing, they're preparing to either separate from the team or they're about to go on vacation, or leave from having come back from post-deployment leave. And so his thing was like, yeah, hey, you guys just came back. You're no longer on rotation right now. So you're in a perfect spot to be able to go do it. You will come over here. You will interact with these people. And we're like, all right, who wants to go? Nobody's raising their hands. And then basically there was like, you guys are going to go. And we're like, okay. So we go to Warcom and we go meet these people.
So
now,
it was just merely wrong place, wrong time for your team.
Theoretically, if you can call it that, absolutely. It definitely is wrong place, wrong time. And especially because we're on the West Coast as opposed to being on the East Coast, I'm sure that would have been a non-entity, right? Get over there. And not everybody that was asked to be part of the project was from SEAL Team 5, but some people were in other various states of, deployability. Some guys were on instructor duty, Rourke Denver, Brendan Weimholt. These guys were on instructor duty over at Advanced Training Command in Imperial Beach. I don't remember if Dave Hansen was at 5 at that time. I think he was. But all of these guys that ended up being in the pro, and there was a couple other people that were part of it. But for the most part, everyone was either on instructor duty or had just come back from deployment that was selected. And there were other people from SEAL Team 5 that were asked to go, but, going through the interview process. Then we started seeing and hearing what it is that they wanted to do. And we realized, okay, this is going to be a Hollywood production. Is it going to be Navy SEALs or can it be something that's done better? And the guys that ended up getting selected to do it, we ended up saying to us, to each other, like, hey, you know what? If we are going to do this project, let's, try and do something good, because we'd much rather have the stories being told by the people that have actually done it, regardless of, I'm no Denzel Washington. We don't have any Chris Pratts that are in the group, but we definitely felt, in terms of being able to show capabilities or be able to, bring out the stories in a poignant way as to where, it felt authentic. I think we thought that we were the best people to be able to do it, regardless of acting capabilities or not. What was cool about the project, and when we started hearing a little bit more about it, having the access to every single aspect of the Navy, unprecedented access to everything. So we thought that was kind of cool as well. And the only thing that really sucked about the whole project, we got paid nothing, zero. It was just per diem. And the reason why we got paid per diem was because, we were working within the scope of our jobs. And so it's like, really? It's like, okay. It's like, you mean you couldn't set up like, like an offshore account where it's like, after I graduate, or, after I retire or whatever, or when I'm 65 years old.
So just give me the cut of the residuals or something.
Literally nothing. We got nothing. But, for me, it was more about the experience and being able to be part of that movie. And, the upshot of that is here I am. It's 2025. I don't really think
it's going on 20 years ago, right?
It came out in 2012.
Oh, okay.
I think it came out in 2012. Yeah, maybe 2012, 2013, I believe it officially came out. But we shot that thing in 2010. So they held off on putting it out for a little bit, mixing it down, re-edits and this and that. But I never really thought about what the effect would end up being. It's funny when people still recognize me for it. And I'm like, this little obscure movie, I don't think, anyone recognizes or knows anything about it. I'll be coming onto the base sometimes and there'll be people that are like, hey, aren't you that guy? And I'm like, how do you even know about this? You know what I mean? The amount of guys that came into the program that have told me, oh yeah, the reason why I joined the military was because of you guys in that movie. And then the amount of Black guys or other minorities that came in and have spoken to me and have said directly to me, the only reason why I went and I did this program was because I saw you and you did it and I wanted to be just like that. To me, I mean, if, I've been able to do a lot of great, cool things while I was in the military. Hearing something like that I was an inspiration to people. I mean, I could, if that was all I ever did in the military, cool. If I inspired other people to come in and join the military and give back, cool. I'm happy with that.
And I would imagine for you, like with any of us on my side of the fence who have been in law enforcement, you watch a movie where they depict law enforcement, you're just kind of like rolling your eyes like, oh, Jesus, no, that's not anywhere realistic. Mm-hmm. You guys had the opportunity for what you could control, bring a sense of realism to it. This is how we would actually do it. Because I remember going through homicide school mm-hmm. and a retired homicide guy was teaching a portion of the class and he had gotten involved in Hollywood.
Yeah.
And one of the things he said is like, you'll get hired to come in and be an advisor for a movie. Mm-hmm. And they'll say, okay, here's the scene. And he remembers the first time he was talking about, okay, yeah, this wouldn't be accurate. And then the director goes, okay, thanks. And we're still going to do it our way.
Yep.
Yeah. But to have that impact. And that's why I tried to say it lightheartedly. There isn't anybody who hasn't read Marcinko's books. There isn't anybody who hasn't watched Navy SEALs movie. There isn't anybody who hasn't watched Act of Valor. Mm-hmm. And like you said, yeah, there are probably other teammates who went, you knuckleheads or whatever.
Yep.
But there are a lot of young men who chose to go that route because of seeing that movie.
Right. And so, I think it's the diehards that, just the diehards that feel that, oh yeah, this is not the pathway to special operations. But you know what? Sometimes it is about getting a message out, but it's like, what message are you going to be putting out? What is the content that's going to be influential to other people? I sure would not have wanted to make a movie about, guys, even in Navy SEALs, guys going to the bars and drinking and fighting and doing all that type of stuff in Navy SEALs. Yeah, that's an aspect, but is that the most endearing quality that you want to, to show to any new recruits or any new, potential frogmen? I don't think that's the best way to show it. If anything, show more about your capabilities. If anything, show more about the leadership and show more about what true warfighters are all about. It's being a martial artist. I look at being a warfighter as being a martial artist as well. It's martial skills which you have to perfect. I mean, you never perfect. You're always constantly learning. But aside from all of the hard skills, there's also the soft skills, the mental skills. All of those things are part of it as well as being a martial warrior. And it's like, I would much rather have something like that be, thrown and thrust upon other people for them to understand, like, hey, this is what this is really going to end up being like. I'm glad we had the opportunity to be able to show the stories, and I hope we showed the stories in a good way. You have the people who are like the naysayers. Oh, these guys were terrible actors. No one ever said that we were going to be actors. Were we able to get the story across? Were we able to elicit emotion from it? Yeah, absolutely. No one said it's going to be an Oscar-winning performance. Even from the larger actors that were in that movie. I mean, I didn't see anything that was like, oh, I'm going to win an Academy Award for this. It was not that type of a movie. It was meant to be a message. Had 3 poignant stories that they were talking about, and they showed through the movie. And that's what it was all about. And it was all about the culminating act of like being able to show what the Navy SEAL teams is, what we stand for, what we've done, and be able to get people to stand behind that, and, get people to be able to say, hey, this is something that I'm gravitating towards or resonates with me. I want to give back to the country. I want to do this. And this is at an ultra high level. I can do this. You know what I mean? And so I'm glad we had the opportunity to be able to do that.
From the outsider looking in, man, that made you want to be a swick. Those guys rolling in on the boats with the miniguns going off.
Oh, I got to tell you something about that.
Oh, man.
So the swick guys, I think a lot of people have given the swick guys a load of crap for years. First off, those guys have a super duper hard mission. Imagine you're transporting operators who are going to do either an assault or swim in onto a beach, or they're going to assault a ship or whatever. Even at DevGru, those guys, they drive the MATVs and the other vehicles, going, and then they provide security, they have gunners. Those guys, they have a super hard job. But those guys, especially when we're in unfavorable ocean conditions, and they're responsible for everyone's lives that are on their platform. One wrong move and everyone's done. And you're in the middle of the ocean and you're not going to get rescued. Maybe you might have another boat that might come, but those guys, they have an extremely difficult job. And then they have their own set of things that they've got to deal with. You see the guys right now, we talk about TBI from, explosions, from breaching. Those guys are getting micro TBIs every single time they're going over waves and chop. And you never would think about that. And then also, too, the other thing you're not thinking about, and you hear stories about it, you don't think about like the compression of their discs in their backs, and guys losing height. Guys that are 6 feet tall ending up being like 5'10", 5'8", 5'9", because they've lost so much height and size from their discs in their backs being completely crushed and compromised for years and years, and then having back problems and all this and that, on top of now also having the micro TBIs. You never think about that. But when you see those guys and they're driving those boats at such a high level, especially the SOCRs, the SOCRs are the coolest thing for me. I think they're the coolest boat ever. I mean, yeah, it's cool to drive a speedboat over the middle of the ocean, but at nighttime on night vision, doing maybe 35, 40 knots on, in a river, you don't know whether or not if you're going to hit a tree or any of that. Jumping logs with these boats. How the hell do you jump a log with a boat on night vision and then still employ your guns in a rotation as to where you're not shooting each other and you're able to move ships in and out and be able to provide cover fire? I always thought that was a cool job. It wasn't what I wanted to do, but I thought it was a cool job and I have respect. And then not only that, those guys' water qualification, in my opinion, is way harder than BUD/S. Those guys, we had the luxury of swimming in UDT shorts, and whatever. Those guys are swimming in camis and boots every single day. So their swimming qualification for me is a lot harder. And reason being is because those guys are going to be in the water all the time. Us, we're going to have fins. You know what I mean? We're going to be able to swim, without having, I mean, sometimes you'll have to swim with your kid on, but you're going to have like a buoyancy compensator when you're not buoyancy compensated, but you'll be able to have something that will keep you positively buoyant, underwater if you need it to be. But those guys, their swimming qualifications are a lot harder, but they have a completely different mission set, which is, I'm not going to say it's just as hard, which is very difficult. It's not easy, so I have a lot of respect for swick operators and, who they are and what they do. But yeah, definitely, I'm never going to denigrate any of those guys. And, for many years, that was the thing. There was a lot of hate and angst against the swick teams. And it's like, look, these guys are doing something that you can't do. They're doing something that you don't want to do. You're doing something different. Respect those guys in what it is that they do, because it's one team, one fight. Everyone is doing something to get to the ultimate end state, which is mission completion. And, I've had a lot of opportunity to work with and become friends with swick operators, so I've always had a massive respect for who they are and what it is that they do.
You bring up a great point though. And one of the things that I've really tried to hammer home with this podcast, because it's not what the public talks about. Mm-hmm. You spent 20 years in the teams. You spent how many years? A decade professionally fighting. No injuries.
Easily.
None.
Easy. Well, I mean,
relatively speaking.
Yeah.
But the time that you spent serving this country, 2 knee surgeries, ankle surgery, we don't talk about the physical demands and the damage that so many of these men and women that are giving their lives for 20 or 30 years,
sure,
that gets often overlooked.
Right.
A swick guy comes in, hey, I started out with 6 foot. I'm finishing off my career and I'm 5'9".
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, people ask me, oh, well, didn't you get injured when you were doing Thai boxing? Yeah. I mean, yeah, random. Like I got a knot on my shin and it hurt, maybe, I had a little bit of, bone fragments from doing an elbow or something like that. Maybe I had a concussion from, getting knocked out or taking some punches or whatever, but it's not normal to walk around with maybe 60 pounds of gear on. When I came in, again, as an old guy, what is every new guy's, penance or punishment? You carry the heavy weapon. So I carried the Mark 48. We started with a 60. The Mark 48 came in literally just as I was coming into the teams. The Mark 48 machine gun came out, and I was like, okay, well, I'm going to take the Mark 48. I carried that thing for like 4 platoons. I didn't have to carry it for 4 platoons, but I wanted to. It's funny. It's like when you make chief, they're like, yeah, chiefs aren't allowed to carry the machine gun anymore. But a box of ammo, 7.62 ammo, 7 pounds. The gun is like 22 pounds, okay? To go do IADS, you got to have more than 1 box of ammo. So I had a Rhodesian rig, so everything was here on the front. 100, 200, 300, 400 rounds. That's just right there. On the gun itself, I had about 115. I had a little bit extra slop just in the event, just so I have like a little extra. Right. I had 2 butt packs right here. Another 100, another 100. So I'm already carrying like 700 something rounds. On top of that, on top of my body armor, on top of water, on top of my helmet. So that's not normal to be carrying that. People that are in the army and they're rucking all the time. 45 pounds is a minimum, but guys going out on deployments with 100 pounds on their backs and walking up mountains, that's not normal. Jumping out of planes, static line jumping, landing on the ground.
With all that extra weight.
Yeah, with all that extra weight. That's not normal. So undoubtedly, you're going to have injuries that are going to come. But you don't really hear much about that at all. Now it's starting to come to the forefront. Hey, but the thing is, okay, we're bringing all the attention to all of this, but what are we doing about it? What can we do about it? There's still going to be a requirement. You still have to jump in with your equipment. You still have to wear gear. If you make everything so lightweight, what are we doing in terms of the sanctity of the operator? Are we protecting them or are we not protecting them? Are they now in more danger? Or, what is it that, it's what are we giving up to be able to lighten the load on the operator. Are we going to give them exoskeleton suits? Does that make any sense? What happens, isn't that extra weight? No, it's offset because, whatever. Okay, well, batteries. How many extra batteries is a guy going to have to carry? There's all these different things, and, we're trying to provide for the operators and we're trying to help the operators. But at the end of the day, you still, the human factor is still going to be the human factor, unless you have the robot dogs that are carrying everything for you. But then now it's just like, okay, well, we might just as well have pack animals and pack mules and,
inevitably those dogs are going to fail.
Yeah, something's going to happen. Something's going to happen. So the human component is still going to be prevalent. You're still going to have to do it. But as we're seeing right now with the drones, I don't know if that's what's going to end up staying. It might just all be all drone warfare. But that's another conversation. But the thing is, though, the human component is still going to be massive. You're still going to have some sort of weight bearing on the human individual. I think before there wasn't a lot of focus on being able to help develop the operators' bodies to handle those loads. Guys used to go into the gym and, biceps and triceps and, bench. Yeah, all of those things
all the
are
show
great.
Muscles.
Yeah, the show muscles. But what are we doing to help develop somebody to be able to handle weight loads? Or what sort of offset training are we doing for ankle mobility, hip strength, flexibility? What are we doing in terms of prepping bodies? And before, that wasn't the methodology. Now it's a whole lot better. I don't know, though, just because I haven't really studied it. I think guys are definitely a little bit better for it, but I don't know whether or not how much it has offset injury or how guys are getting injured now. I'll tell you what is good, though, is all the band work, all the foam rolling, all the Theraguns, all the leg boots, to deal with inflammation and this and that and the other. I think all of that is great. Nutrition, sleep, all of those things, which weren't part of the practice before. Now those are starting to come into the forefront because that's hugely important. All of those things together actually help the operators be better and be able to operate better. So I think in terms of acquisition of knowledge, I think that's huge. But I mean, man, for years and years, it was very counterintuitive, everything that we've done. Everything that we've done has always been counterintuitive. But, if you're going to have people on the ground, people are going to have weight on them. There's nothing that you can do. Injuries are going to end up happening. It's just how we're mitigating those injuries right now. I think that's, if there is one improvement, it's the knowledge base is starting to get a little bit better.
The one last thing regarding the movie that I want to hit on was the submarine scene actually filmed in a submarine, or was that a studio prop? And then going back to the Marchenko books and those stories of like SEALs, going through a torpedo tube. Is that even practiced anymore?
So locking out of the torpedo tubes, yeah, that's again, let's talk about legacy. That's a legacy evolution. You don't really do that anymore. Now you have either a dry deck shelter or you have the shelter where,
because in the movie that's what you had. It was mounted on the dry deck was mounted on the sub.
top. Yep, exactly. So you go, and that was actually really cool. So it's actually a real sub that we were in. And so we went down to Key West. We set up down in Key West, and then we went on a mission support vehicle or a vessel, rather. It was a ship. Got onto that ship. Ship brought us out to rendezvous at sea with the sub, and the sub was not playing. The sub was like, hey, you got 45 minutes to get all your shots. You got 45 minutes to have you guys run around and play on the top of the deck. Once it's our time, we are going, whether or not, if they're in the sub or not. And so it was all about efficiency. The Bandito brothers at the time, they scaled down all their operations. So where they were almost like a SEAL team or a SEAL platoon or a fire team, where they were able to do everything with minimal numbers, guys doing multiple jobs, which is exactly what we do in the SEAL teams. And we're able to get the shots and do everything, right? So we rendezvous at sea with this sub. We're doing all this stuff that we're doing in the sub. What an amazing experience. what a crazy experience too. You don't think about like, oh, I'm on a sub. It's got a nuclear reactor. Am I going to get nuclear radiation? Am I going to start growing like different arms and all this stuff out of my head and whatnot? You don't think about any of those things. But when you're on the sub, the cool thing about being on a sub, especially as somebody who doesn't work on a sub, is you don't have to do anything. The bad thing about being on a sub is you don't have anything to do. So you're bored. And now you're stuck on the sub. And then, oh, by the way, there just happens to be a storm that rolls in from Haiti. And now what we were supposed to do for like 2 or 3 days turns into a 5-day venture on a submarine. And life is sucking because you get really bored after about the first hour. Once we finished doing all of our shooting and scenes and everything, there was nothing left for the guys to do. You know, they were shooting now the ship's crew and doing what those guys are doing. But for me and Ray Mendoza, there was nothing left for us to do. Oh my God. Oh man. It was hours of boredom on this thing. But it was super cool at the same time, just because it's like, I'm literally on a submarine. I'm floating around in the middle of the ocean. I have no idea where I could have showed up in Mexico. I could have been in Russia. I have no idea what's going on, but I'm on this submarine and it's surreal. Again, it's surreal. I used that word before about I go to Iraq, the smells, everything, coming in, the doors going down. I'm thinking we're going to get into a war. And here's these guys with the Hawaiian shirts and the lace. I'm in a submarine. It's really cool. You see these guys, it's efficiency in motion. You see everything that these guys are doing and you realize, you feel it sometimes where the sub is going. And you're like, is this real life? Is this a movie? It is a movie, but you don't realize like what exactly is really happening. And then now you're stuck in this thing and you're stuck for days. And your phone battery is about to die. There's no internet. You can't do anything with your phone. You really just get sick of playing like, any of the video games that you have on your phone, because now you're just killing your battery on your phone. And then you're like, okay, did I bring a book? Oh God, thank God I brought a book with me. And then you get finished reading the book and now you're bored and there's nothing else to do. How much can I go and work out? I can't just go swimming. I'm in the middle of a submarine. There's nothing to do, man. And don't get me started about, I know you had a guy on before who was a submariner. They don't tell you when you're on a submarine that, the bilge pumps don't necessarily flush out all the gack water. Ugh. You got to be the first guy in the shower and in the bathroom, because otherwise now you're floating around. You've got all these other people's like loogies and human secretions that they're throwing into the thing, thinking that it's going to go down the drain. It doesn't go down in the drain. So it's funny. It's like you have these showers and it's got like these little lips, where, it's like a little bit of a wall so it doesn't necessarily spill out. And you're hoping that the water is going to, no way was I putting my feet in that. I'm sitting there,
playing gymnast.
Yeah, literally playing gymnast and putting my feet on there and then trying to like wash and wanting to wash my feet, but you can't wash your feet. So you got one hand on the wall and you're playing like, what's Twister? You're playing Twister in the shower. That was crazy.
And ended up spending 5 days on the boat?
Oh, because this storm rolled in and the surface was crazy. Underwater, it's so, again, surreal because you have no idea what is happening. Sometimes you feel the submarine move a little bit. So if you feel a submarine moving, that's probably significant action that's happening up on top. But it never was really violent. It never was really anything. Going to sleep, easy. But then again, same thing like what I was saying to you before about, had no idea that Coronado Bay or Coronado, the ocean right there, was a shark breeding ground. Had no idea anything of like, oh, the submarine could just break in half and we die. Didn't think about any of that type of stuff. It was just like, oh, cool, I'm on a sub. I'm bored, but I'm on a sub. Well, could the sub break? Could the sub just go plummet down to the bottom of the ocean? Never thought about any of that type of thing,
Probably better off that you don't let your brain start going down that way.
Yeah, absolutely. But, again, really cool experience though. Super cool experience. I really enjoyed it actually. And then coming back to the land, it was like, oh. So we have this scene where we get out of the sub. You want to talk about disorienting. So you're in a submarine. Submarine, So we're on our Draeger rigs, right? You fly at about 30 feet when you're swimming. 15 to 30 feet is normal to fly with your Draeger. Anything below 50 feet is what's called an excursion. You can't really fly there too much because now you O2 toxicity, and now it's going to be a big problem. You can only be there for like 5 minutes. That's what an excursion is called. So anywhere between 15 and 30 feet is normally where you'll be flying in the water column. And we go into the shelter, into the dry deck shelter, and the dive tenders are doing their whole thing. And that was actually pretty cool. So it's like, you breathe down your rig, they start filling up the chamber. You're like, you get a little bit freaked out at first, or at least I did. I got a little bit freaked out. I was like, well, of course, obviously you try and play it as cool as possible. Like, no big deal. The water's filling up and it's like, oh snap, here it's coming. Okay, I'm okay. I got my regulator in my mouth. Breathing. Okay, cool, normal. I'm diving. It's cool. I got enough air, can last for hours. Everything. We get into the back of the SDV. We've got SDV pilots that are in, flying the SDV. Me and Ray are in the back. And never been in an SDV before. Close the hatch.
I heard they're not claustrophobic at all.
Oh no, not at all. Not at all. It's complete. It's like being in an SUV. No. Yeah, totally lots of room. No room at all.
Get comfy.
100% get comfy. Completely pitch dark. All you have is like maybe a little chem light of light that's on the inside. But I'm talking it's nothing like this, right? And you have these little chem lights that are in there, barely showing you any sort of like glow of light or anything. And one thing, again, talking about surreal, you don't think about the things that you do that could be stupid. When you're in the back of the SDV, thank God it was Florida water, so it was warm. Even though we had wetsuits on and stuff, we're in the water. Who falls asleep underwater? I fell asleep and didn't think about it. Woke up like, oh snap, I'm asleep. I'm wondering like, is the regulator going to come out of your mouth? You don't really think about it. Thank God it's strapped onto your face and you got your mask, but you don't really think about it. But some people, they're the guys that are mouth breathers and they're like, open up their mouth and like, luckily that didn't happen because the regulator's in my mouth. But I mean, fell asleep underwater. At first I got scared and then I was like, all right, well, there's nothing for us to do until they say action. So would go back and sleep again. So that was actually pretty cool, but super surreal. So get to the point where they're like, all right, boys, and they have a little speaker in there, underwater speaker inside the cockpit. Open up the hatch. All right, you're going to swim out and you're going to go to the surface. We weren't really swimming out and going to the surface, but they wanted to see us swim out. We had like a underwater photographer and open up the hatch. We escape out of the hatch. And then now we're supposed to start swimming. This whole thing's the water column. This is the submarine. We're in this hatch and we come out and detach from the sub. First off, that was scary because complete like abyss below us. You're looking up at 30 feet of water. Everywhere you look is all water. Super surreal. Super surreal. But it was actually really cool at the same time. But I can understand when people talk about, I was disoriented and didn't know what way was up. Thank God you can see that there's light up on the surface. But if you let's say if you ended up getting vertigo in the water column, and you didn't know what was going on, or you start blacking out. Swimming down is that swimming up? You don't know. But man, it was really weird. It's like literally like I'm in the middle of this space right here and everything here is water. And it was cool to be in that space, but scary and terrifying at the same time, especially having never done that. That's not my forte. I'm not an SDV guy. I've done dives. We did diving, and I'm a qualified, Draeger pilot, but it coming out of an SDV in the middle of the ocean somewhere to go do some mission. Nah, thank God. The SDV guys, you guys got that all day long. Keep that. I don't want that. I'm good. I'll swim where I need to. and then get on land and do what I got to do on land. But I'm not going to regularly do that. You know, the horror stories I hear from all of my friends in the SDV teams. Oh yeah, we did a 13-hour mission. Like, what do you mean 13 hours? Oh yeah, 13 hours in the SDV. What? How many dudes in the back? I forget exactly how many. They say 4 or 5 or whatever. I'm like, oh my God, that's got to be terrible. You know what I mean? And then you're sleeping the whole time. Nah.
And then you need 2 hours just to loosen up and be able to move.
Oh my God, for real. Yeah. So, I mean, that's a special job. Good for those guys. You guys, you know, SDV guys, you know, more power to you. I'm glad you guys did what you do. And, you know, it's a special mission in itself. And, you know, and, you know, I have a lot of respect for what those guys do. I'm good. I'm not doing that. I'm good. I'm glad I was able to do what I was able to do, you know, but, you know, again, just to say doing what we did, you know, it was cool. It was awesome to be able to have that opportunity to be able to do it and to be able to have some sort of influence, you know, and then, you know, and then that opened up other opportunities, you know, for me. You know, I was able to do Act of Valor, but then there was a call, hey, we got a space on this thing, Transformers, SEAL Team, some other TV shows, and you know, and then now like that's kind of like something that I kind of do right now, and I get to do all of those things and play Navy SEAL and do fun stuff like that, or play operator, and it's actually pretty cool. I'm working on. I've been fortunate to be in Terminal List and with Chris Pratt, which is awesome, and so Ray Mendoza, who he's got a project that's going to be coming out this year, which is incredible. It's called Warfighter. It's an incredible depiction of an op in Iraq where a lot of members of SEAL Team 5 ended up, you know, having some pretty harrowing stuff happening to them. So look out for that. It's going to be coming. But Ray and this other guy, Jared Shaw, they became tech advisors and producers on this show, Terminal List. And it's cool to see, you know, we talk about guys becoming entrepreneurs and guys going off and doing other things and what that next is for them or, you know, whatever. And it's cool to see them doing things like that. And so Terminal List, I was fortunate to be able to get a role on it. And I just came back from working on the show again for the prequel for the Terminal List called Terminal List Dark Wolf, and had the opportunity of coming back. In Terminal List, I got killed. It's like, you know, I'm not gonna be too mad about that, you know, but it was a pretty cool scene. But, you know, got to do 2 episodes in this one. I don't die because this is the prequel. So I get to come back and do a bunch of cool stuff. And this time I actually get to do cool stuff. Like I'm the lead breacher. I'm driving, you know, one of the Humvees with the other stuntmen and this and that, which was actually a lot of fun. I have lines, you know, but then that's also turned into other shows as well. You know, I've been able to do a bunch of different projects, do some stunt stuff, and, you know, I like that. And it just kind of keeps going in keeping with, you know, the whole jack of all trades, master of none philosophy that I guess I've been living my whole entire life. So this is just another chapter into that jack of all trades, master of none. So.
And you could also make the argument that you're going to be presented with opportunities. Mm-hmm. They may look negative at the time, but you don't know what doors and what other opportunities they're going to bring to you. So yes, maybe if you could go back again to that very first time being told like, hey, we need a team to go work with this production crew. Yep. If you could have said no and they would have listened and you not gone, maybe you would have been happy.
Right.
But at the same token, it's not just the legacy of the movie. It's what other opportunities sprung from taking that opportunity.
Yeah. And that's definitely something that I was pretty conscious of. I enjoy doing film stuff. Modeling has nothing to do with being in front of a camera and acting. It has absolutely nothing to do with it. But I'm not afraid of being in front of the camera. Having done the thing with Act of Valor, having been kind of I don't want to call it the words poster boy for the Navy, but the Navy had me do a lot of minority recruiting. Cool. I don't have a problem with being in front of the public. It sucks because I remember, after I did Act of Valor, I'm like, man, am I ever going to be able to go back out on deployment? I'm thinking, Navy SEAL, I'm a super ninja spy. Man, as a regular vanilla soft operator, I'm nobody. I got no super secrets. I got nothing going on. No one's going to remember me. It's like, did this guy in Iraq or Yemen, did he see that movie? Probably not. It's probably in America, but, probably not. Are they really looking for me? You know what I mean? It's like, I think, going into Iraq when they had the $1 million bounties on all special operators that were in the country, I think there's a little bit of cool points with that. I was like, yeah, I got a bounty on my head. No one's looking for me. I mean, I'd like to think that no one's looking for me, but it's going and doing those things and then having those other opportunities present themselves. It's been fun. I enjoy being able to have the different experiences. I enjoy, having those opportunities be presented to me, and then we talk about legacy. The legacy of helping NSW with their recruiting, and then creating hopefully a positive message for people that are interested in going in. But for me, I think about it as another way as well. It's like I'm adding more to the legacy for my kids and my grandkids and for other generations of my family line and my lineage. Be like, oh yeah, grandpa, great grandpa, this is what he did. So I don't think about life that way specifically, but it's definitely one of those things as an afterthought. It's like, okay, cool. I've had a myriad of different experiences that I've been able to go through, and I liken it to me writing chapters in my book. And I've written so many chapters in my book, and being able to have that experience, I love that opportunity to be able to have that experience. There's guys that get out of the military. This is important for me. There's guys that get out of the military or are on the pathway of getting out of the military, and you talk about having people there as mentors and having people there to be able to be guides and having that information there so people can make very astute choices when they decide they're going to get out. But all of the different things that I've been able to do, I think I've been able to tailor those experiences into what it is that I'm going to hopefully be able to create for myself for later. And I love that. I love being able to mentor guys that are trying to go into the SEAL teams. I've got probably 4 or 5 people that I'm mentoring right now. I'm no longer in NSW. I don't want to call myself a relic, but I'm no longer in NSW at all right now. But I love being able to talk to guys and being able to help them round out their decision about what it is that they want to do. I love talking to guys that I have mentored already who are asking me questions, about, hey, this situation has come up, and we're able to have a roundtable discussion and be able to have them be able to, okay, I'm not telling them the answer, but we present so many different talking points where they can pick and choose and be like, this is the right way, or just be like, hey, I advise this, and they, and hear the feedback. I love being able to be in that position to do that. And all of that is just built off of, creating more from the chapters of the story. And, if that helps other guys make their own story bigger and better, I'm glad to be in that position to be there, but there's guys that they feel that they don't have anything else that they can offer except for themselves being in the military. And I have a little bit of an issue with that. They don't understand their value. They don't understand their worth. And they think that they are nothing other than an entity that can only do this. You have those guys that break this glass in the times of war. Great. Yeah. But what else can that person do? And I think a lot of guys, they sell themselves short. And it's a shame that they only think that they can do so much. And being able to be, I don't want to say a beacon or a guiding light, if I can advise and if we can help discuss and help open up the aperture just a little bit for people to see that they're a whole lot more worth than what they think of themselves and what they offer to the community at large if they decide that they're going to get out. I'm glad to be in that position, and, hopefully that's something that I'll continue to be able to do. It's something that I enjoy doing, and, we'll see whether or not if that's becomes part of what I'm going to do in the future.
Using that analogy of the next chapter in the future. So 5 deployments, 20 years. Was there ever a chance for you that you would have gone on and done 30, or was at 20, did you know you were done? And did you have any plans for transitioning out?
5 deployments, starting to get older. And I said before, I was, behind the 8 ball the whole entire time. Thai boxing, start late with Thai boxing. Trying to be a professional Thai boxer late, not really going to be something that was sustainable. Okay, decide I'm going to join the military. Most people are joining 10 plus years earlier than the age that I decide. Again, behind the 8 ball again. I go in, I do my thing. I'm going to be retiring at 53. What can I do at 53 without a college degree? I mean, yes, absolutely. There's tons of stuff I can do. But I've already disqualified myself from trying to, maybe I might be able to get a waiver, trying to go to, let's say, to Ground Branch or to GRS because I don't meet the age requirement, which sucks. Maybe I might have been able to get a waiver, but I don't meet the age requirement. And then having that realization like, oh, wow, I've limited myself. Even though I've limited myself, there are other opportunities that can present themselves, but now I'm still limiting myself because I don't have the degree. The degree doesn't necessarily have to be a thing. You can get work without having a degree, but am I limiting my capability or my options? So having that understanding start happening, you start thinking about like, damn, did I really hamper myself? Did I really stranglehold myself? Getting out, it's like, okay, well, I still want to do and live my life like I'm in pro dev. I still want to have enriching experiences by going and doing, learning, doing stunt work, being a 1099 and giving back to the different communities because I feel that that's important to impart that knowledge since I'm no longer able to go do that out in the real world with a team. I was like, you know what? This is not the community that I came in with. This is not the community that I did all my deployments under. It doesn't feel the same. I don't have that same fire and stoke any longer. I was like, you know what? It's time. I'm not going to just stay in. Could I have stayed in for 30 years? 100%. Do I miss the job? 100%. Do I miss the camaraderie? 100%. Do I miss having all of the amazing schools that I was able to go to? Yes, 100%. But once you get to a certain rank and once you get to a certain position, and once you start becoming more upper echelon, management, you're not getting to go to any of those cool guy schools anymore. I'm not going to get the opportunity to be a team leader anymore again. Maybe I might get the opportunity to lead a command again. Maybe I might get the opportunity to be an operations master chief at a team, a command master chief at a team. Maybe I might be the command master chief at Buds or wherever else. All of those things are cool. But was that fulfilling for me? No. And selfishly is because I still envisioned myself as being this operator, putting on John Henry on my back, you know what I mean? And going out and getting into it with, whoever, or, going and fast roping onto the deck of a ship or hooking and climbing onto the deck of the ship. The stuff that, that I grew up that, was the cool things for me, like the piracy aspect of like the teams, the troop that I was in at SEAL Team 5, the symbol that we had, I was in a couple of different platoons, but the symbol that we had with the troop was the Jack Rackham pirate skull with the cross swords and the skull. Reading all the Marchenko books, I get into the platoon, and I didn't really go into this. I get into the platoon with all of the last Cro-Magnon men in the teams, the guys, the real knuckle draggers, the real break glass in a time of war. That's what I grew up in. Not to say that that was a great image, but for me, that was part of the allure. That was part of the cool factor of being in the teams. Hooking and climbing, fast roping onto ships, carrying a machine gun, having the sledgehammer, being a breacher, doing all these different things, going to all these cool schools. It was like a playground for me. And then getting into, being into more of an upper echelon position, nothing wrong with that. And actually, I will say my best time that I had was being the SEA at Advanced Training Command. I loved that time. I loved doing all the operational stuff, but I loved being able to advocate for my people. But secretly, I was pining for being able to go back and be an operator again and do all of that type of stuff. Once they put you in that middle management position, you're not doing any of that stuff again. And that's when you start seeing the decline of these people. These people who were like this now start becoming this. Not to say that everybody does, but I didn't want to do that. And of course, obviously being selfish and being, maybe having a little bit of self-esteem issues. I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to see myself go into that position. I love having the opportunity of being able to advocate for my people. I love the opportunity of being able to see things through, career development and guidance, helping people that, couldn't help themselves or couldn't speak for themselves or advocate for themselves. I loved being in that position. But secretly, I just didn't want to do that any longer. I wanted to still be able to operate, but operating wasn't going to happen. Like I said before, wasn't going to be able to go to any other 3-letter agency or whatever and do that, which sucked. But, and then you got the self-realization. Okay, am I just staying in just to stay in? And if I do stay in, am I gonna feel fulfilled? And I just felt, no, it's no longer the zeal, the zest, the desire or the want to stay in. It just no longer was there. I felt that I had a lot more that I could possibly offer on the civilian world. But you asked the question about whether or not if I knew what the hell I wanted to do. I still have no idea what I want to do. There's that saying, what do you want to do when you grow up? I'm still that little kid. I still don't have an idea of what it is that I want to do when I grow up, but I've been channeling my energy in a particular direction where being of service, of course, obviously to people is something I'll never not be of service to people. So speaking engagements are things that I do, being able to lend my experience from my, of team ability and, and being able to, work in conjunction with others to be able to accomplish goals. I love being able to do that. One of the things I help do right now is another guy. Do you know Remy Adeleke?
I've heard of the name.
Okay, so Remy, and then there's another guy, Rudy Reyes, so Rudy and Remy and I, those guys already, Remy was doing it already before. We do, we've been doing physical and mental performance workshops for elite level teams. And there's a lot of people that do that. But right now we're fortunate we have the St. Mary's, the team my son, the D1 rugby players on. Remy's been working with them since 2014. He brought Rudy and myself on in winter of 23. When he brought us in with him in winter of 23, they went on to go win the D1 championship in 24. They'd already won it before, but it was cool to be able to be part of that. We went and we just did another workshop with those guys here in the winter of 24. And rugby season's on right now, and hopefully this year they'll be successful and, come back in at least, if not the champions again, top 3. So it's great to be able to have that. I love working with elite level teams and being able to. It's not just only about the beatdowns; it's about the teachable moments and being able to have the opportunity to have them understand that you are doing something that's bigger than just you. And in the furtherance of being able to do that thing that's bigger than just you, you have to understand that you have to work with other people, which was exactly what it was being in the SEAL teams and going through BUDS. It's bigger than you. When the boat's not going to carry itself, you're not going to carry the boat by yourself because it's going to be impossible for you to carry the boat by yourself. But if you work with your teammates, you'll be able to accomplish the goal, whatever it is. So I love being able to impart some of those lessons learned from that. And, and then also too, via speaking engagements, that's been actually really great and it's been really fun. And then also with the, being able to be on the shows, storytelling. I love storytelling. I love being able to, as you could probably tell, because I'm sitting here just running my mouth this whole entire time.
I'm completely enjoying it. So
I love being able to tell stories. And so that's something that I think I want to do a little bit more of.
You do a horrible job of it.
Thank you. But just still figuring out what that is. But I think I'm now starting to zoom in, and I'm starting to get the focus a little bit more clear about what it is that I want to do, or how I want to be able to go about getting this to the next thing. But I don't think I'll ever work for it. It would have to be the right thing, the right company, before I decided, yeah, I'm going to give everything up to do this. I feel that I have so much more to offer by extending myself into all these other different avenues or veins. So for me, it's important to be able to have that outreach, or be able to have that outreach and do those different things, just because I feel I grew up hustling. I grew up hustling in New York, in the city, and doing a myriad of different things. When you're going through pro dev and going through selection and doing all, you're learning a million different things. You have a million different jobs. So it's not something that I am not used to. I'm used to working under those type confines. And I like working under those type confines. It's very difficult for me to say, like, oh, you will only do this one thing for the rest of your life. I mean, you could say collectively, I did one thing for 20 plus years as a SEAL. But that job as a SEAL has so many different facets that you can go down. I mean, there's guys that are UAS pilots. There's guys that are, very highly skilled at being divers, and the SDV teams. You have guys that are snipers. You have guys that are air gods that are very good at, guys that can fly planes, guys that fly helicopters, guys that are skydiving gods. You have guys that are just really great at driving and off-road, or developing courses, for people to, gain confidence building courses, and, team building events. There's so much capability. You have the other guys that are going the complete other intellectual route. You got Rhodes Scholars that come out of the SEAL teams. You've got people that have their MBAs. You've got guys that with their master's degrees. There's so many different avenues that you can go from being in this job. And I just never felt that, I'm going to be this singular entity. So going back to what I was saying before, I don't understand the guys that feel that, oh, this is the only thing I can do. I can only be a 1099 contractor with Naval Special Warfare for the rest of my life. I can only just be this thing. You have so much capability that you can offer. Guys, I've seen so many people go into the financial world, which I'm like, wow, from, firing, like bullets to now they're, crunching numbers and, and doing financial assessments for companies. But all of that is just risk assessment basically. And, and then figuring out, okay, what are my left and my rights? It's all taking what we've learned in the special operations theater and now applying it to the civilian world. And everything that we've done preps us to be able to do any of these other things. So I think there's loads of opportunities, loads of things that I can do, but I think it's just figuring out what it is that I like and what it is that resonates with me and what it is that I don't want to do. And I'm having a good time. Does that help my wife when it's like time to pay bills? No, absolutely not. But I got my retirement. I know my mortgage. I ain't worrying about my mortgage. I know our insurance. I'm not worrying about the insurance. It's just the other things. So it's like, for me, like, I don't even know what my retirement looks like. I never see it. I don't even know how much it is. But any of the money that I make on the side, that's my operational money. That's my operational costs. But it sure doesn't help you when it's like, damn, I haven't worked in a month and a half, 2 months. I need to make some money. You know what I mean? And those are the conversations that you have. It's like, okay, cool. But, as they say, normal people have a 3 to 5 year plan. Entrepreneurs, it takes anywhere from 5 to 7 years before they start seeing success or start seeing things gravitating in, an upward trend. So I'm taking all the opportunities to get all the different learning points and be able to apply them in life. And, it's great. But one day will I say, Yeah, I think I'm going to just go and be a presenter at Walmart. Yeah, who knows? Maybe that might end up happening, but I'm going to try and resist as much as I can before I have to. Not to say that there's anything wrong with Walmart. Walmart is cool. So
bringing it a big circle back.
Sure.
That you hit on in the very beginning, and we'll use this kind of tail things off.
Mm-hmm.
You were a singer in a punk rock band?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Do you still has music stayed with you through your entire career, and do you still fall back on music today?
So if you're gonna ask, are my singing chops?
I'm not gonna ask you to sing.
Okay,
I just want to know if you've stayed with music.
So I'm just gonna let you know, punk rock singing is not really singing. It's a lot of screaming and yelling and this and that. Yeah, so I did a lot of screaming and yelling and jumping and acrobatics and all sorts of stuff in the band that I was in. But so coming from the West Indies, of course, diverse musical background. In Trinidad and Tobago, we have a thing called soca music. Soca is like, you've heard Who Let the Dogs Out? Okay, that's people from the West Indies. I'm pretty sure they're from Trinidad and Tobago. You heard? Have you heard that song? Caribbean Queen.
Mm-hmm.
That guy's from Trinidad.
Billy Ocean. He's
from Trinidad. So, there's a lot of great musicians that have come from Trinidad and Tobago. I don't know a lot of punk rock singers that come from Trinidad and Tobago, but a lot of that was just built off of, again, being a weirdo and being an anomaly coming to this country at that time, and not really having friends or directions, falling into skateboarding, listening to the music that these guys are skateboarding. I worked in a skate shop. What are they playing in a skate shop? They're playing, Dirty Rotten Imbeciles. They're playing Suicidal Tendencies. They're playing all these bands I never heard of. I was like, what the heck is this stuff? Then I start hearing about New York City hardcore. It was this band, the Cro-Mags, who's like, the Cro-Mags, shout out to John Bloodclot. Those guys were super inspirational in terms of me and, listening to music, diverse music. And then, we used to have, there was a band, I don't remember their name right now, it was a band called Vision in New Jersey. When I was living in New Jersey, it was a band called Vision. And those guys, they were the hottest thing since sliced bread in terms of punk rock music. They used to do shows at Rutgers, at Scott Hall, and we used to go to their shows. But then on the weekends, on Sundays, my friends and I would get on the train and go from New Jersey and go up to New York City and go and see the punk rock shows at CBGB's and go and, be stage diving. And now you're hearing about Murphy's Law, you're hearing about Warzone, you're hearing about the Cro-Mags, you're hearing about, Bad Brains I already knew, but you're going to see shows with the Bad Brains. Even then, the Beastie Boys were still kind of like a hardcore band. They weren't necessarily the hip hop act that they became and gravitated to, but they still played, those different shows. And then you have Murphy's Law, you have, Leeway, you have Sick of It All, Raw Deal, you have all these different bands, and it was just like it was a smorgasbord of information overload that's coming into my head, and I loved it because it was just so crazy. The frenetic energy that was coming out of the music, it was amazing. And then you've got all these people, you're going in, we talked about the ocean and the ocean, having so much power. It was like going into an ocean. I remember going in to CBGB's on some days. I remember one time I passed out. It was just so many people, so packed into, like literally packed in like sardines, trying to like dance and do this and that and the other. And then I pass out. And they had to bring me outside. I got some water back into me, go back in, go back in again. But literally being able to get up towards the stage dive, people catching you. Yeah, I loved that energy. And it was the antithesis of what I had when I was in my house with my dad, where it was very structured, where it was this and that. Here's me being able to be a rebel and rebelling against that whole thing that I was living with at home. But then I was very into West Indian music. very much into reggae and going to the dance halls and listening to dance hall music, very much into ska music, listen to ska music all the time. And of course, growing up in the 80s, in the heyday of hip hop, I'm listening to all of that stuff. So music has been a huge thing. Like, there's people, they have like Spotify and all this. I don't have Spotify. I have iTunes. I own thousands of songs. I don't even buy real new music right now. I have so many songs in my catalog. I could probably not hear the same song for over a year and just be happy, and I listen to all my old music and it just brings a lot of joy for me, so music has been a thing for me. But, when I all of the influence of going to the hardcore shows, and then there's a guy named Andy White, my friend, he puts an advert, I think he put it at one of the hardcore shows that I was at in New Jersey, or he did it at the skate shop that I was at, looking for a singer, trying to make a band, this and that and the other. Never thought that I was going to be a singer of a band, but I don't know what made me decide to answer the advert. And I answered the advert, and I reach out to him. Band gets together and we start practicing, and then things are starting to look good. We cut a 7-inch, who knows that you're going to cut a 7-inch. We start performing some shows. We did shows, like we traveled a little bit and did some shows. We're never the level of some of these other bands who I enamored, but we would go and we would do some shows and this and that and the other. And then that was around that time where I started getting that like epiphany, like, oh, I need to go do something else. And then it was like, yeah, cool. That was a nice little chapter in the book. I don't know that I'm going to stay doing that. I don't know that I want to do that forever. But it was fun to be able to do that at the time. Stop doing that, go join the Navy. Do you know how many people have asked so many times, when are you guys going to do your reunion tour? I don't even remember any of the lyrics, or maybe a little bit of the lyrics. And then somebody's like, oh, I got the album. I'm like, what you mean you got the album? Oh yeah, you can download it on YouTube. And I'm like, no, I'm not coming back and doing a reunion tour. I don't think that's going to happen.
You still stay in contact with the other band members?
Some of them, yes, absolutely, I do. There's actually one other guy who ended up joining the military. His name is Chip Ayatoro. He's in the Army. He's out on the East Coast, and he and I, we're in contact with each other every so often. Andy, the guy who's the one that started the band originally, he lives up in LA. He comes to the house every once in a while. We've kind of fallen out of contact with each other. Doesn't mean it's one of those things. Like if I didn't see him for 5 years, 10 years, hey, what's up? Like as if I saw him yesterday. I think that's pretty much mostly how it is with everybody. But, I love music, and I love the influence of music, and I love what music does. When I was a little kid growing up, I played in the New Jersey State Symphony Orchestra. I played stand-up bass with the New Jersey State Symphony Orchestra. My sister was an incredible violinist. My dad made us go to lessons. It didn't stay on that long. I don't know how to read music. I had a great ear though, and I could pretty much replicate almost anything that I'd heard playing the bass, and I could pretty much replicate whatever it was that I heard. So being able to play on that level was actually really cool. It was very eye-opening to be able to do that and know that that was something that I had later on in life. Awesome. You know what I mean? Being able to process information in that way and transfer it so that I understood it, that's just, it's like with anything else. And I think that probably may have been, why I had the interest to go and do this band, although it was completely classical music, punk rock music. Is there bleed through? Maybe, yeah, in terms of notes, but there's no real bleed through with classical and punk rock music. So it was cool to be able to have that opportunity to be able to do that. But, music it's one of those things, I love when Nike, when they started getting into the music game a little bit. Do you remember like the Nike Power song? Like your song, like you would have your playlist and you have your power song. I love when Nike came out with that concept. I thought that was the coolest thing. Man, I had the power list forever. I would listen to all this music, and they had these different music tracks that Nike made. You know, there was like one with this guy, this marathon runner, Alberto Salazar. I used that all the time when I was getting ready for Buds. That was my headset. I was running with that. I did all my training on a treadmill, and I swam in a swimming pool. Sometimes I went to the ocean, but 90% of all of my training I did indoors, in a controlled setting. But music was that was the unifying thing that got me through all of the things that I do. When I was training in Thai boxing, teaching Thai boxing, music, if I don't have music on, I suck at teaching. I got to have music on, because then the energy is able to come out of me. Excuse me.
How much does the beat and the rhythm of the music play into the beat and the rhythm of performing Thai boxing? Does that sound weird?
No, it doesn't. And so that's a great question. So have you ever been to an actual real Thai boxing fight?
No.
Okay. So in Thailand, and if you ever go to Thailand, I don't know if you've been, if you ever go to Thailand, I suggest one that you should go there too, because it's my favorite place. I mean, I'm from the West Indies. I love Trinidad. People from Trinidad, don't be mad at me if I say that I love Thailand more than I love Trinidad, but I do. But there is a lot of tradition. They have a drum, and they have a guy with an instrument called a jawa. It's a jawa flute or whatever it is. And it's a distinct sound that you don't hear anywhere else, except for maybe in Star Wars. You've heard it maybe in Star Wars, and maybe you heard some Indian music or something like that. You might hear those instruments. But the music, the beat of the music is the thing that it dictates the pace of the fight or the energy expenditure of the fight. If they're playing really slow, there's one thing. So when I did Thai boxing, there's a thing called the Ram Muay. The Ram Muay is like a ritual dance that you do before. Now, it's not a dance like a tango or something like that, but you're paying homage to the dead and gone Thai boxers. You're respecting the ring. You're respecting your opponent, and you're respecting your teacher and the lineage of all the Thai boxers from before in the past. And this is also, it's a confidence builder for the fighter. And then it's another way of being able to get yourself a little bit of a warm up before you actually do the fight. I never fought once without doing a Ram Muay. And I'm one of these people. I really love different cultures. I love understanding the different facets of different cultures. So I would never fight unless I did a Ram Muay. The Ram Muay was part and parcel of me and my experience with Thai boxing, and I wanted to make sure that I was respecting the art in itself. So, but while you're fighting, the music is really slow, and then once the beat starts picking up, that's when the pace of the fight starts picking up. And then it's just like really frantic, it's crazy, it's high energy, and it stays at this peak level for so long, and then it starts, somebody's got to get knocked out or somebody's going to lose, because it stays there the whole entire time. Then the fight's over. You know what I mean? And like for me, like I love that. That's one of the biggest things for me with Thai boxing. So it's different because do you have that in jiu-jitsu? No. There's a tournament, ADCC, Abu Dhabi Combat Championships, where they actually have like a DJ, and the DJ is playing cool music. I don't think you're really hearing the music. Maybe when you're warming up, you might hear it. But in the middle of a fight, are you going to start rapping your favorite songs? Yes. If you're kicking the other guy's ass, you might. But normally, you're probably not going to be doing that, right? But then
your coach is going to be doing it to you while he's rolling you up.
Yeah, he's like, "What the hell are you doing?" You know what I mean?
The worst embarrassment is where he's carrying on a conversation while he's just, oh God, I'm not even giving you any challenge.
Exactly. Yeah. So that probably would be the worst thing ever to have that happen to you. But so it's different because like in a lot of other martial arts, there is no thing like that. There's no signifying thing. Capoeira, that's another one where you have the birimbau, you have the atabaki, you have the pandero, the tambourine. The atabaki is the drum. The birimbau is the gourd with the I don't know if it's whatever the thing is, and the string, and you have the kashishi and the stick or whatever. I forget what. I'm trying to remember all of these different things. And capoeira, again, the same thing. If the music is slow, the pace of the capoeira, the roda, that's what they call the ring, the pace inside of the ring is going to be a lot slower. If it's faster, so they have Angola and they have regional. Angola is generally, it's going to be a lot slower. Regional is going to be a lot faster action. Like you see the guys doing all the different flips and this and that, if you've seen capoeira. And that's another art where music is part and parcel of it. But for the most part, most martial arts don't have anything like that, you know? And for me, I think it's cool. It's a unique opportunity to be able to blend different cultures and training just, what's the word I'm looking for? Training, or can't think of the word what I'm thinking of right now, but it's a great opportunity to blend two different cross sections. You have martial arts and you have music. There's got to be synergy between the two of them. Being able to have that, I think it's really awesome to be able to have that. But then for me, one of the other cool things, and you know, guys work out with, you know, music when they go to the gym, you know, when we're in the teams, getting ready to go out on an op. Music, oh God, I'm starting to get chicken skin right now. Music, 100% was one of the things that really channeled that focus. And I was cool. I was able to sit next to Kurt Hammett from Metallica when we were premiering Act of Valor. And I had the opportunity to let him know. I was like, hey, I don't know if you know this or if anyone's ever told you this before, but you and your band, you guys have led so many military special operations. You have led so many operations in history. Every team room, what's on the radio? If it's not Metallica, if it's not AC/DC, if it's not some other hair band, if it's not hip hop, 100% Metallica is always going to be on. I don't know any op that song won. I don't know any op. I'm getting chicken skin. That's my song. If I hear one, there's nothing that's going to happen to me. Of course, anything can happen to you. Thank God nothing did. But if I hear that song one from Metallica, I'm breaking everything. There's no way I'm not going to be successful with what it is that I do. Always came back. I love that song. And like, I had the opportunity to sit down and tell him, I was like, I don't know you guys understand the impact you've had on the special operations community. You are played in every single team room. Every single team room. If guys aren't working out with it, guys are preparing to go out to battle with what you guys have, basically been the
soundtrack of war.
Yeah, the soundtrack of war, the call to arms. Metallica has always been that for me. Like, it's always been that. So it's cool to have had the opportunity, and, going back to what we were saying, to have played music, to have lived and listened to a lot of music and have a very eclectic musical taste and palette, and then, sing and, and do punk rock music, and then go to hardcore shows at CBGBs, all these different experiences. And then now, not necessarily doing that singing or anything like that in the teams, but knowing what I like and knowing what makes me feel like I'm ready to go out and go do battle. I love having all those different cross sections come together. And especially now being able to tell the guy who I've been listening to for years. I'd already been listening to Metallica since like the early 80s. I worked at a warehouse. I'll never forget this time. I'd never heard of, again, B-52s. Oh my God. I had that on. I wore that 7-inch out, the B-52 Rock Lobster. I wore that out. I worked in this warehouse with a guy named John Silvestri. And we worked for an Indian animal doctor named Dr. Ramshibai Chaudhary. Okay. And for me, it's important because this is the things where it's like, okay, I remember that because all the way back then, I've been listening to Metallica. This is 1983. And I'm in this warehouse with John Silvestri, and we're racing the pallet trucks. We're racing against each other with pallet trucks and slaloming through the whole entire warehouse. And what's in the background blasting through the whole entire warehouse? It's Metallica. And so I've loved Metallica forever. And to have that be a baseline of musical knowledge and then have that be the thing that I'm going to go out to battle with. It just for me, it was like, it's holistic. It's like, it's part and parcel of me. My kids, all of my kids have grown up to Metallica. All of my kids have gotten this musical palette that I've listened to. All of my kids love music. My son, my youngest son, can play guitar, can play drums, he reads and writes music. He's starting to do like on, the DAT board or whatever it is, the 808 or whatever. He can do those things, program on, one of those things. And I'm glad I was able to have that ability to be able to transfer my love for music to them and to see what they listen to and what they like and what they resonate with. But I mean, again, the signifying thing for me is Metallica has always been there, and it's always been something that, it's cool to be able to see that pass through, So music has been a huge thing for me in my life.
You gonna take Kill 'Em All or Ride the Lightning?
Probably Kill 'Em All. Yeah. Ride the Lightning's okay, but Kill 'Em All? Yeah, definitely that's it,
You have offered a lot of wisdom, and I truly appreciate your time. I'm going to give you this opportunity to kind of close it out. Any last pieces of advice you'd want to throw out to veteran first responder as it relates to transition?
Okay. There's a lot of programs that are out there. Try and take advantage of all of them. Don't feel that you're burdening anyone by asking questions, because I think some people feel that, I don't want to ask them anything because, it might be inconvenient. No. The people that are out, they're there for a reason. They're there to help you, just kind of like what you said, with what you've been establishing with your podcast. But don't feel that you're burdening anyone by asking them questions, because there's something that, I learned through training. There's no stupid questions. There's only stupid people that don't ask questions. So asking questions is huge. And if anything, that's the only way that you're going to learn. You ask questions while you're in school. Why? Because you want to know more about the information. There's no shame. If you don't know something, don't go through life feeling that, I'll figure it out. No, you won't always necessarily figure it out. And figuring it out, it's like if someone can save you the trouble of, let's say, a 10-year journey and making that into a 2-year journey, I think it's better to take the 2-year journey vice the 10-year journey. Although you're going to get a lot of data points within that 10-year journey, but I think it's smarter because the learning points that you'll get after will be so much better and so much more enriching if you had the information in the first place, as opposed to reinventing the wheel and then suffering through all the other issues for a full, let's say, 10 years. Don't be afraid to do that. Don't be afraid to take the opportunity to take advantage of some of the programs that are out there. The Honor Foundation, USC has With Your Shield. All of these are tailored to helping former special operators give themselves a foothold and get themselves to be able to transition back into the civilian world gracefully. You will understand how to translate your information that you have in your background, in your resume with the special operations community, or let's say with the military period, because we don't want to only just say because there's support personnel who work within those communities. But what you've done in the military does translate, even though it may not seem, it's just a different repackaging of the words that will translate into what it is that you do. Okay. A guy that works in supply, that's a logistics. You know what I mean? Somebody that's working with information specialists, a lot of that is gathering information and electronic information and figuring out how to transfer that electronic information. That's IT specialists. You know what I mean? There's a lot of different transference from everything that you do. Now, a sniper is a sniper, you know what I mean? But, you know, what's there that can be taught from that? You know, that's a person that can go and be, you know, a physicist, because you're dealing with, okay, I'm a sniper. What's the curvature of the earth? How far the rise and fall of a round in mills, this and that. You're you're processing information that's very complex. It's simplified definitely for, you know, being able to shoot a gun. But if you can understand that, you can become you can become a physicist, or you can work in the science or technology fields. You know, you have the people that work in UAS. All of that stuff is transferable as well. And, you know, there's loads of different things, but it's not just about, oh, I'm going to fly a drone. No. How about the testing, evaluation, development, you know, making programs of record? There's loads of different things. Instructor qualifications. When you go into the military, what does an instructor qualification do? Is it qualifies you to be able to teach certain things. Okay. Well, what can you teach? You don't necessarily have to teach military stuff. You can teach anything. Like, okay, I work for State Farm. Okay, what needs to be taught to my people here? Okay, this is the process. This is the way that we sell insurance, or this is the process. This is the way we interface with people, and being able to have that understanding of how to interface or interact, or be able to get the whatever product it is that you want out to the public in a way where it's conducive. Yeah, there's loads of different things that you can do. And again, when I'm going more on lower line things, I'm not necessarily going into the upper echelon management or leadership, because leadership skills are leadership skills. Running an organization and, you know, transferring that data it's I don't want to say that it's easy, but, you know, it's these other job qualifications where people are like, oh, I don't know how my experience transfers. Leadership, yeah, that transfers anywhere, no matter what. But people need to understand that, you know, there's a lot of different ways for you to be able to transfer your knowledge, your information that you have. And don't be afraid to ask those questions or seek the advice of people, because if anything, people are just dying to give you the information. They want you to be successful when you come out. They want you to feel empowered. They want you to feel enriched when you get out of the military. They don't want you to have to make the mistakes that they did. And that's just going in line with what it was when they were in the military. You know, I didn't want to be like every single chief that I worked with, but I wanted to take certain things from each one of those different chiefs and have that be my style, and then impart what my style was going to be with whoever else. If whatever I imparted with those individuals helped them be better, great. Give them that information. Do what you needed to do to be able to enrich or empower those people. That, for me, that's a super value add, especially once you're out. Because now, okay, I'm out. I was successful in doing this. You're just about to step into this right now. Here's what I did. This is what worked for me. Here's a template. And being able to utilize that template is really great. So, and realizing and understanding that people, you know, they genuinely do want to help each other. So don't be afraid to seek out that help. And then, but the most important thing about that is, while you're still seeking out that help, also understanding that it's okay to be vulnerable. It's okay to tell people like, hey, I'm actually really hurting and I need help. Not necessarily in how to do something. I need help in taking care of me, because before that used to be a big stigma about opening up your mouth and saying something about, hey, you know, I'm not feeling really well. You know, it's, you know, mentally I'm not doing, I'm suffering from this, that, or the other experience. You know, people, it was kind of like anathema, you saying anything about that. And it's unfortunate that that's the way that it was, but that was the culture. That was the culture back in the day with the military. Now people are understanding, yeah, that's not necessarily the best way to be able to process or deal with things. So it's great that things are opening up. I know that Ty talked about vets with Marcus Capone and Amber Capone. But there's other things as well. There's, for us in the special operations community, well, it's SEAL specific. We have the SEAL Future Foundation. The SEAL Future Foundation is doing a lot of really great things in terms of helping guys get the help that they need. We have the Virginia High Performance Facility that's here, and we also have one on the East Coast. And what that does, it's an opportunity for our operators and our support personnel to recenter, refocus, realign themselves with physical and mental performance protocols. You have a nutritionist, you have a bodywork specialist, you have a chiropractor, you have a cognitive speech therapist, you have a strength and conditioning trainer. You also have really awesome opportunities to go into roundtable events. There's a thing that they do at VHP called the huddle. And this is an opportunity for, if we have like-minded experience, opportunity to talk openly without any, unfettered, and talk about your fears, talk about your worries, talk about, your feelings of failure, and in a setting where there's no judgment. And I think for a lot of our operators, it's a little bit of a surprise at first. But then once they understand that it's actually really liberating to be able to get that stress off, once people understand that, hey, no, this is actually really good for you to be able to talk about your issues and your problems, I think that really helps a lot. And I think guys understanding and investing more into those things and realizing, and I talked about being a complete martial warrior, that is part of being a complete martial warrior as well. Being able to deload and offload that stress and not being afraid to be vulnerable. Yeah, you're vulnerable as hell when you go out in combat. You can't stop a bullet from hitting you, but if you don't get hit, or if you survive the op and something tragic happens, you're vulnerable and you're opening up vulnerabilities, and you've got to be able to have something that will help you be able to offset that cost that you're paying. And digging into that and being able to be complete enough as to where you're like, it's okay for me to have those feelings. It's okay for me to dig in. It's okay for me to talk to someone about this. Having people understand that it's okay to do that right now, I think that's one of the greatest tools in any operator's syllabus that they can have and hone. And just having them being able to understand that you're going to be okay. Don't be afraid to ask questions. Don't be afraid to expand your horizons, and don't be afraid to be vulnerable. So if that was the only thing out of this whole discussion that we've had that I could impart on anyone, it would be those three things.
I'm sure anybody listening to this got a lot more than just that, but I truly appreciate your time. Thank you for sharing your time and your story.
Oh, thank you, Paul. This was fun.
As always, thank you for listening or watching the episode. If you have any comments or questions, feel free to reach out on social media or send me an email. The links are all in the show notes. I'd love to hear from you. Also, if you're not already, please follow the podcast on whatever platform you get your podcasts. You can also subscribe on YouTube. And if you would, please leave me a rating. Ratings do two things. You can tell me what I need to fix or improve, and the more ratings also gets the podcast recommended to more people. Another ask, please share the podcast with anyone you think could benefit from and enjoy it. And last, don't forget, sign up for the newsletter.